Good morning and welcome to North Richland Hills City Council Budget Work Session. It is 8 o'clock and I'll call the August 1, 2025 City Council Budget Workshop to order. A quorum of the City Council is present and the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act and the Texas Government Code. Not on the agenda. We're going to start. I want to say one thing really quick. This is not meant to pressure anybody or maybe anything along, trying to make sure we kind of stay on track and be mindful of the time and what we're doing. But Matt Blake has to leave at 1. So the more that he can have while he's here, he's got to take someone to a doctor's appointment. So want to try to stay on track as best we can. So we'll say thank you. And then also, if you would, Danny Roberts is going to open us with a prayer, a verse and a prayer.
Okay. I'm going to read just a few verses. This is from Proverbs chapter 16, and I'm going to be reading from the Message paraphrase, 16 through the end of verse 10 through the end of the chapter. A good leader motivates, doesn't mislead, doesn't exploit. God cares about honesty in the workplace. Your business is his business. Good leaders abhor wrongdoing of all kinds. Sound leadership has moral foundation. Good leaders cultivate honest speech. They love advisors who tell the truth. An intemperate leader wreaks havoc in lives. You're smart to stay clear of someone like that. Good-tempered leaders invigorate lives. They're like spring rain and sunshine. Get wisdom. It's more than money. Choose insight over income every time. The road is right. Living bypasses evil. Watch your step and save your life. First pride, then the crash. The bigger the ego, the harder the fall. It's better to live humbly among the poor than to live it up among the rich and famous. It pays to take life seriously. Things work out when you trust in God. A wise person gets known for insight. Gracious words add to one's reputation. True intelligence is a spring of fresh water, while fools sweat it out the hard way. They make a lot of sense, these wise folks. Whenever they speak, the reputation increases. Gracious speech is like clover honey. Good taste to the soul, quick energy to the body. There's a way that looks harmless enough. Look again, it leads straight to hell. Appetite is an incentive to work. Hunger makes you work all the harder. Mean people spread mean gossip. Their words smart and burn. Troublemakers start fights. Gossips break up friendships. Calloused climbers betray their very own friends. They'd stab their own grandmothers in the back. A shifty eye betrays an evil intention. A clenched jaw signals trouble ahead. Gray hair is a mark of distinction, the award for a God-loyal life. Moderation is better than muscle. Self-control better than political power. Make your motions and cast your votes, but God has the final say. I don't know about you, but whenever you want to seek wisdom, Proverbs is a good place to go. Let's pray. Lord, thank you for this day that you've given us. We pray that today would be honoring to you. Lord, we are grateful for the city of North Richland Hills, the responsibilities with which you've entrusted us. We don't take that lightly. And Lord, may your will be done in all that's said and all that's done. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Paulette, or whoever's going to start the budget video. And then
I thought you were going to say a few more words. I was taking a drink of my
No, I'm trying to stay on track. So no.
Well, welcome everybody. And it's hard to believe it's been 1 year ago since we did this last. And so here we are. I look forward to getting through this work session with you all and discussing the budget. We are going to start off with a short little budget video and think of it like in previous episodes. It kind of sets us up for the things that the city and the city council has already done to be good stewards of the public funds. So we'll play that video and then I'll go through some of our accomplishments and then we'll get into the highlights of the budget. So Chase.
All right, team, listen up. I've always believed that doing the right thing is It's not about flash. It's not about headlines that sound good in the media. It's about consistency. It's about heart. It's about doing the right thing, even when no one's looking. It's about building a city that lasts. And in North Richland Hills, we've been doing just that. Over the last 10 years, North Richland Hills has decreased the property tax rate by 12 cents to offset rising home values. Not because we had to, but because it's the right thing to do. He gets it. In 2022, before the state made it cool, the City Council increased the homestead exemption to the max 20%. Sweet. That's real savings. Hundreds of dollars back in taxpayers' pockets every year. Nearly 30% of residents get even more help, thanks to a senior tax freeze the City Council put in place 20 years ago. Their tax bills stay the same, even if their home values go up. In 2020, 78% of voters approved $49 million in street improvements. And we've lowered the tax rate 7 cents since that time, without missing a beat. So while prices everywhere are going up, the price of city services hasn't. Taxpayers are getting more for less. More parks, safer neighborhoods, better roads. It's the opposite of shrinkflation. So if you ask me what I believe in smart budgeting. I believe in taking care of our people. I believe in providing the city services that citizens depend on every day. I believe we're more than the tax rate. I believe that North Richland Hills is a city that doesn't do what's easy, but what's right. Because I believe that's the NRH way.
That was a great budget speech, but this is a communications meeting.
Oh yeah, I knew that. This was just a test, and you all passed. Congratulations. I'll see you at 2.
3?
Oh yeah, another test. See you at 3.
All right, so we do take our job seriously, but we also like to have a little fun sometimes with it. And I'm a big Ted Lasso fan, and so that was supposed to be in the style of Ted Lasso. But anyways, well, welcome everybody. Chase, do you want me to come over there, or you get okay? Let me go over there, and that way I can click through my own slides. Oh, turn this one off. Sorry.
Just a quick housekeeping item as we're waiting. These are battery-powered microphones. They should be set to last all day, but they're also really sensitive and pick up a bunch of background noise. So if you could, throughout the day, just be mindful of clicking these on and off as you're talking.
All right. So first, I'll take you through some of our major accomplishments over the last year. So first, under the goal of revitalizing commercial corridors this past year, we had many successes related to this goal. We proudly celebrated the opening of the Peppa Pig theme park, located next to NRH 2.0, in case y'all didn't know that. The 14-acre amusement park is designed as the ultimate experience for our youngest residents and visitors. It represents a significant $30 million private capital investment and redevelopment of the Mount Asia Family Fun site. We successfully recruited Malibu Jacks, a world-class indoor theme park in the former at-home building. This redevelopment took an empty big box store and made it the largest indoor theme park in the state, spanning 137,000 square feet. This is also the first Texas location for Malibu Jacks, and we're thrilled they are open for business. Oh, that was the wrong slide. Sorry. This is the Malibu Jack slide. That was the Peppa Pig slide. All right. Thanks, Craig. Thanks. All right, now we're on the right slide, I think. Yes. Okay. Beyond attracting major new anchors, we've also seen success re-energizing existing spaces and transforming vacant properties across our city. The former Hobby Lobby is now a thriving Catapult adventure park. As we opened the new Chick-fil-A at Loop 820 and Roof Snow, we welcomed Jason's Deli to the former Chick-fil-A building. And just a couple of weeks ago, we opened 1611 Golf Club, bringing a unique indoor entertainment concept to another formerly empty space. We've announced plans for a new restaurant park at the northwest corner of Davis and Lola. That also preserves the adjacent community garden. This will be the future site of Jake's Burgers and Tacos and Avocados, fulfilling citizens' #1 request of more sit-down restaurants. But this space is about more than just the restaurants. It's about creating a true destination with a 1-acre backyard space. Our Easy Streets program, established 2 years ago, is making great progress. The Omega Billiards project at 7921 Boulevard 26 is nearing completion, and 2 more revitalization projects are currently in progress on Davis. All of these projects will result in more appealing corridors and accessible businesses. Under the goal of improving safety, security, and infrastructure every day, our street bond program continues to progress nicely. Thanks to the overwhelming support of North Richland Hills voters in 2020, we've successfully completed the reconstruction of 5 major streets and all 18 residential streets funded by the bond program, delivering on our commitment to reconstruct several streets by 2027. These projects are within budget and have been completed without a tax increase. In fact, the tax rate has decreased by 7 cents since the 2020 bond election. The pictures left to right, let's see, we have Bedford Euless complete, Iron Horse West, and Lariat Trail. And then in our preventive street maintenance program, last year the City Council doubled funding to the preventive street maintenance program. And that actually allowed us to complete a little over $6 million in projects, because the previous year we hadn't done the program, but we still had the $2 million in the budget because we were waiting on results of the street assessment, the street condition rating assessment. And so we're on track to complete 78 streets with asphalt overlays this year. This major investment allowed us to utilize $6.4 million to overlay 78 streets. It's a big step toward ensuring we'll have smoother, safer streets for years to come across North Richland Hills. Also, we're in the process of replacing all of the water meters to ensure the reliability and efficiency of our water system. I'm pleased to report significant progress on our city-wide water meter replacement program. We are now 80% complete in upgrading the new, more efficient meters across NRH. These meter updates allow water customers to keep track and monitor their water usage through the Ion Water app. Not only does the app give residents the ability to see real-time information about how much water they're using, it also gives the ability to set up leak alerts. This is a critical step in modernizing our infrastructure, enhancing service for all our residents, and monitoring water loss. I'll take a drink of water here. Under the goal of engaging residents, enhancing connection through transparency, this past year we also implemented several things to improve citizen engagement and transparency. Last summer, we began live streaming all of the City Council work sessions in addition to the City Council meetings. We've held the budget roadshows and town hall meetings to give residents a chance to engage with us on issues that are important to them. And in a major step forward, we launched the NRH TX app to provide an easy, direct connection for our residents to get real-time updates and to report issues and engage with the city more directly than ever before. This slide truly showcases why North Richland Hills is so livable and desirable. NRH offers many options to connect with fellow residents through the incredible events and programs hosted by the Parks Department, the library, and also through the incredible community facilities and amenities found in our parks, trails, recreation facilities, and library. Under the goal of being good stewards of the public's money, our good stewardship was recognized in several ways over the last year. Our strong credit ratings were reaffirmed by both Moody's and S&P Global Ratings. This reflects our finance team's incredible hard work and fiscal responsibility. It highlights confidence in our city's stability and our ability to invest in our future. And driving efficiency through every operation has been a major focus this year. All city leaders completed Lean Six Sigma Yellow Belt training, and some went on to complete the Green Belt training. The NRH Links Unit group was started to drive innovation and process improvement citywide. In addition, efficiency audits are underway in the fleet, permits, and information technology areas. These efforts help us constantly improve, ensuring we deliver the best possible services to every resident and business, as well as internal customers. And then under the goal of becoming easier to do business with, we made several important steps toward this goal. We successfully updated our single-family rental inspections ordinance, and we're developing a new short-term rental ordinance. We also completed key revisions to our sign ordinance. These important updates ensure our system remains relevant and continues to best serve our growing community. We also did a lot of great things along the lines of being a great place to work. We implemented programs like our NRH Fund Committee, which hosted the Revive in 25 as their first event, and they host events about quarterly for our team. We also implemented several wellness initiatives, including the NRH Talks, where we have a licensed counselor that is available at City Hall for employees to make appointments with. That is all completely private and anonymous, and they're able to visit with a counselor if they choose. We also had the Step Up, Scale Down weight loss program. The firefighters went to 48.96 shift. We have implemented the pay for performance employee merit system that we'll hear more about as we go through the budget. We are not recommending any increases in employee health premiums or out-of-pocket costs. And then we were awarded the American Heart Association's Gold Level Workforce Wellbeing Award, up from receiving the silver level award last year. And then becoming the standard for municipal operations in Texas. We also made great strides towards achieving this vision. It's important to note our city's achievements wouldn't be possible without the unwavering dedication and hard work of our incredible city departments and staff. Their commitment to excellence is truly remarkable, and we're proud to say it's consistently recognized at local, state, and national levels. As you can see from the collage of images, numerous departments have been recognized with prestigious awards and accolades this past year. In addition, our impact has been recognized on a national scale. We were recognized by both Smart Asset as one of the most livable small cities in the country, number 48 out of 279 cities evaluated, and by U.S. News and World Report as one of the best places to live in the nation, number 64 out of 850 cities ranked across the nation. These accolades truly highlight the quality of our community. All right, and do y'all have any questions about accomplishments?
Any questions, y'all? So one comment or maybe question as well, just to clarify for everybody, not raising the premiums on the health insurance, not that that's my focus in life, but but that's very rare, and not increase the expenses on the city or the taxpayer. That's not increasing any expenses by even doing that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything else? All right, we'll move on then. Now that we've celebrated our fantastic progress, let's look at how we plan to build on that momentum with the proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year. Our proposed budget for fiscal year 2026 is built on a firm foundation of our city's history of focusing on the core. As we continue to decrease the tax burden of our residents, we also continue to hear from our citizens that maintaining city services at the current levels is the key to safety and quality of life as NRH matures. These are the fundamental services our residents and businesses rely on daily. Just like Jim Collins emphasized in his book, Built to Last, we're dedicated to preserving the core, the fundamental values of respect, service, productivity, innovation, responsibility, integrity, and teamwork, or as we like to say, our spirit, that makes us who we are. And embracing the genius of and knowing we can balance property tax pressures and fund the services our citizens rely on for safety and security. Knowing a city is more than the tax rate. The reason that cities exist is to provide essential services that provide for the safety and security of residents while living in community provide for the safety and security of residents while living in community along with a solid quality of life. Setting big goals for the community and for our public servants with high performance expectations, because we know that high expectations drives innovation. Now more than ever, we must challenge ourselves in order to meet the needs of our community. And then finally, leading with long-term success in mind by making decisions with the long-term stability and success of our community in mind. So what are these core services? They include our vital police, fire, and emergency services, vital infrastructure that delivers clean water, gets people to work or wherever they need to be, and allows for the 24/7 availability of city services through technology. Community development to ensure safe homes and buildings along with responsible and sustainable growth. Community engagement to provide connection with people of our community, recreation opportunities, and even some learning along the way. Delivery of all city services requires strong management, administrative, and internal support from departments like human resources, information technology, budget, finance, fleet, and facilities. Each of these areas is crucial to our city's well-being and future. And so a little bit about how we put the budget together and what kind of inputs go into this as we start to develop it. We put this budget together keeping our core services strong. It's a plan shaped by our entire community. We listened carefully to all of you. We have included feedback from our citizen survey. We looked to direction provided by the City Council. We gathered public input from town halls, budget roadshows, and online feedback. We also looked closely at service requests coming from residents and businesses, as well as our internal departments. Essentially, every voice provided input in shaping this proposed budget. While we know residents and businesses value and appreciate decreases in taxes, we also know they value, appreciate, and depend on city services that provide for a safe community, including police and fire protection. How do we know these services are important to the residents? They told us. In the most recent citizen survey, over 80% of respondents said that all these core services were very or somewhat important. And you can see them, the percentages for each laid out here in this slide. Citizens also told us that we needed to increase efforts or improve in the following services: street maintenance for residential as well as major streets, which we're doing through our preventive street maintenance program and the completion of the bond program. Traffic signal timing and traffic flow, which was part of last fiscal year's budget, was improving traffic signal timing through use of technology. And they felt the need to at least maintain our current service level in the following areas: animal control, water service, police service, garbage and recycling, parks, trails and open spaces, recreation programs and services, and fire and EMS service. There are no services that survey respondents felt should be decreased or eliminated. And this is the House of Excellence formed by the City Council. So last year at the City Council Strategic Planning Session last July, these are the goals and mission and vision statements that were put together with the City Council and directors together. Our foundation is our mission to promote an exceptional quality of life for our community by being resident-focused, fiscally responsible, and business-friendly, coupled with our core values and systems that make successes possible. Their strategic pillars rise from that foundation through our goals to drive operational excellence into every area, become easier to do business with, steward the public's money well, engage residents to enhance connection, revitalize neighborhoods and commercial corridors, improve safety, security, and infrastructure every day, and be a great place to work. These goals, embedded in our budget and work plan, will lead the community to achieving our vision to be the standard for municipal government in Texas. Becoming the standard requires long-term decision-making and sticking to the plan without cutting corners or being distracted by the shiny objects to ensure our city, our house of excellence, is built to last.
Let me interject real quick on that while you're there. Let you take a drink and a breath. So the folks that are newly elected on the city council, when we do our strategic planning, we'll obviously review this at the very beginning. So if you see any tweaks or changes or thoughts, so take a look at this kind of between now and when we do that, so that you have some input, so we can look at that. But I think we kind of did a really nice focus in how we pulled this back together to be the standard and look in a different direction than what we had done before. So anyway, just want to interject that so you don't think that it's like forever, but it does get to have input from you guys again.
Right, that's correct. And just a reminder that is going to be on August the 28th. In case you haven't seen it, Ricky. Okay. Thank you. I know. So our budget philosophy is built on these traits of organizations that are built to last, as outlined in Jim Collins' book by the same name. Clock building, not time telling. This means we're focused on the long-term impact of today's decisions. Knowing that our city's purpose is more than the property tax rate, preserving our core values to stimulate innovation in our core services, setting big goals for our community and for our team, and expecting high performance, fostering a strong culture in our organization built on the R Spirit values, and leading for long-term successes by focusing on the long-term impact of today's decision. It's about making strategic investments in our core systems, processes, and people to ensure safety and stability over the long term, building a strong, adaptable organization to achieve over the long term, not just hit short-term goals, empowering our teams solidifies essential services. Our mission is clear: to promote an exceptional quality of life for our community. Built to last cities have a strong foundation that helps them prosper through economic, leadership, and political cycles. The proposed budget is built on these principles. It is balanced and funds all current services within available resources, including the no new revenue tax rate. And just a few high-level highlights on our revenue side for the budget. Now, we will be getting into each fund in detail following this presentation, but with regard to proposed revenues, while certified net taxable values came in 2% higher than the previous year, the no new revenue rate is calculated based on these certified values and is slightly higher than the current rate. I think it's 0.0008 cents higher or something like that. The proposed budget property tax revenue is based on the no new revenue tax rate. We're facing several property tax challenges now and into the future. One, the TAD appraisal process that they've gone to of appraising every other year remains a concern. The silver wave that is hitting our values with a record increase in frozen accounts this year, and that we expect will increase to almost 40% in the next 5 years. In addition, taxpayer refunds and protests were higher than we've seen in recent years this year. All of this significantly impacts our certified taxable values, which impacts the tax rate calculation and incoming revenues for property taxes. We expect these increases in frozen accounts, refunds, protests, and exemptions to continue for the foreseeable future. This will lead to, again, less in property tax values and will impact tax rate calculations into the future. This is good for our individual budgets, but not so good for covering the ever-increasing costs of providing city services. On a positive note, sales tax is projected to come in about 4% above the adopted budget and 2.7% above the revised budget. This is due to new businesses coming online, though we still note there's some consumer uncertainty in the economy. Other revenues are largely flat compared to adopted figures, while fines and forfeitures are up. This is a direct result of our police department being almost fully staffed. Finally, it's important to note we are currently utilizing reserves to offset our preventive street maintenance program and to cover cost increases that are beyond our control, along with several one-time expenses such as equipment and software purchases.
Get one more input on this
Thank
slide, just because on the sales tax, that I think that was two things that really drove all of us in North Richland Hills being above everyone else. Because Trinity Metro, I'm on that one, and they kind of give me a list of all the cities and how everybody's doing with sales tax. Everybody was down. I mean, everyone is down except North Richland Hills and Grapevine, as far as when we were looking at, especially on the Trinity Metro side. I think the rewards app during that period of time, I think that was executed quite well. Thank you, Craig. And it was able to bring in business, because I know Colleyville tried something similar, and Keller too, and I don't think to the extent of what it was successful with ours. The other is the growth of business that we've had as well. And so we're being applauded that ours is up and everybody else's fell down, because all that feeds into Trinity Metro. So they look at that very closely, because they're looking at all the cities and they're kind of going, boy, everybody's down except you guys. We're sitting there. Of course, I'm sitting there going, oh yeah, of course we're up. No. So anyway, I just wanted to interject that, because that's a kind of a big deal that our sales tax is up.
Quick question. You're saying that we're going to have a silver wave when it comes to frozen property taxes. What's the current percentage of homeowners that their taxes are frozen?
It's about 31% right now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. And then on the expenditure side, to adapt to our revenue challenges, we've implemented several strategies to do more with less. We're conducting ongoing efficiency audits to improve operations. We're also actively driving efficiency in every operation with Lean Six Sigma training and placing a process improvement leader in every city department. We're also offering more services online and even implementing AI in some areas to save man hours. This is all in addition to scrubbing expenses continuously to ensure all expenses are directly tied to our city's mission, goals, and objectives. We are also maximizing our special revenue funds, such as the Crime Control District, the Parks and Recreation Facilities Development Fund, the Self-Insurance Fund, to offset expenditures in the general fund where we can. There are no additional programs or services that are being added to this budget. Increases in the budget are derived from the proposed compensation package, including implementation of the new pay-for-performance plan for general services employees and continuation of the October 1 market increases and April 1 step increases for sworn police and fire. The increases are also derived from cost increases that we absorb, and the majority of which we do not have any control over. However, we're still managing general fund cost increases and potential electricity hikes and the continued impact of inflation and unfunded mandates. We're also budgeting for essential technology upgrades, including replacing our aging phone system and investing in public safety through some upgrades in our public safety systems and also cybersecurity. All these actions ensure we continue to operate as effectively as possible despite the factors beyond our control. And I just want to add, so on the cost increases, I hesitate to call them inflation. Some of them are derived from inflation, but some of them are derived from just cost increases passed on through other entities that provide service to us. For example, the City of Fort Worth and the Trinity River Association, that's where we receive our water. every year there's an increase. I think this year the increase is 13%. We don't get a choice in that. We don't get to analyze it, review it, approve it, deny it. They just pass it on to us. Another example is the electricity rate increases proposed by Encore. Although we are fighting it through our processes, we know that there'll be some type of an increase. And so we presented to you all on Monday that the biggest piece of that for us is a 51% increase in streetlight maintenance. And that would cost overall city budgets over $300,000. 250-ish of that is in the general fund. So we know it won't be as high as they propose, but we will have some type of rate increase that we'll have to absorb into this budget. Those are the types of things that I'm talking about when I say cost increases that we don't have any control over. The other thing, when I talk about unfunded mandates, it's not just your typical, these days, it's not just your typical city, you have to do this project, or schools, you have to provide campus officers at every elementary school. It is also the unintended consequences of legislation that they pass that causes us to adjust some things on operations that does cost us money. An example I'm going to give is libraries. And even though our library does a great job and they already ensure separation of children and adult materials, additional legislation puts additional requirements on that makes us ensure, change our internal processes to ensure that, for example, parents are aware of what their children are checking out, those types of things. It also it causes us to have to put in place some professional liability insurance to protect our librarians, because now there was legislation passed this past session that that could result in criminal charges to librarians if someone checks out something that they believe is, or views something actually that they believe is pornographic in nature. And so because of that, we in this budget is some professional liability insurance for our library director. So those are the types of things that happen that they may not come with a budget bill, a budget impact message in the legislation, but they impact us to a certain extent. So those are the kinds of things that we're seeing now and we're having to just absorb and prepare for. Let's see, I didn't go through yeah, I did. Okay. And there are also a few decision points that we'll go over as we go through each fund, but then there'll be time towards the close of the meeting to get some consensus, and you can ask some questions on those and see where you want to land on those. So these are the strategic imperatives that, well, this isn't, I'm going to just go from this slide because I didn't get to update this one. So the employee compensation is the biggest piece of this. And again, the employee compensation plan that I'm proposing is already funded in the budget under the no new revenue tax rate. And it would provide a 3% increase to general services employees that meet expectations, plus a 1% for any that exceed expectations. And that's the beginnings of our pay for performance plan that the city council asked us to look at this year. This system will probably evolve over time, but this is how we would start it. And of course, anyone that is below expectations would not receive an increase, and they would be placed on a performance improvement plan if they haven't already been placed on a performance improvement plan. And then again, that continues our public safety sworn pay plan with 3% market adjustment on October 1st, and then they would get their step increases on April 1st, as we've done for the past several years. This is important to maintain our market position. And I know that in a lot of labor markets in different industries, you've seen it kind of smooth out. That's not the case in city government in general. It is sort of the case in police and fire. We're not seeing as many folks jump for lateral moves and that kind of thing. We've been able to fill our vacant positions, those kinds of things, but it is still an issue with our general services employees to maintain our position in the market. in order to recruit and retain, because what's happening is you're not finding as many experienced, qualified professionals or with as much experience as you might have found a few years ago. It's that whole thing we've been talking about for years. Baby boomers are finally retiring. We have Gen X, and there's just not that many of us, and we're the ones with the most experience. And then you have the millennials coming in behind. So when we have vacancies, we are having to pay a little higher in order to recruit the best, most qualified people for those positions. And I don't want to say back to public safety, I still want to say it's important to maintain our market position, because again, every city, we, especially in the Metroplex, we watch what each other's doing to make sure that we can retain our sworn police and fire. And I met with area city managers a couple weeks ago. All of them are talking about around a 3% increase for both general services and sworn public safety. So that's where we would sit in the market. And those are the cities that we compete with the most are here in the Metroplex, some on the Dallas side, some on this side, but those are our competition cities. And again, Patrick will go through that in a little bit more detail when he goes through the human resources portion of the presentation. And then there's several future considerations to think about as you're coming to consensus and considering the budget and the tax rate. One is we are planning for the 2026 bond election. We'll kick that off on August 14th with our bond committee. I expect that we're going to be presenting over $100 million worth of projects to that committee. So what does that mean? That means that committee will bring to you their recommendations by June of next year. And the council will decide which of those propositions to put forward to the voters in November. So it doesn't mean all y'all will say yes, put forward all 100 million, but that it's going to be the most significant bond program that this city has ever put forward. So that will cost some money, and we'll do that analysis as we go along. The other thing that we've told you about is next year, the personal property tax exemption will take effect. We know that that's going to have significant impact on our certified taxable values next year. It's hard to estimate that number at this point, but I think the county they sent a preliminary estimate for next year countywide. And Chase, what was that number? I want to say it was like how much? About $2 billion countywide. So we'll have a share of that. The other thing is the legislature in this special session is considering several bills that would propose to impact spending caps on all property taxing entities, as well as debt limitations. In the past sessions, we've seen debt limitations bills in various forms. So I think one will eventually pass. There are several of those bills that have been filed in this session. Spending caps is kind of new, but what the bills generally propose to do is cap general fund spending, and in some cases spending in all city funds in accordance with inflation and population growth. And that seems like it would make sense, except for cities like us who are approaching build out and then aging. That growth factor is going to get smaller, but our expense needs are going to get higher because of taking care of aging infrastructure and those types of things. And if you couple that with debt limitations and limit what we can issue debt for and how we can issue debt, that's going to create a real problem for figuring out how to provide services to our city. And then, as we've talked about, what they now call the silver wave. So more and more folks are turning 65 every single year. And so what that's doing is increasing the number of people who have frozen tax bills and also who receive the senior homestead exemption. And so that reduces our certified taxable values, which has an impact on our tax rate calculations. And what it really does is it kind of passes on that higher tax rate, that higher burden to those of us that are under 65. So think of it in that way. And then the existing 3.5% cap on revenues, that is going to remain in place. And there's a bill being heard in the legislature today that would reduce that cap to 2.5%. And for us, I think, what was the cost? That would cost us, I don't really, Zach, do you remember?
It was $250,000.
$250,000 to the general fund, which doesn't seem like a lot, but that would fund, let me think, 3 dispatchers. Just so you know that the police department asked for 4 dispatchers. In this budget, we're proposing to add 1 dispatcher through CCD funds, and that would be a shared services cost. But that just gives you an idea of what we're talking about. And it would save taxpayers. Doing that would save taxpayers less than $10. I think it was $9.69 a year. So that's the kind of thing to think about as we move forward, and how the overall message in the letters that Jack has sent has been, I think there's been some significant relief on the property tax burden for residents over the last several years. But we're going to get to a point where we're not going to be able to fund critical services. So we're fortunate this year that we have plenty of reserves in order to make up some differences that we need to, but that's not always going to be the case. So those are the future considerations as we get into the budget discussions.
So let me add to that. Just if you kind of put everything together, and one thing that really wasn't mentioned, but which is also what TAD is doing, that they've also put a lot on in Austin that says they can't do, that we talked about at the work session the other day about capping appraisals and not doing them. At the same time, if you're actually not getting some increase from that, then you lose part of the inflation number. So you have to make up the inflation number somewhere in your costs and your increased cost. That's just math, right? But if you're capping your debt, you're capping your spending, you're capping the appraisals, you're increasing exemptions, you have the senior freeze. If you were cities that have been, especially like we've been at least the last couple of years, very fiscally responsible, and I think we've been pretty responsible over the years, but I mean, in the last couple of years, we came in last year below the net new revenue tax rate, and we're going to do it again. Meaning, if you were irresponsible and you had a higher rate, you actually would be coming out okay under what, because you could kind of work under your incompetence before that. But unfortunately, we've been in a place where we haven't been, so we don't really have any sandbagging going on. So it's going to hurt the cities that have been responsible versus the one that had. And the ones they're after are the ones, I'll be honest, they think in these terms of San Antonio, Houston, Dallas, that have been a little more reckless in some of their spending and where they're really expensive. And so they make legislation for them. And I think the stupidity of our legislators are that they don't look at the cities that are impacted by it, that have been responsible. And you go, oh, well, we didn't do that. We didn't really think about that. No kidding. So, and if you look at the letter, why I sent the letters I did, and you saw, I mean, I think people should be, have the consequences of their own devices, quite honestly. And if Houston's doing bad and they keep voting bad and they keep voting people in to do that's it's their stupidity. It's not, why are we paying for it? That's, I think they need to go back and watch Ronald Reagan speeches and they learn a little better, which is why I closed my letter like I did, because he focused always on the local control and having let the people closest to the decision making make the decisions for the people that are there doing it, which is so tiring because, and I know the representative that represents our area, he's having a talk at specifically because of the letter I sent at Nikki's at 3:00. So whenever we finish, and he said he'll wait for me to show up to talk with him. And 63 is also the one that's capping. That's the capping the debt, if I remember right. And the idea of that one is just foolhardy because there's some cities out there that are very heavy debt laden already for what they're doing. So they cap themselves because the rating agencies take care of that because they'll crater. So they're free market mechanisms that take care of things. And we right now seem to be voting on things that are outside of the free market mechanisms. And I don't understand it. I don't understand why we've decided to be this way. So anyway, I've been letting my feelings known to as many as possible that are down there voting on those things.
Okay, other questions for me at this point? All right, Craig is
I got
gonna.
one quick
Oh,
one.
uh-huh.
Are we going to get a chance to ask questions on each individual department as we go? I mean, you're giving an overall presentation.
Right.
So we're going to have
Well,
a chance to ask questions there.
We're gonna, the presentations will be made by fund, not necessarily department. But as we go through, for example, the general fund, when we come to the questions time, if you've got some questions about specific departments, we can answer those.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
I mean, if you want to ask it now, we can try to answer it, but it might be better to kind of.
I'll wait till we get that second.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lasso. Good morning, council, staff. Pleased to present this economic overview to you. And as you know, typically every year I look for some sort of cartoon or image that represents the day. And so I chose to ask AI for an image that makes me look confident yet confused at the same time. And no, I'm not part of the silver wave yet. Unemployment is at 3.4% for North Richland Hills. We're a large enough city where we actually have our own unemployment rate. Close to historical lows. We were at 3.3% last year, and we consistently are almost 0.5% behind or lower than DFW in the state. For reference, the U.S. is at 4.2, and the highest state right now is in Nevada. Inflation, I'm happy to report, is up 1.5%, but it's down from 4% this time last year. DFW inflation is at ideal levels, but certain sectors, if you were to dissect each sector within that inflation reading, insurance, housing, restaurants, car rentals, and even used cars are up right now, while gas is low, electronics, airfare, and hotel lodging. Consumer expenditures locally, local retail, brick and mortars, we're overall up 4.5% on a blended basis. But when you isolate our brick and mortar business, we're 3%, with food service only up 1.1%. E-commerce and continues to lead the way, is up 10%, outpacing brick and mortar. And if you were to isolate the local sales taxes versus sales taxes we do receive from outside the city, that's about a third comes from outside. Federal funds rate, as of yesterday, or was it yesterday or the day before, remains at 4.3%. This is 1% less than the same period last year. And if you were to look at the current 30-year mortgage rate, it's just under 7%. And depending upon which news story you read, I'm hopeful that we're anticipating 2 possible rate reductions this year. And finally, Texas's consumer confidence is down a little bit at 2% from last year. So if you were to just look at yesterday as last year, we're down 2%. However, there's been a lot of ups and downs with the election cycle. And it's actually 28% less than December of 2024, which was just post-election. Confidence, I think, as we all know, is really highly dependent upon what news outlet you watch and what news story, in addition to tariff news and interest rates. From a development trend perspective, fiscal year 2024 was a banner year for us. You can see here the number of permits of development that was processed. And really for 2025, fiscal year 25, we're back to historical norms. Much of that 2024 uptick was due to the homes in City Point. Commercial, however, this year is slightly up from a permitting standpoint. And if you were to say, okay, what's our runway right now? What do we have available to us? We have just over 540 single family lots under development, even though we are running out of room at 90% built out for the city. From a high level standpoint, for new residential, we have 10 active subdivisions right now. You can see how they're laid out throughout the city with the available lots pending and who the builders are, if we know who those builders are indeed. The development cycle for this amount of homes will probably last us for the next 2 to 3 years. So just more of a flashing yellow right now, as we may not be able to count on this within the next 5 to 10 years. I do want to make note that we have 0 at this time build to rent lots under construction. And I bring that up because the area is experiencing a significant boom in what's called build to rent, or BTR. DFW ranks second nationally with homes under construction, with 8,400 single family rental homes under construction in this year and next, the majority of which are concentrated in suburban communities like ours. However, North Fort Worth is leading the way. For perspective, there's 110,000 under construction across the country, with 22, more like 25% of those just in Texas alone. And for those of you that are built to rent, those are basically single story or maybe 2-story apartments. From a value perspective, we are divided majority into 2 zip codes, 76180, 76182 from a residential sales perspective. And you can see that 180, which is south of mid-cities, has held its values over the course of this year. 76182, however, has had a noticeable increase of 10%, and this is according to MLS and Realtor.com. We have more listings, and it's just endemic of the attractiveness of 182 and the level of new construction that's going on. When you compare us to Tarrant County values have also held, but their days on the market have increased by 8, while ours have only increased by 1. Multifamily trends. During COVID, between 2020 and around 2021, multifamily rent rates, because they're a captive audience, were increased by over 20%. So multifamily landlords were able to take advantage of COVID and dramatically raise those rents. Since 2021 and 2022, rents have plateaued. They've remained the same. However, this year in 2025, they're starting to show change. And you can see that those that have been built after 2010, the rates have actually increased by 5%. Whereas with those that are built before 2010 are actually flat. However, our illustrious 8500 Harwood, when you compare that to the Delegate, which is the newest in North Richland Hills outside of City Hall, they're going in different directions. Commercial real estate, retail, and office for us continue to be strong. We do have a slight uptick in retail vacancy from 6 to 7%, and that's really because of big lots being vacated. And depending upon what you hear from me, either happy or kind of confused, we are possibly going to have another gymnasium. Planet Fitness is looking to sign a lease in that facility. It'll have a new facade and whatnot, but I think we're pretty good with chicken, coffee, and now gymnasiums on Long Roof Snow. One thing that's unique for us when you compare us to other communities is that we're heavily concentrated with retail and restaurants for our commercial real estate. And I say that because other cities may have a lot more smokestacks or warehouses and whatnot. This is our sector. When you compare our office, it seems a little high on vacancy at 16%, but 20% is the average across the country. Well, it's been touched on our taxable sales trend. We are up 4.5%. Last year we were up, but we were below inflation. We were up 1.5% this time last year, below inflation, which was at 3 to 4%. We are now exceeding inflation, and local retail is also up at 3%. Retail and restaurants, like I said, represent a majority of our tax base. You can see how it breaks out, but the thing to call to our attention is just the dichotomy, the difference between the fast food, the convenient, the quick, the without having to make a tip and wait, versus sit down full service, which is continues to struggle, and this is across the country. business trends and what's around the corner. I debated whether or not to leave the year 2020 in here as a point of reference, but you can see we actually lost business due to the pandemic. But you can see over time we had a boomerang effect with net business additions, and then back to normal traditional in 2023, 2024. But I'm happy to report we are seeing a slight uptick in 2025, where I'm projecting at least 100 new businesses over the course of this year. You can see some of these have recently opened, while others have recently been announced. Very exciting about Jake's and Tacos and Avocados. And it hasn't been made public by the actual company themselves. They plan to release that September 1. But former Enchiladas Ole will become Blue Goose Cantina, and it'll become public September 1.
I think the Facebook's figured it out.
Facebook has sniffed it out, and Blue Goose. We met with Blue Goose yesterday, and they like the fact that citizens are interested, and they like that they think it's a rumor, but they like the fact that people are already guessing. So, in conclusion, economic indicators are mixed, but they're trending positive. Tariffs and interest rates are really the topics of the day. I don't think there's one news story that doesn't involve either of those. Inflation is down, but again, it differs across sectors. And I think the sectors that we enjoy are the ones that are feeling higher prices. We do have a strong single family pipeline for the next 2 to 3 years, our last big wave. And we're enjoying a recent uptick in business activity with some signature projects that in my 17 years, some of these new announcements like Malibu Jacks and Peppa Pig, they are huge business additions to our community. And so we are nicely set up for strong momentum heading into fiscal year 2026. Notice the confidence now. Any questions?
On the vacant space for commercial property, for example, office building here used to be a bank on 26, still is somewhat. When you include your vacancy numbers, does that include each space in there, or is that just that one address?
We're fortunate to use a service that allows us to have real-time data on vacant space, even within a building with suites. Usually it's about a month lag, but it really allows us to tell us how we're doing from a citywide level, a region-wide, down to a parcel. And which property are you referring to?
Well, there's a couple in my mind. One of them is the old bank building there on 26, which is still there next to the church. Used to be Northeast
We have
National
a lot of
Bank.
churches and a lot of bank buildings on
Well,
26.
next to the Norfolk Chanel, what used to be Norfolk Chanel's Baptist Church.
Okay.
That bank building there, which it has a lot of turnover.
Right.
And then you compare it to the piece of property that opened up, the executive suites that opened over here on Davis Boulevard by Brahms at Mid-Cities, not Mid-Cities, but
820?
North Tarrant Parkway.
Caddo.
Yeah, and which, their tenants are also turnover tenants. So I didn't know if we did each space or we just do it by that one address.
For permanent leases that would be in the Veritex building next to Cross Church, we have the availability to track those not only through the service we subscribe to, but also through COs that we issue with Wearspace or Caddo. We try our best to keep track of those, but because those are shorter term leases, they're more flexible. The Veritex building is for sale. There's a known quantity that's looking at trying to buy that building, and they actually have a use that could potentially lease that annex, that annex building that's in that first floor that used to be the bank. So hopefully there's some positive trends for that property in the future.
Is that also in that Easy Streets where we're doing those two strip malls and redoing them, and it's not in that?
26 south of 820 is not part of Easy Streets.
Okay.
But it could be part of Easy Streets Phase 2.
Okay. I was just curious because that building has struggled for a really, really long time. But if you go look at REITs too, that are in offices space, they've struggled as well. I mean, people were. I mean, I can just use United Healthcare as an example. They dumped hundreds of thousands of space. I mean, across the United States, but they dumped tons and tons of space just because they sent people home and people like staying there. So ones that didn't really need to come into the office, they said, okay, just stay home. And I mean, I know that we went from about 90,000 square feet to about 18,000 square feet up in the North Dallas area. And that was because everybody else stayed home.
There's a trend right now. It hasn't caught ground yet here, but in downtowns across the country, converting office buildings to apartments.
That's what I was going to ask. Is there a conversion to resident? I've seen and heard about conversions to residential. I know the one that's the Hearst part of North Richland Hills, is what it's called. Weren't they looking at that as well?
I'm not aware of that,
Oh, okay.
but I think that would also constitute a zoning change as well.
Yeah. I just know somebody, I think somebody was talking about it. I thought it was us talking about it. Maybe it was somebody else that brought it up to me. But anyway, I know that there was a proposal that they were thinking about approaching. Oh, I remember who I talked to. Yeah, somebody's thinking about doing that. So, okay. Thank you. That was good. Anybody else?
Yeah, quick question. The billiards building next to Chuck E. Cheese,
Yes,
are they taking up the whole strip? Or just part of the
they're
strip?
taking up half the building, and they're in the process of finishing it out for their business.
Yeah.
And they have the other half for lease, available for lease.
Do we have anybody looking at that other half? I'm just curious.
Not that I'm aware of at this point. If I do, I'll be more than happy to share with you, but not that I'm aware of yet.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Good job.
All right. Good morning, everybody. So Paulette briefly touched on our recommendation this year regarding employee compensation and benefits, but I want to get into much greater detail and kind of the logic behind the recommendations that we're making. First, I'm going to cover some statistics regarding recruitment and retention that has received a lot of attention over the last several years, and we're trending in a very positive direction. Then I'm going to transition to compensation and talk about compensation in greater detail, provide some information regarding our salary survey, and then going to end up with health benefits. So here I'm going to start at kind of a 20,000 foot level, looking at our turnover. And you'll see this year we're projecting our turnover to be less than in previous years, which is a good thing. Our 10-year average is around 13%. This year we're anticipating coming in at about 11% as far as total turnover. If you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics for governments overall, federal, state, local governments, the turnovers are around typically 17 to 18% on average. So we fare much better than that. So we're looking at high level better as far as turnover this year. So looking at it in greater detail, kind of diving down a little bit, I like to look at where we were last year compared to this year. And we do exit surveys for all of our employees that leave. So we try to identify why it is that individuals are leaving and if there's anything that we can do to address possibly anything. So I've divided the turnover for different reasons. And you can see this year, I've looked at last year, same time last year compared to this year, and you'll see as far as employees leaving for other city or government agencies, we've got 3 compared to 10 last year. Accepted another job, perhaps a career change. Again, we've had fewer employees leave this year compared to last year. And then for personal reasons, again, we've had fewer employees leave this year compared to last year. Retirements, about the same. Typically, we'll see an average year of about 17, 18 employees retire, up from several years ago where we were seeing around 20 to 22 employees retire. So again, this is kind of a detailed look as to why employees were leaving compared to previous years. Separations by department, drill down just a little bit more. This year in police, we have about 14 employees that have separated from October through June this year. Public Works, 6. You can see a few beyond that. Compare that to last year, where last year at this time, PD, we were seeing some employees exit. 25 employees had left, Public Works 14. So again, we're seeing some improvement as far as employee turnover, being able to retain employees. Some of what Paulette had mentioned in her presentation, I think has had a direct impact on why we've been able to retain employees and keep employees here. So that's a good thing and a trend that we hope will continue. Again, 15 retirements, nothing unusual, but you can see kind of a breakdown by department as far as employee retirements. One of the other things that we look at is tenure related to employee separations. And these next couple of slides are going to go back a few years and show you this year and try to illustrate what it is I'm looking at. So you can see here that a lot of our employees are separated for various reasons after the first couple of years of employment. So the logic here is if we can keep employees here through the first couple of years, and then we're going to be able to retain them, we're going to be able to perhaps address some of the turnover issues that we've seen in the past. So this was a 2023. 2024, again, about half of our employees, the first 2 years, if we can keep them here, maybe improve some onboarding processes. And then this year, again, about half of our employees within the first couple of years. One of the things that we are going to be doing in October of this year is we're going to be doing what's called a stay survey, where we're going to be sending employees a survey after about 6 months of employment, asking them how the onboarding process is going, if there's anything that we could improve on. So we hope to be gathering some information going forward to perhaps maybe even address the turnover after an employee's been here just a couple of years. We also take a look at why employees with significant tenure, what it is that's causing them to leave, and you can see 10 years of service, we've had 3 employees leave. 1 went to work for another city, accepted another job, and another one was related to some performance issues. So the retention, obviously, recruitment is very important as well. This last year, we were able to recruit 9 police officers compared to 15 the previous year. Obviously, we had more vacancies the previous years than we did this year. So again, police department's ability to recruit remains very positive. And then we were also able this year to fill some key positions: assistant city secretary, new assistant court administrator, assistant police chief, as well as a police chief. One of the things that I kind of look at is what is that balance as far as bringing in new ideas, new employees from the outside, as well as being able to promote current talent within the organization. And I think we do a good job of kind of balancing that. When appropriate, we can promote, have succession plans, but also able to go out and, if we need to, attract someone, high quality employee in key positions. Hard to fill positions. These are typically positions I would define as just kind of constant turnover, continuous turnover. So we're either related to the position itself, the available market of candidates that's out there, the economy. And you can see last year in some of those positions, we had a number of vacancies. This year, we've been able to improve. So we have fewer vacancies right now in these hard to fill positions, with the exception of dispatcher. We currently have 3 vacancies in dispatcher, so not much difference than in 2024. So we've done a good job of being able to recruit employees. So I'm going to move on to the different types of pay plans that we have. So we have 2 types of pay plans at the city. We've got open ranges, which are general government employees are in these open ranges. And I'm going to give an example and talk specifically what an open pay range is. And then we also have a step plan, which is what all of our sworn public safety, police and fire employees are on. They're part of the step plan. So I'm going to talk about these 2 in great detail. Before I do that, I do want to make you aware, as Paulette had mentioned, we do an annual survey, as well as the vast majority of cities in the state of Texas do surveys. This is that time of year where we're all going out surveying one another to take a look at what cities are doing related to merit increases or performance increases, and then pay range movements. We have 17 cities that we do this survey of. About 10 years ago, we worked with our employee associations to look at what would be a good group of cities for us to survey, to take a look at as far as kind of this comparison group and what we would consider to be our market. In working with the employee groups, these were the cities that we came up with. Some of the considerations, obviously, are geographic location. The cities are all in the Metroplex, the scope of services. An example of what that might be is, you might see some cities on here that are maybe next door to us. The reason they may not be on this survey or didn't make the survey list is because their firefighters it's not required they be paramedics. Maybe they have utilize an outside service to run their ambulance services. Population size, budget size. And then are they a direct competitor? So there are some cities that we have lost employees to. So those were just some of the considerations when we went and looked at what would be a good group of cities to make this comparison. So start by talking about general government survey results. So we do our surveys in May of each year. Cities will typically make adjustments to their pay in October at the beginning of a fiscal year, as well as some cities make the adjustments in April. So we do our surveys in May to ensure that we have the most accurate information. And the cities, what we found through this survey was they moved their ranges about 4%, with the employees receiving an average increase of around 3%. This year, our employees, we adjusted the pay ranges in October of 2%. Our employees were eligible for a 4% merit increase, as well as council did approve some funds to adjust some individual positions. As of October last year, we had some positions that we were struggling to fill. And so there was funding available to increase the pay of some of those positions, which I think led to one of the reasons why we've been able to recruit so well and we've been able to retain employees this last year. So we very much appreciate that. What we're proposing this year is a 3% pay range adjustment to keep salaries competitive, as well as Paulette had mentioned, proposing the pay for performance plan. So there was discussion last year with City Council at this time talking about the implementation of the pay for performance plan. So after the budget work session, I went out and I surveyed cities. We actually have an email group of about 248 cities that we exchange information. We ask each other questions. So it's a very valuable resource to have. So I sent a survey out to these cities and asked which cities had a pay for performance plan. What did it look like? Would they share that information with me? And I had 7 cities respond, and these are the cities that responded. Some in the area, some not. All cities that responded did respond back by saying that they'd recently implemented their pay for performance system. So it wasn't something that has been in place for a number of years like you might see in the private sector. But there were some that did implement. Primarily, or all pretty much, the structure was pretty much the same, but with some minor differences. None of the cities required or implemented the pay for performance plan with their sworn public safety employees, and I can talk a little bit more about that. There's a state civil service system, which is a tenured-based system that we kind of all somewhat have to keep an eye on, but none of the cities provided it for their sworn public employees. The eligible merit pools range from 0% to 5%. And for most cities, performance improvement plans were required for those that were low performers. So ours, this year, what we're proposing is employees who receive a below expectations will not receive an increase and will be put on a performance improvement plan. Should they complete that plan, they would be eligible for an increase. Those employees that just meets expectations would be given kind of the base merit increase of 3%. And then the employees that exceed expectations would see a 4% increase. This is kind of, I would say, step one or phase one of the implementation. Based on meetings that we've had with directors and the city manager's office, we're utilizing the same evaluation tool this year. We will probably look at making some adjustments to that next year. But I think this is a good place to start as far as education to employees, and then maybe look at making some improvements in future years. So talking more about...
Can I ask you a question?
You bet. Yes, thank you.
That's where I had my question earlier. On your scoring, is that done, I mean, do you have like a general outline that the employees know, if I do X, 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 I get X, or if I don't, then my supervisor
Yes, the evaluation is similar to a lot of evaluations out there. They're rated based on certain categories and competencies. And for those individual competencies, they get points. And then the points add up to, you either add up to below expectations, meets expectations, or exceeds expectations. The evaluations are also tied into our core values of our spirit: respect, service, innovation, responsibility, teamwork, and integrity. So yes, they are tied into the city's core values.
Patrick, I have a question.
Oh,
Go ahead.
just to add to that, Russ, we also are making sure in this, as we evolve into this pay for performance, that supervisors are encouraged to have conversations throughout the year with their employees, especially if they're seeing some performance, dip. That's no one should be surprised by their score on their evaluation sheet. So, right.
Patrick, is it a 3% across the board? So if you meet that rating, you're getting 3%
Yes,
versus, say, in the corporate world, you may have a pool of funds that you may give 1 4 and 1 2. This is just
Correct.
across the board.
It's 3% for meets expectations.
Thank you.
Quick question too. Okay. Just to be completely clear, so to do this, and I'm all for this, especially helps keep the city efficient, obviously, with the employees. But if we implement this, we could do this at the no new revenue rate without increasing taxes on the citizens. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So I do want to talk about the general government pay plan structure. So as I mentioned earlier, all of our general government employees are in what's called an open range. So employees are put into pay grades, and this is an example of what the pay grades look like. And then each pay grade or position has a minimum starting salary, and then it has a maximum starting salary. We have roughly 100 and I think 20 different types of positions in the city. So the way employees move through an open range is, I'm going to use an example of a secretary. So our secretary position is in grade 913. So you can see what the minimum starting salary is and what the maximum starting salary is. So as of September of this year, this particular employee's salary was $39,400. So on October 1, should council approve this, and this person exceeded expectations, this individual would be eligible for a 4% salary increase. So her salary would go from $39,400 to almost $41,000. So you can see it falls within this pay range. Next year, if there were to be another approved increase of 4%, again, this individual salary would increase to about $42,600. So you can see that that's how employees progress within the minimum and the maximum of the pay range. So talk about pay range adjustments, because that's another part of this. And pay range adjustments are really there to keep our salaries competitive with other cities, whereas the pay for performance system is there to reward employees or not reward employees for their performance for that evaluation year. So on the open ranges, we look at what's called benchmark positions, and we survey the 17 cities that I had showed earlier. We've got 48 positions, which we call benchmark positions, and these are going to be positions that are common from one city to the next. So we're wanting to compare kind of apples to apples when we're looking at where their salaries are at, where their pay grades are at. So we base the survey based on the midpoints of other cities' pay grades. So we would be looking at, in this case, using the example of the secretary, we'd be looking at other cities and where the midpoint is of their position and comparing it, putting it all together and coming up with an average. And based on that, we can see are our midpoints ahead of the market, below the market, where they stand compared to the other cities. So an example of a pay range adjustment using the secretary position. So this individual has a salary of about $41,000. You'll see that their salary is right within the pay range, between the minimum and the maximum. So if we were to do a pay range adjustment to keep the salaries competitive of about 3%, you'll see that the minimums move, the maximums move, but the salary doesn't move. So there's two parts of this. There's the performance increase where the employee's salary is adjusted for performance, and then there's an adjustment to the pay range to make sure that our salaries, we're able to go out and attract employees and that our salaries are competitive. So I'm about to go to public safety. Any questions on an open range? Okay. So let's talk about public safety. So this current year, this is just a reminder of what we did as far as sworn police and fire. Police were given a 4% range adjustment to all of the ranks. We did eliminate tenure steps for the police officer, as well as we provided a step increase in April. And then all other ranks received a step increase in April. Sworn fire, 4% increase to all the ranks. Firefighters got a new rank structure. I'm going to show an example of what this looks like. We eliminated the tenure steps, provided step increases in April. And then also in April, we added a third step to the driver engineer. And all other ranks got a step increase. So this is an example of what we currently did this year as kind of a reminder. So using an example of a 9-year officer, this individual who'd been here 9 years was placed in step 5. So you'll see that the step plan has individual steps which employees go to, one step to the next. There's as opposed to an open range where employees can move freely within that open range. This individual, a 9-year officer, would have been at step 5. And so we had tenured steps last year, which employees typically, if you come in as a cadet, then you become a recruit and you work your way up to the top of the range. Once you were here for about 8 years, you went to step 5, you stayed at this step for 2 years, and then you transitioned to step 6. So that was this example that was given last year. So when we adjusted the ranges in October of last year, that 4% range adjustment, you can see this individual stayed on step 5. However, with the 4% adjustment, the salary did actually increase. And so April came along, and this individual, since we provide step increases for public safety, this individual went from step 5 to step 6 in April. One distinction between general government employees and public safety employees is general government employees, our reviews are all done in October. So that coincides with our fiscal year. A difference between, that's different than public safety, where their performance merit increase is April of each year. So they're not the same. So I did just want to point that out as to why you're seeing an April performance increase. I would like to point out too that employees, police and fire, sworn employees, they also have to meet expectations before they're moved up an additional step. So there is not an automatic increase. It's not a fully tenured-based system just because you've been here another year that you get to move to another step. They also have to meet a performance expectation before they moved up to that next step.
So are steps considered reviews?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So when I say step increase, there's a review that goes along with it. If they meet the expectations, they move to the next step. So looking at the market for public safety employees is a little bit different than on the general government side. We look at, as well as most other cities look at, or their comparisons are done on the maximum or that top step of the pay plan. So that's what we do. This is a history of how police officer salary or pay ranges have moved that top step going back to 2018. So our step plan for police and fire has 6 steps. There are some cities that have 4 steps. There are some cities that have 8 steps. There are some cities, you're not going to see too many cities get beyond 12 steps, but we're all looking at that top step, whatever the number of steps there are. And you can see this last year when we did our survey that the police officers' ranges moved about 4.5% compared to previous years. Up to before, a little bit after COVID, it was around 3% was probably the average. The COVID year was 1%. There was some significant movement in the market in 2023. You can see the ranges moved about 7.5% for police officers that year. So this is the police officer movement of their ranges. This is fire. You can see fire, the trend is, for the firefighter, the trend is typically the same. However, when we looked at this year's survey, the fire movement, the ranges moved about 5%. Police 4.5%, fire 5%. So rather than use benchmark positions to determine range movement for public safety, we actually look at all the different ranks, because typically a police officer from one city to the next is going to be very similar. Sergeant, lieutenant, very similar, maybe some minor differences, but typically is going to be the same. And you can see that on the police officer, we're a little bit ahead of the market compared to the other ranks. And police department a little bit behind. Fire driver, engineer a little bit ahead and a little bit behind with the other ranks. So that's not unusual. To see kind of that disparity among the ranks. So that's what the survey information showed us this year. Looking at what the survey did, or survey information showed us last year, you can see as far as comparison with the market, we made some improvements in some of the ranks, about the same with police. You can see on the firefighter, fire driver, engineer, we're able to make a little bit of an improvement there. Pretty much improvement overall. This year's survey results compared to last year's survey results. So this slide is important because this kind of shows us where we are at compared to the market or those 17 cities. And this is something that council has adopted. It's for years, is that we attempt to be within what we call the market average compared to other cities. And for us, this market average is kind of this yellow box. So you can see the cities, when we're looking against the maximums, you can see the cities that are kind of lagging in our market, and you can see the cities that are kind of leading in the market. But this is the area, this is the market average that we try to achieve. This is where we were at last year when I was making the presentation to the city council. So this year, this is the results, and you can see we're still kind of within that market average. There have been years in the past, where we have been outside of this box, and council has made attempts to address it. Perhaps we would do an adjustment in October, and then we would do another adjustment in April. So we have had years where we did multiple adjustments. So you can see that we're still within the market average. And then down here, what I've listed is you can see what the other cities did this past year as far as moving their pay ranges. So how much did they move? You can see the Colony, they adjusted their ranges 10% for police officer. Allen adjusted their 7%, Coppell 10%. So you can kind of see what the other cities are doing, and they all have different reasons for making for adjusting the ranges that they did. But this kind of gives us an idea of what other cities are doing. We adjusted our ranges on the police officer side 4%. So this is police officer. We do the same thing for firefighter. This is where we were at this time last year for firefighter. Again, we were within that market average. And this year, you can see, again, still within the market average for firefighter. Look at some of the other cities. Bedford looks like they made a pretty good adjustment. Hearst did, the Colony, Coppell. So, yes, Mayor.
So this kind of what I said last year after I saw the other one and saying how we approached it at the school district is that we targeted our, what you would say, kind of target cities or target school districts close by. We had our 6. And we always said what you wanted to present back to us at the school district was we wanted to kind of stay in the middle of our target. We don't want to be at the top. We don't want it to be at the bottom. And we know it's always moving. I mean, we're at a little better timing here than we are with the schools because schools are all waiting for certified values before they do anything because of how the legislature works for their funding. But I think I think you achieved what we talked about last year is saying, let's pick our target and let's kind of stay in the middle of our target because then it's a cultural issue. I believe it's a cultural issue beyond money. If people like where they are, they're happier and, who's leading the charge and what's the vision and the direction, and the kind of honesty, fairness, openness. One thing that goes with that, and not the point I was actually getting to, but, college recruiting before it was just about money, always gave recruits social media negative people that are alumni, posts from those other schools to say, you don't want to go there. The alumni's too mean or whatever. And of course it's, psyops all the time, right? Because you're trying to get the player to come there. Do cities do that same thing? Because I would say, when you look out there and see people that post really negative all the time, and a lot of times, in my opinion, for fabricated reasons, do you think that negatively impacts too? And do you do the same? Do you send the negative comments from the other cities?
There's no message board necessarily out there specifically for that. As far as go work for this city, don't work for this city, the environment's like this over there. There's not. I guess probably Glassdoor, would be one. Yeah. But I would say that there's a lot of information on cities that potential employees can go and find on the internet and kind of do research for themselves, maybe unlike the private sector. We record meetings. Everything is out there. So potential employees do their research before they look at hiring for a city. So I don't know if that might have something to do with it because we have so much information out there already that they can go find as opposed to try for somebody, just some miscellaneous person posting something out there. But yes, people do their research.
People, it's all out there, right, for anyone to see. So they can do our research on our community, on how our council meetings go, on various social media posts. They can look at our Facebook and social media pages and see how people comment. But I think the biggest determining factor when folks are considering at least a job with another city and not just an entire career change is going to be how that internal culture is. And I'm just going to go on the record as saying we absolutely do not talk negatively about other cities that are trying to hire away our people.
Neither do schools in that same vein. They just point them in the direction to let the others do it for them.
Okay. Okay, so that's firefighters. So looking at the recommendation, I have a comparison of the survey results. So we are recommending an October range adjustment of 3%, and then just a normal step increase April of 26. I do want to point out, so similar to the feedback that Paulette has been receiving from her city manager group, from kind of the HR group, I am anticipating the police and fire market to move probably next year about 3%. So if you look at the trend, so we're probably looking at about another 3 or 4%. So I do anticipate we'll kind of be able to maintain our position in the market for next year with this 3% range adjustment and the step increase in April. So what does that look like actually to an employee? So I want to use an example of a 5-year police officer. So September of this year, this individual will be at step 5. When we adjust ranges, they'll continue to remain at step 5. However, that 3% adjustment, that range, that pay will move. And then come April, with the successful performance evaluation, meets expectations, they will move to step 6. So that's what police will look like. Fire, again, example, step 5, employee 3% range adjustment. Pay will increase come October, and then they'll move to step 6 in April. So the last slide, we've talked about what pay ranges look like from both the general government side and the sworn side. So I kind of want to look at high level what salaries look like. And so we've taken actual salaries here and kind of grouped them in salary ranges. So you'll see on the sworn side, these are our sworn police, fire. You can see almost 60% of our sworn police and fire earn over $100,000. You've got 55% of our general government employees earn below $60,000. So you can kind of see the difference here where the actual pay is of our employees as opposed to just looking at a pay range. So this is always, I think, good information to kind of look at and review. So before I move to health insurance, are there any other questions regarding pay?
Hey, Patrick, good presentation so far. So a couple of things. Getting back to dispatcher, seems like we're always behind in dispatching. Is our benchmark cities, are they have similar challenges, or what's up with that?
They do typically, and I'll let Chief also respond. But yeah, my experience is that they do. Dispatcher has always kind of historically been a position that we continuously have vacancies. We've done things in the past as far as signing bonuses. We've pulled our dispatcher and our detention officers outside of the general services pay plan. We've put them in the public safety pay plan to give us some more flexibility as far as adjusting ranges when we've needed to. It's a very unique position. I don't know, Chief, if you want to address that too.
Absolutely. Two things that I would say when it comes to dispatchers. One, and I'll point the finger inward at police administration, and have been very transparent about my belief that we have always, to some level, underserved that group of people. Dispatchers are a unique group, and they come in and work silently, and they're working behind the scenes, and they get the job done. And if you're not careful, they're sight unseen. And so I think that we were guilty of not taking care of them and progressing our care of them through the years. That's something that we have to own, and we have made significant strides in improving that. Significant. The other thing that I would say is that when we went into the shared service program, that's something that has been extremely valuable from a service delivery standpoint to our city, as well as our surrounding neighboring cities that are involved in that, as well as a tax savings, very efficient in that regard. But it's my opinion that, and probably some of it was just in that reality that we were not fully focused on their working conditions. I think we understaffed that center to begin with. And so that is something that we have been studying over the past few years, and we've been recognizing that in order to do what they need to do, in order for them to have good working conditions, we need to elevate that staffing. But it's a challenge to recognize that, hey, we are somewhat understaffed, and now we need to make up those grounds. So two different issues, I would say.
So just to add to that, remember that our dispatchers are dispatching for 4 cities. And so right off the bat, their jobs are even more difficult than a regular dispatcher who dispatches for 1 city, which is already a hard job. And so we've kind of taken that into account, as well as we've looked at their pay and working conditions over the last few years. We're still short-staffed in our existing staffing numbers by how many? 3? And so, so the decision to add 1, we're going to work to get up to full staff, and then plus that 1. We've also asked for assistance with our shared services cities on the recruitment for those positions. So they have committed to helping us by sharing those postings on their websites as well. And then just together with the shared services cities, we will undergo a process of maybe rebranding the dispatch center so that it's clear that you're dispatching for 4 cities. So in a positive way. So those are kind of some efforts we're making together as the group, and assisting and filling our dispatch positions.
Good. Thank you. Patrick, also a couple other things. The 4896 for firefighter shifts, have we seen any significant? I mean, do we go out there and advertise that, or has that been positive in recruiting?
From what I can tell, it has been positive. I think as far as the group of cities in this area, we were kind of the last one to adopt that 4896. I don't know, Chief Tenney, if you have any thoughts.
The only thing I would add there, just kind of remind everybody, out of the NEFTA group anyway, the 14, 15 cities now that we're associated with, we were, us and Southlake were the only departments not running 4896. So it was very sought after by our members. They felt like it's been well received. It's a hard thing to measure. I mean, we couldn't measure before how many candidates we didn't get because we weren't 4896, because we can't measure who's not applying, right? And, but we did consistently ask the candidates, is 4896 or 2448 a deciding factor for you applying here? And I never had anybody say, hey, yeah, this is the sole reason I'm applying here. So it's just a hard thing to measure. I can tell you that it's like Patrick already mentioned, our turnover rate is down. I don't know that it's completely a factor of 4896, but we're in a good place right now. We're fully staffed and have been fully staffed. I have only had 1 leave this year. Our average is nearly 7 a year. So we're in a good place. But 4896, if you ask the majority of the people out there, they're very happy with it.
Good. Thanks, Chief. Then just last thing, Patrick, just wanted to compliment you all on the one slide you have. I think it's really powerful, pretty awesome on the retention and promotion from within. So I think that says a lot. It gets back into the retention and other things. So fantastic job on the
thank you. The directors, do a good job of kind of succession planning and having people be able to step up to the plate if something were to happen. So, thank you.
Patrick, real quick, how many total dispatchers do we want to have?
I'm gonna have to rely on Jeff for that one.
What is it? We got 21 now. I think we're looking to go to 25.
Okay,
going by memory. 25.
And then the budget presumably accounts for a fully staffed operation, right?
Correct.
Which you never really are, but it would ideally it includes. So you have annual savings because you're not always fully employed. Yeah. Okay,
correct.
Thank you.
Off question. Do they work full 5 days, 7 days? Do they work 3 on, 2 off, or is it a flexible schedule? Because I know the job is very stressful.
Yeah, absolutely. Dispatch is unique right now. They work a 10-hour schedule, and they work. They have 7 different shifts that they work across because of the staffing levels and the need to staff for the busy times. We have that broken up. So there are times in the slower times where their staffing goes down significantly. During the busier times, their staffing goes up. So that is one of the unique things with dispatch. Is because of that level of staffing, we don't staff a traditional format. That's something I think that we would like to get to because there is value in having that number of people regardless of the time. We might be understaffed at a certain point because traditionally we recognize that the call load is less, but that might be also the time that we have a critical incident. So we want to get to consistent staffing, but right now to have the adequate coverage that we do, we break them up into 7 different shifts.
Quick question.
about dispatching here. Because they're serving 4 cities, do the other cities also help pay their salary? Or is it 100% us?
No, absolutely. It's our communications budget is viewed as a shared service.
Okay.
And so that is split, I start to say evenly, not evenly, but proportionally across each city. So we look at the call load, for example, for communications, we look at each city's call load and we identify that percentage of the total call load, and that's the percentage that they pay of the shared service of the communications budget.
Okay, and have we asked other cities to pitch in a little more? If that, I understand it's the nature of the job too, but maybe something for more attracting.
We're definitely in close communication on all these things with the other cities and ways to ensure that we're providing the best performance possible, the best service possible, and also providing adequate compensation and things of that nature.
Cool. That last thing, for the fire chief, just FYI, when you chit chat with firefighters, like at the store, they're picking up, they'll gladly tell you they love their new schedule. Just FYI, they voluntarily have told me, so it's a positive.
Doesn't the budget work for the dispatchers? So basically, you just take the budget and then divide it up proportionally. So it doesn't matter if we add bodies, they automatically are paying for them. So that's
Yeah. So just to add a little bit more to that question about asking our shared services to pay more, I think if you ask, we've changed the model over the last year and a half in terms of how we run shared services. And now the city managers of all those cities are more involved in the discussions on the budget. And part of that reason is because we have clearly let them know that we are not in a position to absorb as many of the costs as we used to just absorb previously. And they get it because they're in the same situation we are with revenue constraints and all of that. So what that means is they've seen what they pay in go up largely because some of the cities' call volumes, arrests and all that things have gone up, and that's how we determine what they pay. So it's not necessarily by position, but their rates go up. I will say that in the past, we've probably absorbed a little more than what we should have in the shared services because we own it. That conversation is ongoing of we're not gonna charge you more than your share, but we're also not gonna absorb more than our share.
So historically, we were picking up the tab a little more than we should have.
Probably, yes.
Okay. And obvious last question. And every city pays the proportion of like the size of the city and things of that nature, right?
Well, it's not based on population. It's really based on call activity, arrests, and that kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that's jail also.
Yes, it includes detention and dispatch. Right.
Yeah. Council, if I could provide just a little bit of additional context there. For dispatch, those costs are distributed based off of call volume into the dispatch center. NRH is responsible for just over 47% of total dispatch costs, with the remainder covered by the other shared services cities. And then on the detention side, again, that's driven by actual use of the detention center. NRH is responsible for 44% of that cost, with the remainder shared amongst the other cities.
Anybody else? Thank you, Patrick.
Okay, transition to health insurance. Just a few slides on health insurance. Just a reminder of what we did this year. This fiscal year, we did provide last September employees a premium holiday due to claims experience. No increase to city allocation for employer dependent cost. As well as January 1, which is the beginning of our plan year, no increase to employee premiums or plan design changes. These are the 3 plans that we have, and you can kind of see the distribution as far as participation. We have a couple of high deductible plans, the HRA and the HSA. HSA is fairly recent. We introduced that about 3 years ago, and we continue to see and push for employees participating in the HSA. This slide is a slide that this is information that we pay attention to. This slide shows is a comparison of where we budgeted each year as far as our total health insurance costs compared to where we ended up in at the end of the year. So this green line is the actual line. So these were our actual costs related to what we had budgeted, which is the blue line. And you can see that we are self-insured. So we don't buy a fully insured product from one of the large carriers, but we do self-insure. We have about roughly 1,600 participants on our plan. That includes employees and dependents. You can see it's cyclical. There are times in which our plan has good claims experience. We come in under budget. We come in over budget. You can see this period here, things started to improve as far as claims experience. And why I want to spend just a second talking about this is this was the time in which we changed our retiree health insurance plan. So we really tightened up the eligibility for those employees who were approaching retirement and being able to be eligible for our retiree health insurance plan. So we already kind of saw, we implemented that in 2018. So we already kind of saw a decrease or an impact to our plan on that. And then COVID hit and things pretty much shut down. So we were able to accumulate a significant number of reserves during this time. So we're starting to kind of what I would say return back to kind of a normal trend. Where as this year, however, there is kind of an anomaly, which I do want to point out when you see this spike. So we did have one claim this year that exceeded $3 million. So you're going to see that's going to account for that spike. So I do want to point out though too that yes, that was a very large claim. However, we do purchase individual stop loss insurance to protect ourselves from a large claim like that. So we were only responsible for the first $150,000. We purchase insurance that pays the amount above that. So yes, that was a large claim, big impact, but we do have insurance that paid the majority of that claim. We also have stop loss insurance on an aggregate level. So if our claims exceed a large amount, if we have small claims that exceeds a large amount based on what the insurance carrier thinks our expected claims are going to be, then our total losses for any given year is capped at a certain amount and insurance would kick in after that. So we do have protection against really, high claims years in aggregate or significant or individual significant claims. So this is a look at kind of our large claims compared going back a few years. And you can see this year we're setting at about 6.3 million right now. But again, over 3 million of that is related to just one claim. So if you were to back that claim out, and I would consider that an anomaly. I've been doing this over 30 some odd years. The largest claim that I have ever seen is about $800,000 in my years. So $3 million is I think an anomaly. So this year we do anticipate ending under budget because we're going to get revenue back from the stop loss carrier for that large claim. We're going to be getting revenue, so you are going to see that come in, and we are also proposing that we do another premium holiday for employees in September of this year. No dental health insurance premiums, and the impact to employees for would be roughly $259 in premium savings. So, due to kind of where we're ending up this year, as well as the reserves that we have in place, we would propose doing another premium holiday in September. Going forward, as Paulette mentioned, there's no increase to city allocation or employee dependent costs. No premium increases at the beginning of our plan year or plan design changes. And we are, to achieve this, we are proposing partial funding from the self-insurance fund reserve account for next year. I would say that if you go back and you look at that trend line, I would anticipate that we might need to be looking at some changes in future years, but that's what we're proposing for this year. And any questions regarding health insurance? Yes, Mayor.
Is your TPA UMR?
No, the TPA is UHC.
UHC.
Yeah,
they own UMR as their TPA.
Okay.
So is that who does? I mean, it'll say.
Yeah, our reps are with UHC, but it could be subsidiary.
That does a subsidiary. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious because they have a couple of them that they go out to. Is your stop loss reserves? Do they manage who manages your stop loss reserves?
We do.
You have those. You do.
We do. Uh-huh.
You have those too on that side of it, but they pay Did they increase your premium? The stop
So
loss
when we went
people?
out to bid, well, we got to bid each year for stop loss.
Yeah.
And now we don't have the quotes for next year yet for 2026. Our health insurance advisors are anticipating a pretty sizable increase. We're going to look at if there's some things that we can do with that one claim. We don't anticipate future costs related to that claim. So we think that is pretty much done and behind us, but we would anticipate an increase in our stop loss coverage for next year.
Who's your current carrier for stop loss? Do you know?
UHC.
Is it UHC also? Oh, so
yes.
they handle stop loss?
Yes.
Okay. They may look at it as an anomaly and then
We hope.
take it out as a large claim one time.
Yeah.
Otherwise, a competition will.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We bid it each year
UHC.
because the volatility. But
Okay. Thanks.
I'd like to applaud the premium holiday because I think it's a reminder to the employees. For instance, at our church, we really encouraged our people when they're going to get prescriptions to shop it out. Don't automatically go to a certain place because you might get it cheaper somewhere else. So I really appreciate y'all doing that because that's an incentive on the employees to keep the costs down. They know that they might get rewarded later. So that's great.
yes, you're exactly right. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
Trudy, he used up all your extra time. So, that we do.
Mayor was excited to see that we were running a little ahead, and now we're right on time. So I will see what I can do, though, to help us to get there. So we talked about the legislative session in June. So today, I'm not going to go through all of the bills that have been either passed at the legislature or changes that we've seen. What I am going to do, though, is talk about items that affect us financially in context of our proposed budget. We're going to start with the items that are going to impact us for fiscal year 26, and then we'll cover some that will affect us in years beyond that. So the first thing is, we've already talked about the fact that we've got to look to change our posting for public meetings, but the same bill that requires us to look at that to be 3 days ahead of the day of the meeting, it also now includes a taxpayer impact statement. So there's already disclosures we have to do. This is going to be in addition to those existing disclosures that we have to provide. So for this year's budget, you'll notice that we're going to provide that taxpayer impact statement that's going to talk about the median valued homesteaded property. That is a very specific value that TAD had not even provided to us in the past, but they have included that for our certified information for next year. So this does not mean any of the disclosures that we already do go away. So I do want to sort of give everybody a heads up. There are going to be times where we're talking about the value of a home, and depending on the disclosure, maybe it's the median, maybe it's the average, and those are not the same numbers. And in this case, again, it is median homesteaded value, which could be different than the total average value for a single family home. We've also talked before about the fact that for competitive bidding, that amount is going to change for requirements to go to City Council and sealed bids from $50,000 to $100,000. So I won't spend a lot of time harping on that. There's been a specific definition provided for when we can receive franchise fees. And so under cable and video services, we are eligible to receive franchise fees. The legislature has carved out to specifically say that video or satellite or streaming content is not part of that eligible franchise payment. There's also a requirement for size, font, and language when it comes to ballot initiatives that we are to say up front, included in the ballot language, that anything that taxpayers are considering at that point would in fact be a tax increase. So again, this is a new requirement that the legislature has put into place. We will have to participate once the comptroller establishes a database across the state that provides for disclosure of debt information. So that's something we will have to submit our information to. We're still waiting to have that formalized so that we know who we're submitting and how we're submitting that information. If for any reason an audit is not passed within 6 months of the end of the fiscal year, cities are not able to adopt a tax rate that exceeds the no new revenue tax rate. So that is a new requirement. In terms of impact fees, I bring this up because we do have a project that's been approved where we would look at our impact fees. These are paid by new development, and this is an analysis of how much that new development is going to have literally an impact on our overall infrastructure. For the city of North Richland Hills, we do that for water and also for sewer. Some other cities do it for streets. But this is really ensuring that your system is able to take on the new impact of new development, and also assessing what that is and making sure that that new development participates in any sort of upgrades that need to happen for that connection. So the state is now changing the rules around how you can go about adopting that fee. And so a lot of cities, and North Richland Hills included the last time we did it, would have used their Planning and Zoning Commission to serve as the committee to oversee updating those fees. Those tend to be the groups of people who are most knowledgeable and closest to the issue of development within a community, but that has changed. We can no longer utilize the P&Z to do that. We actually have to create a separate committee, and there are parameters around who would be eligible to serve. That includes 50% of that committee has to be from the real estate development, building industries. And also, we have to have an independent financial audit completed of previous collections of impact fees. So this is not just the regular city audit or the city auditors. This has to be a separate firm who's not been contracted with the city for at least 12 months prior to when we are looking to implement the fee. They've also increased the voting threshold for that is now 2/3 of the governing body. So had been the simple majority, and it's now 2/3. So those are really just process improvements. But as we look to delve into the issue of looking at impact fees, it certainly changes our approach going forward. There are some new requirements regarding first responder presumptions in terms of coverage, what really would be covered under workman's comp and those sort of things. So an issue does not have to happen just in active duty. It actually can happen up to 8 hours after a shift is over. This also extends that definition for first responder to include law enforcement officers in the past that had been looked at as firefighters or emergency medical technicians. We also have an expanded disease benefit for retired first-time responders. So really, now we've really got to make sure that we're providing health plan coverage that is really specific to state regulation. Once someone is retired for health coverage, we certainly offer retirees the option to participate in health coverage now, but the state hadn't weighed in before on what that has to look like specific to firefighters. And so we are going to ensure compliance with that. There are bills that have an impact for us beyond fiscal year 26. We want to make sure that financially you guys are aware of some of those as well. So probably the one that's going to be the biggest consideration for us is this House Bill 9 that increases business personal property exemptions from $2,500 to $125,000. And I know Paulette has spoken to that. We talked about that at the meeting in June as well. We have 1,824 business personal property accounts from our certified roll from the current certified roll. So this is real impact to almost 2,000 accounts in the city of North Richland Hills. When you have a new exemption that is going to impact your overall tax roll, and when you're calculating things like the no new revenue rate, what really happens is that taxes paid goes from one group, which would be commercial businesses, to another group. And that really means residents. Because in terms of the city being able to collect the same dollar as last year, if we're now saying this one group within our tax pool isn't going to pay into that dollar as much, well, who else is going to pick up that tab? So this is going to have a direct impact to how calculations for tax rates are going to work going forward. We don't want that to be a surprise to our city council as we think about our longer term tax rate. There's also requirements for us as an employer to provide periodic cancer screenings for firefighters. This is very, very prescriptive. I've highlighted in blue here what some of the items are that are included in the types of screenings and tests that we have to provide. So again, this is a first for the legislature to really outline really, really specific things that we need to be sure to provide. We're happy to do it. We understand that it's important for our firefighters, but that is a new expense that we're going going to end up needing to take on. This is not just something we do once. These are screenings that we're going to have to provide to firefighters on a periodic basis.
Trudy, can I?
Yes, sir.
Quick, do we not do annual physicals on the police and fire both already?
We do provide now an annual physical exam. We have been modifying that over the last year or so. We've been looking more so into our firefighters sort of had one way they were doing it. Police had a different way. We're looking to merge that into a standard that would be used for both sides of the house. But because this is really specific and is now prescribed by the state, we also have to go back and make sure that we are complying with this. The chest x-rays, for example, wouldn't normally be something that we would do when we're doing certain types of exams. And so now that the state has weighed in on what we need to do, we're having to update this. We think for fiscal year 26, based on how often we have to do these different screenings, it could be about $15,000, which isn't huge for us. But the reason it's not huge for us is because we had already been providing something. So we're not going from zero to this full compliance. We're going from what we already do to making sure that we comply with the new additions.
So would we not do this for both police and fire since both of them have such stressful jobs?
Yeah, so what we did over this last year and a half or so, when Trudy talked about making sure that because the firefighter physicals and things are also already pretty prescriptive because of the jobs that they do and the environments that they find themselves in. The police and fire both went to the same physical exam and fitness, and it includes now on both sides of the house a body scan, a life scan type situation. So one of the things we're having to do is figure out what of these prescriptive things listed in the new legislation is already covered technically by that scan that we already do. And that's just a little bit difficult because they've come in and made it so prescriptive. So we were already going above and beyond on what the requirements are for our first responders. And now we're having to figure out, there's going to be some additional costs, we know, because some of it isn't going to be technically met with what we do now, but we're trying to figure out what that is going to be. So, but this is an example again of an unfunded mandate. I guess I'm going to call it the new age of unfunded mandates. It might not appear that it would cost us any more money, but it will. We just are trying to figure out what that will be. So.
The second item listed here has to do with the calculation of the portion of the tax rate that funds debt service. This really just says that we can only adopt a debt service rate that would fund the minimum amount for the next year's debt service payment. So we couldn't include prepayments or other sort of things that could save interest to the city going forward if we were to do it. But it isn't allowed in terms of that net calculation.
So I'm going to rephrase that just a little bit so everybody follows closely. We actually can't pay down debt with extra money that we would have had and save money. Birdville lived off of this for being able to do it. Instead of being, if you had any extra money, you could immediately take it and pay down debt. This is truly a silly House bill, because it is one of those things that really handcuffs you from a calculation perspective.
And I'll just add that the city had done that previously for years. In fact, we had a sort of what we actually called it a pay as you go debt program, and in the last few years, this has already been a thing, and then they just strengthened it through this legislation. But we really, like the mayor said, we aren't allowed to use our extra cash to pay down debt anymore. So,
and just making one quick more point. Obviously, you paid down the high interest rate. If there was a spike at one time, those are the ones you targeted, was getting, that higher interest one off the books so you could be focused on the lower. And then you reissue bonds at a lower interest rate later. But now you can't do that.
I think we can all appreciate that it's timely for the legislature to have looked at disasters and how those impact the overall tax rate. Excuse me. So there have been some changes that have been adopted regarding this. The voter approval rate is able to factor in disasters and the expense that any taxing entity has incurred as a result of a disaster happening in their area. However, the legislature has really looked at this as being qualified to get this additional revenue, that it really has to use the disaster relief rate that accounts for the amount of that taxing entity's share of the cost. So it's not like a projection for costs going forward. It is based on what you've incurred. And it also is looking at the parameters where you become eligible for that. So just want to make sure that folks are aware. The special session is underway that started on July the 21st. And unlike regular session where there are set dates for when bills have to be filed, the special session allows for bills to be filed at any time. There have certainly been several underway. This list shows you all of Governor Abbott's agenda items. All bills filed have to meet at least one of these agenda items. I've highlighted in blue the ones that really impact cities. The first one is to cut property taxes. That is how it's worded. And that he's looking for legislation that reduces the property tax burden and legislation imposing spending limits. Also, a ban on taxpayer-funded lobbying. And the notation there is that legislation prohibiting taxpayer-funded lobbying, including the use of tax dollars to hire lobbyists, and then also regarding police personnel records, legislation that protects law enforcement officers from public disclosure of unsubstantiated complaints. Again, there's 18 total agenda items that have been filed, and 3 of them directly impact cities.
Can I get clarification on that one? If you have it, I mean, I know it's a moving target. It passed the Senate yesterday, the taxpayer-funded lobbying one. But within that, if you go down to Austin and spend over $800, that you're considered a lobbyist at that point. Isn't that what was in that bill?
I believe so. And so from the governor's standpoint, he's using the word lobbyist, but what we see from a lot of the bills that have been filed is the term community advocacy. So they're really wanting to have a broad stroke to say it isn't always if you've hired someone specifically to do the work. It's really about providing feedback and attempting to really discuss with our legislatures at the state level. And how do you do that? What expenses do you incur as a result of doing that? So on and so forth. So it is very broad, very broad.
Yeah, very restrictive, actually, would be the word. I'll wait for that lawsuit.
There certainly isn't the same that exists for the private industry. So I'm not going to go through every single bill, but I will say a lot of bills have been filed already. And I've pulled out a couple here that I want to be sure to highlight. So the first one, the mayor spoke to this earlier, that, we were fortunate that Mayor McCarty did weigh in and provide a letter to address this particular bill that had to do with expenditure limitations. There's also this morning at 9 a.m. is when it started, a hearing going on about a bill that was just filed on Wednesday that would change the calculation of the voter approval rate from a 3.5% cap to a 2.5% cap. And so while we're not recommending that for next fiscal year that the city council adopt the voter approval rate, the truth is the way that taxes are calculated one year to the next, your available rate for the next year is contingent upon your rate this year. So it compounds and compresses on itself. And so the lower the rate is you adopt one year, it kind of sort of forces your rate for the next year. And so for cities to have a change in what would be eligible for them, regardless of expenses. So for a city who saw health insurance costs skyrocket, for a city who had significant infrastructure improvements they had to do, for a city who has aging infrastructure, when you really think about the nuances of what a city is responsible for funding, to say that there would be now a cap on that of 2.5% down from 3.5%. That is significant and certainly impacts cities in real dollars. And as Paulette shared earlier, for our community for next year, it's a net impact of $9.69 for a taxpayer for an individual home. But when you look at that across the whole city, it's about $250,000. And so when you convert those dollars into services being provided, it certainly is significant. And again, the others are really just lists of bills that have been filed. You can see that they are voluminous, and they also have lots of touch on things like, quote, community advocacy, i.e. lobbying, and also on tax rates and how taxing entities such as cities go about the process of adopting those rates and expenditure limits. And so we're going to get into, as we talk about our certified roll and our property tax rate, we're more than a tax rate, right? That's one thing that we have to adopt, but it is a significant revenue for the city. So I don't know what the reward is for buying us 20 minutes, but I just did that. And I'm happy to take
We
any
like
questions.
you better now. But, does anybody have any questions? Okay, hold on. Let me get back over here to my sheet of paper. Let's take a recess. What about until 10:30? Let's do a 10-minute. I think that'll be good, and then we'll come back in here. I recessed right now at 10:20.
About how anything that's new construction is going to roll on to our tax roll as being eligible for 100% of that value that would be subject to taxation in that next year. So that's sitting at about $100 million for the city for this past year. And we also have a tax increment financing district. And so I want to be sure to point out that that area has grown as well. And so the total values for the TIF sit at about $109 million in value. So breaking down our estimated net taxable value, there's really three buckets to consider. Of course, we've got certified, but these other three buckets speak to how we do those projections. This is something that TAD provides to us. So the first bucket has to do with the properties that are under protest. Total amount on that is about $106 million, and the estimated minimum value is at $65 million. You can see there is a significant difference between what's the minimum amount we could get, where that could settle out, and where what that total value is today. So those are for items that are sitting with the appraisal review board. Incomplete properties, total value is at $27.6 million, and the minimum for that is $5.2. Again, you'll notice that there's a pretty big difference between the minimum that could happen once those are settled, and also what the total value is right now on the books. And then we've got some in process. The distance there is pretty small, $1.1 million in total value versus a little over $1 million in estimated net taxable value. So if we do some comparisons from last year, appraised values are up 2.4%. Our estimated net taxable is up 2.1%. So we had been bracing for us to either be flat or even possibly a little less than last year. So we were excited to see that we ended up in a net positive position. That was mostly driven by new construction. So even when we do a comparison of last year's new construction versus this year's, all new construction helps in terms of total increase to the values. We did see a reduction in our average single family market values. Again, we talked about that a little bit last time. So we saw a reduction of about 14,000 or 3.8%. We also saw a slight increase on appraised value, but we did see a slight decrease on our taxable values. We assess taxes only on taxable value. So that bottom number there of that 0.1% decrease is where we stand in terms of our average for single family homes. And we'll talk about why that's so important in just a minute. So by category, you can see that residential overall did have an increase of 0.5%. Commercial was up 2.9%. Industrial was up 6.1%. Minerals ended up being down. There had been discussion with Tad about mineral values going up. By the time it was all settled out for the city of North Richland Hills, those did go down about 14.8%. And we saw a very, very slight change in agriculture. This slide speaks to why that residential single family taxable value being slightly lower than last year is such a big deal for us. When we look at our total makeup of properties in the city of North Richland Hills, 66% of our properties, of our values, are sitting in residential, with 33% in commercial and another 1% being all others. That's going to be your industrial and also mineral values. So any changes on that single family side is something that's going to directly impact how we are doing our tax rate calculations. And so again, just making sure that we've got same definition for the components here for for market. That's going to be the value established by TAD for how much a home should sell in the open market. Your appraised is going to be sort of any values less appraisal caps. So you'll know for homesteaded properties, for example, those can't go up more than 10% from one year to the next. And also looking at taxable values, which is going to then factor in appraised values. It's going to factor in exemptions and also tax ceilings. This chart we do every year. It really just provides a synthesis of what is in the tax roll that shows where the prices are for range in single family homes in the city of North Richland Hills. We did see some fluctuation in some of our numbers. Certainly, that sort of, 0 to basically 100,000 box is certainly very low. We would expect that. But the biggest area we see here is between that 300,000 and 400,000. That's where we've got the majority of homes valued in terms of market. We've also got, it's pretty close in the $200,000 to $300,000 range as well. We are seeing growth in the 600,000 plus and also in the 500,000 to 600,000 boxes as well compared to last year. So we'll spend just a few minutes talking about tax ceilings. So first, the city offers an exemption of $36,000 and also a tax ceiling for seniors, as well as for disabled people. Property owners do not pay more in property tax unless they purchase a new home, which I know that was a question at the last meeting, and also if they have any sort of additions to their existing home. So that ceiling has to do with the property as it stands at the time of someone being eligible for these exemptions. This year, 414 new senior exemptions came onto the roll. We also had 6 new disabled persons exemptions. I didn't double count those. We have some people who are falling under the disabled and over 65. So we didn't double count. So if they are falling under any sort of senior exemption, they're counted at 414. The disabled persons are just people who are filing for the disabled. And again, these are increases over last year. So we talked last time about how we're seeing a trend in terms of the overall net increase in our senior and disabled exemptions. We do think within 5 years, about almost 40% of our residential values could be sitting under some sort of cap and also ceiling. By the numbers, our total number of residential accounts with the senior tax ceiling for this year is at 6,836. So that's 30.6%. When we add to that the total number of disabled person ceilings, we typically add them together. And so that's how we get that 31.4%. But if we kind of break those down just so you see how much is disabled and how much is going to be seniors, that's what that number is. We're sitting at $1.7 billion in taxable frozen value. And For this year, a little over $6 million is included in terms of revenue on our certified roll for the year. And so what that means is this is value cumulative over time. So it's not just what became eligible this year, but it's saying how much of your tax roll is just subject to being frozen. And frozen means it's a dollar revenue amount. It is not subject to the tax rate. It is not subject to values or any other calculation. So we have to account for this as a dollar amount, separate from our other calculations, because those amounts don't change regardless of our rates or our values.
So if one was frozen 20 years ago because they turned 65, 20, it's that value that's on there?
It is still, as long as that person's still eligible and that property hasn't had changes, it is still whatever that value was from 20 years ago. That is it. That dollar amount is just rolling forward every single year.
Okay.
Last year, we were at about 5.5 million. And this year now we're at 6.1 million. So that number is just steadily increasing over time. Senior and disabled exemptions are not required to look one way. So we do comparisons to some other cities to see where we stand. You can see us highlighted here in blue. First column is going to show what we offer in terms of homestead. The most you can offer is 20%. That's the most the state will allow you. And then for the over 65 and disabled, you can see what those exemptions are as well. So these are going to be in dollar amounts. Again, as we talked about last time, this is something that is cumulative. So if someone's eligible for the homestead, they would get that 20%, and then they'd be eligible for additional exemptions on top of that. And those are going to be in flat dollar amounts, as well as hitting a ceiling. So the first time someone turns 65, not only are they going to get that $36,000 exemption, they're also going to hit their ceiling, including that $36,000 discount for their exemption. And finally, we have our collection rates that are included in how we have to calculate our truth in taxation. One of the things that drives our calculations for our tax rate has to do with what the county calls an excess debt collection. We've spent quite some time over the last year, because we've certainly seen this number ebb and flow over time. We spent a lot of concerted effort to make sure we were in good communication with the county to understand how they go about these calculations. We adopt our budget for the fiscal year, so October 1st through September the 30th. But when Tarrant County does our collections and they're looking at this excess collection, they're doing this on a calendar year basis, January the 1st through December 31st. And because they're doing that on a calendar year, and we are adopting our tax rate and our budget on a fiscal year, we're always going to be just a little bit out of sorts. There's going to be a little bit of a reconciliation that has to happen here. The other thing that Tarrant County does in factoring in this rate is they're looking at a percentage of total taxes paid. And based on that total percentage, as a result of the total tax rate we adopted and the percentage of that tax rate that would go towards taxes, they look to see, did you happen to collect more in total taxes paid than what is showing for how much we expected you to bring in? Again, they're on calendar year, we're on fiscal year. So when we have things like senior payments come in, for example, well, that's a cash amount to us. I cannot subject that to my tax rate calculation because it's a dollar cash amount. So when folks make those payments, that would be an example of something where Tarrant County is probably going to look at that as an excess payment on the debt side, because they're doing a calculation that says, well, if 30% of that was for debt, then we're going to count that on that debt side. So we are in a better position to anticipate how they're going about that calculation. And so that feeds into next year how we're doing some of our budgeting when it comes to our tax rate distribution. But nonetheless, when we go through our TNT, this $1.4 million you will see is sitting on our TNT as an excess collection amount that Tarrant County provides. We have to put on our TNT, and that does affect how much we can have on our INS side of the house for our tax rate for next year. So there's a direct correlation between what they're saying is excess from previous year and how much we can adopt in the next year for our rates. And with that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just going to point out on that number, that's what the mayor was referring to earlier, and I was referring to earlier, is that's what we mean when we say we can't put excess cash now towards paying down debt. That changed, I think, the session before this last regular session. but it largely flew under the radar because we only began to see the impact of it as we were as the comptroller was asking us for our excess debt collection amount. And so now, used to, you could plug in, you could actually, on the truth and taxation calculation forms of old, you used to be able to plug in a debt number, subtracting what you were going to be able to use from your fund balance in your debt service fund, which is how you paid excess cash towards debt, right? So it helped lower your tax rate. But now, instead of that, you have to report excess debt collection, which would have been, we would have before subtracted it from our total debt payment on the form, but now we have to report it as extra. So that just, again, I know that's a little bit weedy, but that helps you understand how these decisions impact our ability to be fiscally prudent in some situations and keep the tax rate low for our residents.
Before we move on to the property tax rate, do we have any questions about certified roll? Okay. All right, we're rolling. All right, so when we look at the current fiscal year, so fiscal year 25, and we look at that in terms of the total tax rate for citizens of North Richland Hills, those who live in Birdville ISD, have about a $2.17 total tax rate. Those who live in Keller ISD have about a $2.06 total tax rate. We've talked about this last time and we'll continue to confirm that the school districts, when someone pays their property tax bill, the school district certainly has a larger share than the other taxing entities. And so for the city of North Richland Hills for the current fiscal year, that's about 22%. The state has approved a bill that will be on the November 5th ballot. Many of you may have already heard about this. It's not directly tied into cities, but I do want to make sure that I bring this up. This bill would increase the existing homestead exemptions for school values from $100,000 to $140,000. So to have appraised values now have an additional exemption that would increase that by about $40,000. What it really means is, regardless of what rate we adopt for next year, the overall tax bill for businesses, for residents, et cetera, for next year is going to go down. That much of an additional exemption directly impacts how much people are paying. And because the school districts are making up more than half of the total amount and for that total rate that people are paying, they certainly will fill that. So it's going to be on the ballot in November. However, it's effective as of the January 1st appraisals, which means even though people aren't officially voting until November, it's going to affect their bill that they're going to receive this fall. So it's an immediate impact to taxpayers. There's also an increase for seniors on the school side of the house as well. And so those exemptions are going from $10,000 to $60,000. So there's an additional exemption for seniors on the school exemption side of the house that's also looking to go in effect. So there's just a lot of change from the state legislature. Again, it's not specific to cities at this point, but it does impact how much people are going to be paying when we look at the bills that are coming out this fall. We talked about this last time, but we kind of build a house when it comes to how the property tax rate is calculated between debt service, maintenance and operations, what happens on the voter approval rate, and also new construction sort of sitting on top of that in terms of total values. For the current fiscal year, our adopted rate is 0.489389. So for the portion that's in the general fund, that's about 33 cents. And for the portion that's in the debt service fund, it's about 16 cents. And that's our breakdown between the two. Last year, we talked about this because it was new for 24. It certainly continues to impact us for 25. The state legislature did place what they're calling a circuit breaker limitation on property values. And this has to do with real property. That's how they described it. Real property valued at $5 million or less. And this is creating a cap of 20% for growth from one year to the next. So it's looking at whatever the net appraised value was in one year into the next year that can't be more than 20%. This was put in with a sunset. So this is supposed to be applicable for 24, 25, and 26. We will see if that is extended beyond 26. And I only bring this up to say we certainly see an increase in our circuit breaker capped loss for our certified roll for 25. It was not this large last year. So what we're seeing in our certified roll is there's a capped loss. TAD provides to us, hey, how much did you lose in value as a result of this cap? And for us, that's about $48 million in value. We also have a decrease in our overall debt service fund. We'll talk about debt service fund a little bit later, but because we're not issuing any debt for next year and we do set our amortization schedules to decline over time, because we don't have any new debt coming on, we see an overall decrease of north of $700,000 next year in debt payments. We also continue to see a lot of activity. Again, we talked about this at our last meeting. When we have refunds that are being issued off of our tax roll, changes in values, settlements, lawsuits, ARB gets settled, et cetera. When those things happen and we actually have to issue a refund to someone, that ends up as a net impact to our overall revenues. And so we had about 1.1 million in last year, but this past year, that amount increased by almost 600,000. So we ended up with about 1.7 in total refunds. We also have, again, additional expense, additional tax ceiling. So the difference between last year at that 5.5 and this year at that 6.1, we've got about 600,000 more in from one year to the next in tax ceiling revenue. So these are all things that go into our calculations for our property tax rate that are all changes from what we had in place last year. The city's designated officer, which is our finance director, Jay Patel, cannot certify the truth in taxation until we provide the certified roll and certified collection rate to you all. So that's what we're doing today. So you've got a draft in your book, but now that we've officially presented this to you all, we're able to certify or sign that document and submit it over to Tarrant County. So Tarrant County provided us with our collection rate on July the 15th, and of course, TAD provided us with a certified roll on the 25th. Our no new revenue rate for next fiscal year is 0.497841. This rate is calculated based on if the same amount of taxes would be applied to the same properties from last year and to this year. That is how that rate is calculated. And then our voter approval rate is going to factor in our no new revenue rate plus 3.5%. That is the most that it can include. Also, any unused increment. We talked last time about what that unused increment is. Really, for rolling 3 years, the difference between what you adopted and your no new revenue rate becomes increment. The state recognizes that 1 year to the next, you may have some differences in what you need to fund your total budget. And so you're able to roll over an increment and also your debt rate. So when you add those three together, you get the voter approval rate. And for next year, that's 0.511490. The difference between the two is about a penny. The difference between the voter approval rate and the no new revenue rate. So if you're just looking at the 51 cents versus the 49 cents, it feels like 2 cents, but we go all the way out several digits. And that makes a difference in total revenue. So the amount shown here is really that difference. And so included in the proposed budget is the preliminary tax rate equal to the no new revenue rate of 841. When we break that down between M&O and INS, our INS rate is going down because, again, we've got a reduction in our total payments. So because we've got about $700,000 less that we're making in debt payments, that did have our INS piece go down. We were able to pick up a little bit on the M&O side because of new construction that came onto our roll this year. And so you can see the difference between the two here. If we compare that to last year, the adopted M&O and INS, and also the total tax rate, you can see it's a 0.0084552 difference in the tax rate as currently adopted and as proposed. So we're less than a total penny in terms of last year's adopted and this year's preliminary rate. property taxes are incredibly important, but I also want to put those into context in terms of all revenues received by the city. We know as we are getting more and more emphasis on compressing of the property tax rate, we as a taxing entity also have to consider other sources of revenues in order to ensure that we've covered our operations for the services that we provide. And so property taxes for fiscal year 24 as proposed comprise 25% of total revenues. This includes property taxes that are on the debt side, on the general fund side, and also property taxes that are held by our TIF fund. This is total property tax compared to everything else. So you see charges for service are actually larger than property taxes. And so when someone pays to receive a service from us, they register for a class, they pay for a golf lesson, they're paying for, all kinds of things. This is really where that stands. Our sales tax is making up 18%. Again, this is the total city. So this is going to include CCD, Parks Fund, and General Fund. You can see that that is at 18%. And, fun fact for those of us who appreciate numbers. So for all the things that economic development does in order to get new businesses here, that creates a strong economy locally for the city of North Richland Hills, and that creates new sales tax dollars because we're seeing transactions and activity happen here. We're going to get 2% of that, but the state is going to get 6.25%. And so, we are often making contributions on our efforts that benefit not just locally the city of North Richland Hills, but also is benefiting the state at large. And they're benefiting at a much larger share, a multiple than what we're benefiting from here locally. But again, sales tax for us is about 18% of our total revenues. Most people want to know what is going to be that difference for the average home for last year's rate versus the proposed rate for this year. And so last year, we know that we have to base the total payment on the total amount for taxable value. And so last year, our market value was at $381. This year it's at $367. Last year, our taxable value was at $285, $397. This year, it is so incredibly close at $285, $147. Given the tax rates, last year, the average single-family home was paying $1,396.70. And based on the preliminary rate, the average single-family home would be paying $1,419.58. So that's going to be a net difference in $22.88. I encourage everyone to go to TarrantTaxInfo.com to look up their specific property. Rarely does the average single family value information play out the exact same for every home. So I would encourage people to go look up their specific information online. This website is going to include not just city taxes, it is going to include all taxing entities for a given property. So people are able to do that direct comparison and contrasting. Again, remember that there are going to be new exemptions that are going to be in place for the school district side of the house. And so this information is going to show exemption information. It's going to show taxable information. It's going to show how property values may have changed from one year to the next for that specific property. This is going to be the best place for people to answer their question about what this means for them. So there are several steps we have to take in order to consider the property tax rate. Certainly today, we've presented the certified roll. We also have presented our truth in taxation, and we've also talked about the preliminary tax rate with you all. Your first official step regarding the property tax rate is to act to propose a rate, and that is what will be used for public hearings and future discussions with the community. And so while we have certainly done our part as staff, you all get to do your part as council to officially present and vote on a proposed rate. And you all also will then set public hearing dates on the tax rate itself. And so those are actions that would happen at the August 11th meeting. And then we start roadshows, budget roadshows, public comments, flash vote surveys, etc. The property tax rate hearings are recommended to be on regular council meeting dates of August the 25th and also September the 8th, with tax rate adoption scheduled at this point for September the 8th. So council does have to adopt adopt for sure by the end of September. Earlier in the month tends to be better because we have to get our property tax rate information over to Tarrant County and to TAD, Tarrant Tax Info, all those other websites to make sure people have all the appropriate information before the end of the fiscal year happens. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions you may have.
Do you have any questions? I cannot believe we don't have any questions. I think you did a great job in the work session the other day as well. I think that helped, and everybody kind of dug into these things. I know that our discussion has been, and I'll just say from a political commitment perspective, the no new revenue tax rate. We're coming in at the no new revenue tax rate. Does everyone seem to be okay that we're coming in? I mean,
Just throw a wrinkle in that one. Out of curiosity, what would be the dramatic difference of being below the no new revenue rate? I know that's probably a whole other meeting unto itself, but
I think it's about 600,000, give or take.
Yeah. So the difference between, if we stayed at the current rate, you're right, $607,252.
the mayor was off just by a few bucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not that good up here.
All right. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Anybody else? No? Looking good. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Now we're going to talk about the debt service fund.
Just before Trudy gets started, you do have a copy at your place. It looks like this, the colorful one. This is the debt service schedule. I know we'd been asked to provide a listing of the city's debt. Really, the debt payment schedule is what that is. But I'll tell you, the majority of this debt is the 2020 GO bonds that are on the books still.
So are you saying this is our total debt of everything we owe on anything, correct?
Yes. And so we're going to, the PowerPoint is going to sort of help you to correlate that spreadsheet because there's a lot of data on there. It's going to help you correlate that spreadsheet and how to interpret some of that. We're going to go through that in the presentation as well. But yes, that's our total debt schedule. So the first thing I'll do is start with really outlining and putting context to what's happening with our debt in general. And so our debt management strategy is really got 4 prongs to it. The first one is we attempt to leverage external resources as much as we can. And so that means grant funds, partnering with other entities like the county to help with streets and those sort of things. And when we look over the last 5 years, about 9% of our capital projects have been funded that way. That's something you all know that we're very conscientious about that. If we send $1 to Washington or to Austin, we want to get that dollar back home if we can. And so those are the sort of efforts that we put in play. The next thing is we utilize existing cash whenever possible. And so about 36% of our capital expenses for the last 5 years have been funded really just leveraging our own cash. We also maximize what we call revenue alternatives. So non-debt service, non-tax rate debt. And so 6 other funds help pay for debt service. And that way we're ensuring if someone is enjoying the amenities of the water park, that those patrons are paying for the attractions at the water park, that isn't something that's happening on our tax rate. And we also look whenever we do propose or recommend, or when council has adopted the issuance of any sort of debt, that we're doing that within the city's capacity. And what that means is that we look to level the payment, the actual dollar amount paid out 1 year to the next, to level out to be the same amount. So if we're not talking about a GO, we're talking about a CO, we're looking to have that cash amount remain the same 1 year to the next. We set our amortization schedules to always reduce over time, which means we always have future capacity. So we're always looking to operate within that capacity. In terms of an overview for fiscal year 26, we've got a total of $11.1 million that is set to be paid off of our general debt service fund, off of our INS rate. We also have self-supporting debt. So that's when we do transfers from other funds that are helping to pay for debt associated with those various funds of almost $800,000. We got about $90,000 in other revenues. Frankly, we do have cash sitting there. So we do earn interest earnings and those sort of things, even within our debt service fund. And then we also have a portion. So when we kind of talk about what's happened in the past for that excess collection and how it's a dollar amount for frozen and how do we treat that dollar amount split between M&O and INS, we're looking to do a split off of our senior revenues for that cash to come over and provide about $1.3 million total towards existing debt, which makes total resources almost $14 million. You can see our total bond payments there. We do have some paying agent fees for our expenditures. So expenditures and total revenues, of course, match each other. But when we break that down by fund for next year, and I think Councilman Mitchell, this gets to what your question is. For next fiscal year, we've got sort of a breakdown of what's really happening by fund, but also we'll start really first with the big picture. So based on next year's amortization schedule and going forward, the total amount that we've got for our total debt is sitting at $150 million. That amount is going to include what we're paying in interest and everything else. So it's not just principal payments. This is looking at, as our debt schedule is today, if we did nothing different, how much will we pay in principal, how much will we pay in interest, and how is that broken down by fund? So certainly you can see that the largest share here is going to be for general GOs at 55%, but we've also got some general COs. We pay debt from utility fund, drainage fund, parks, aquatic, golf, fleet, in addition to what's tax supported. So what we use our tax rate for has to do with streets, with some facilities, and also large equipment. In the past, we've issued debt for things like fire engines. You know, those can easily be millions of dollars. And so we tend to do shorter amortization schedules for that. We don't exceed the amount of time we're paying on it for how long we're going to use it. But sometimes we've utilized our debt rate in order to pay for that kind of large scale equipment.
Let me kind of interject on that one. So, and I have a question on this slide. So keep in mind the budget last year, even though we didn't execute that way, it had COs in it, certificates of obligation, when it's taking on additional debt. But we didn't do that. We actually paid cash out of reserves from things that we would have done debt for in the past. Previous budgets always had debts on them that were added, that were decision making. This budget has no additional certificates of obligation and no debt either in it as well, just so you know. So we're self-sustaining, not adding to our debt. And so that's what we're doing there. I understand all of the ones that self-support except fleet. How does that self-support?
So fleet is an internal service fund where other funds transfer money in.
Okay.
And then fleet sometimes transfers money out or pays directly for debt payments associated specifically with fleet. It's a way for us to sort of internally track and maintain on our books what's happening for vehicles as opposed to other types of debt payments that we're making.
Really quick, you brought up an excellent point. I just want, for the people that do watch, can you explain what a certificate of obligation is and how great it is that we don't have that on this budget, please?
Well, I will tell you that certificates of obligation can be a helpful tool, but a certificate of obligation is something that a city issues that the city council has authorized. As long as a city is staying within level debt payments and they are not increasing the tax rate, that is an administrative decision the city council can make. If there is going to be an impact to the overall tax rate, it is something that has to go to the voters, and that would be considered a GO or general obligation bond. But if it is not, then the city council is able to make that decision. As a municipality, as a lot of other municipalities, COs sometimes are a way for people to fund ongoing maintenance expenses that they may have. I'll give you one example. In 2023, the city did issue $5 million in COs in order to address streets and street preventative maintenance. $5 million on a $163 million budget is not a huge percentage, but it was an important additional source of revenues in order to fund street projects. And so the city council did authorize that to happen a few years ago. So that would be an example of something that a CO has been issued for in the past in order to fund. That is a priority of the community that we already had feedback from the community. It was something that they wanted to see happen. And it was a maintenance item. So we weren't constructing something new. We were not adding a new program. It was really just maintaining something that was already existing within the community. Often cities will issue COs for significant utility projects. You know, if there's a water line that needs to be replaced, it's just maintaining an existing system that line could have been in place for 50 or 60 years, issuing some debt to address that, especially because we buy water from TRA and also from Fort Worth, and we also sell water to another city. We're sort of part of a bigger system, and maintenance of that is something we don't exactly have as an option. And so the city council being able to utilize some administrative authority in regards to issuing debt for maintenance is something that cities often do. So we're not recommending any for this fiscal year. We're able to provide for all the things that we proposed within our existing cash reserves and existing funds. But that would be the difference between a CO and a GO.
Great explanation. So it's like a secret. You're adding to the debt. That's not the word secret, but it's city council is allowed to add to the debt, and this current city council is not. So thank you very much.
I just want to clarify on that. On COs, there are also the public does get an opportunity to weigh in, although it's not an election. We do have to provide notice to the public that the council intends to issue however much it is, if ever this on the COs, and then the public has an opportunity to petition against that debt if they don't agree. So the fact that it's secret is kind of a misnomer. It's not secret. We have to be very transparent, even about COs. It just doesn't require an election of the voters.
And I did want to say, yes, I mean, just like you at home, fire trucks are expensive items. And those are kind of normally that you would do something like that certainly that's a difficult thing to go to the voters. Do you want to vote for a fire truck, and then get it voted down and go, okay, well, we can't put out the fire at your house if you don't have fire trucks. So, you don't want to risk some of those things. Some of those things are good decisions to make without that. But I just want to point out that we weren't having that in this time around, and I didn't understand Fleet Flynn.
So this information provides an overview of how much of the existing outstanding debt is funded is paid for by property taxes, and how much is paid for in terms of being self-supporting. And you can see these are dollar amounts that are paid each fiscal year until all of our current debt is satisfied. So in 2024, all existing debt will be fully paid off, but this chart just overlays both what is tax supported in the gray area and also what is self-supporting in the blue area. When we think about, though, just what we have in our debt service schedule, how much of that is going to be GOs versus COs, you all can certainly see the vast majority is going to be from GOs, 56% of it, with 44% of that being from certificates of obligation. And if we switch over to thinking just in terms of tax supported, so these are just the things that are regarding our INS rate, this just highlights how much we have in payments over time. Again, this is our total debt service. So this is principal and interest, what those look like in terms of payment, and the amount is going down every year. And so we set our schedules for that to be the case. On the tax supported side of the house, when we look at the actual amount owed, so we're not talking about interest, but the actual cash amount owed based on total debt payments up to this point, starting with October the 1st, we're at $87 million, and 76% of that was authorized by the voters as a GO. And so this goes back to Paulette's point earlier. So much of what we've got going on at this point are from more recent activities, including our GO election that happened in 2020. Okay, so the difference between the previous slides that show the 150 is that's everything, all funds, and that's also factoring interest based on our current schedules. This is really just honed into, but if we wanted to pay our debt off today, everything that's tax supported, how much would that be? And that number is $87 million.
only.
And then we've got a breakdown between how much in terms of dollar amount would go into our general fund versus our debt service fund off of our tax rate. And this does include the portion of the senior frozen that would go into the INS side of the house. We're sitting at about 30% of the total tax rate going towards debt, with 70% going towards operations. So this just gives you that visual of the breakdown between the two in percentages. And then we've got our debt rate capacity. So again, this is looking at cash payments because our cash payments are going down over time. If we were to keep the cash payment level over each fiscal year, this lighter area is showing how much then, what's that distance between what the payment would be versus what it is based on our schedules versus what it would be if we were to keep that amount steady. If we reverse that and say, then what does that mean in terms of capacity and looking at our property tax rates, this shows us if City Council were to consider any sort of debt in the future based on current payments, what that look like over the next few years. Again, this is not assuming a GO where we're increasing the rate. This is looking at keeping things steady, how much could be considered then. This is only disclosure. We're not recommending anything as staff. We just want to make sure that you all have the information available. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Ricky, your light's on. Is it?
No, you obviously hear me breathe. So sorry.
Anybody have any questions?
I've got one.
Okay.
I know different obligations would have different interest rates, but just average, what type of interest rate would you say, if you average it all out, that we pay on our obligations?
If we average it all together, we're about 4%. There are years when we have issued very, very low, 1%, 2%, but we're going to have some outstanding debt that we may have issued when rates were much higher. But if we blend it all together, I would say about 4%.
Okay, thank you.
So if we could have paid down some of the debt, what was the highest interest rate that we would have paid down?
I don't know, Jay, if you have by rate, what would be the single highest?
I don't have it by rate, but it was about a 5% coupon that we were looking at on an individual on the 2014 COs, I want to say, but not by individual rate. I would have to look into that.
Okay, just curious. No one else?
Okay. I think we're a little ahead of schedule, but
We are. So since it is only 11:15, do you want to go ahead and move Chase before? Yeah. Y'all okay moving Chase before lunch since we're only 11:15? Okay.
I need to correct something. A word I use, words matter, right? And this is recorded. It's going to be played back. And when I was talking about the library and the new bill, I used the word pornography just because I couldn't think of the right words that were in the bill. I just want to be clear that we do not have any pornographic material in our library. And that's important because that'll be what is gossiped about later. There's not pornography. What the law says is that any, what does it say, Cecilia? So I don't get it wrong again.
Any content that's considered harmful to minors, but there's no definition for what harmful to minors is. So it's based on the individual person who decides to file charges against the library.
And so because of that, we have to take extra measures. Like I said, we already keep children and adult materials very separate, but we're taking additional measures to make sure that they are in completely different spaces. And then we also have to take some additional measures to make sure that, again, parents are aware of the materials that their children are checking out. So.
Well, you already know there's people out there that'll cut and paste it and post you out there and cut you out of context.
Yes, and that's whenever I was thinking back on the words that I used and I remembered that I said that, I mean, I almost had a heart attack because I know that is the soundbite that will get repeated. And again, so I'm just going to repeat again. There are no pornographic materials in our library.
Hey, I got a quick question now that there might be something in a library. I'm joking. But when you said parents will get notified, so because obviously you get a lot of kids after school, they go and they get checkbooks and all that. Do they get emailed to the parent? I'm just kind of curious.
So right now, we actually only issue library cards to anyone who's a minor with their parent or legal guardian present to sign for authorization of that child to have a card. And we expect that the parent will be responsible for the card and for what the child checks out. So the only thing that we're going to be doing different in terms of modifying flow is that the bill says access. And access to us previously meant to check out, but it could mean that the child walks into the adult section while the parent isn't looking, and that's access. So we're changing the language of our card signature on the back. So when the parent's checking it out, it says that you're responsible not only for what your child checks out, but for what your child accesses in the library.
Okay, thank you. I'm hitting this button.
All right. Well, good morning, City Council. Now that my colleagues have done all the hard work of setting up this conversation with background and context, I get to tell you about what's new and different in the proposed budget, starting with the general fund. I'm going to start by cutting straight to the chase. What you see on this slide is a comparison of the proposed budget versus the current year's adopted budget. Since both budgets are balanced, if you look at the top 3 rows in both tables, they are identical. The difference between fiscal years for both revenues and expenses is an increase of just over $3 million. Starting on the 4th row, things start to look different. What you see here for both revenues and expenses are the single biggest changes between fiscal years. On the revenue side, the fiscal year 26 proposed budget includes utilization of all remaining City Hall debt stabilization reserves. I'll explain more about what that is in a few slides, but the takeaway for now is to see how that single line item explains the majority of year-over-year revenue changes. The net impact of all other revenue changes, not including those reserves, is just over $1.2 million. The expense side of the equation is even more stark. The fiscal year 26 proposed budget includes an additional $3 million from the general fund for street maintenance in order to maintain a total annual investment of $4 million. Setting aside that change, the net impact of all other expense changes in the proposed general fund budget is $192,000. I'd like to share more information on street maintenance. In the most recent citizen survey, only about half of residents rated streets as good or excellent. In response to citizen feedback, the City Council doubled the annual preventative street maintenance budget in 2023 and doubled it again for the current fiscal year to a total of $4 million. The fiscal year 26 proposed budget maintains this $4 million annual investment for the second year in a row. How we propose to pay for that investment, though, is different from the last budget. The last budget was able to capitalize on $3 million worth of CO debt funding the city already had available. We did not have to issue it new, meaning the general fund only needed to chip in the remaining $1 million. That debt funding has now been fully allocated and is no longer available, meaning that for the FY26 proposed budget, we needed to find an alternative. That alternative came in the form of the City Hall debt stabilization reserves. When funding was secured for the current City Hall complex, additional reserves were put away at the time to help stabilize the tax rate in the future. The fiscal year 26 proposed budget applies this entire remaining amount to the general fund's bottom line, reducing the need to raise additional revenue through property taxes. Without a substantial increase to the tax rate, utilization of these funds is required to fund the $4 million annual preventative street maintenance amount from the general fund. While utilization of these funds does mean that they will no longer be available in the future, the remaining general fund balance does comply with fund balance minimums established by City Council earlier this year. With those two major budget changes out of the way, we can zoom out and look at the general fund's revenues and expenses as a whole. Major revenue sources in the proposed budget include property taxes, sales tax, and franchise fees, among others. On the expenditure side, public safety, representing police, fire, and municipal court, represent 60% of the budget, followed by infrastructure spending at 13%. Before we go any further, I want to put the general fund's largest revenue source and largest type of expenditure into context. Earlier today, the city manager said that the city organization is more than just the property tax rate. An illustration of this is seeing that revenue from property tax alone does not come close to covering the number one expense category in the budget, public safety. While property tax is an incredibly important part of the city's budget, it is one revenue source out of many that help fund essential services the community relies upon. On this slide, I'll be walking through all of the major revenue changes in the proposed budget, starting with the $1.96 million in City Hall debt stabilization reserves we discussed earlier. The general fund also has a net increase of $800,000 for recalculated and delinquent property tax payments based on our actual experience with those accounts in the current fiscal year. Revenue is expected to increase for sales tax, fines and forfeitures, and licenses and permits due to new business openings, increased citation activity, and increased development activity, respectively. The next item, the $62,000 transfer from the CCD fund for radios, highlights staff's attempt to look for all available opportunities to relieve pressure from the general fund and the property tax rate when possible. While radios are used by police officers and installed in cars that are funded with CCD dollars, the CCD fund has never contributed towards radio expenses that are budgeted within the general fund. This new annual transfer represents the CCD fund's fair share of those radio expenses. Next is a slight $48,000 decrease in property tax revenue based on the no new revenue rate within the general fund, followed by a decrease in ambulance stipend revenue based on program changes implemented by the Texas Health and Human Services Commission. And then finally, the FY26 proposed budget includes a decrease in interest income based on lower anticipated interest rates next year, and a reduction in ARPA grant proceeds as these funds have now been fully exhausted. Switching to expenditures, the first major change is the increase to street maintenance that we discussed earlier. I will talk about this more on the next slide, but the proposed budget does include compensation increases aimed at keeping pace with the employment market while incentivizing strong performance. The next four items are public safety improvements, including increased cash match requirements from a COPS grant that was awarded to the city for 4 new police officer positions in 23, increased overtime for the fire department, replacement ventilators for our EMS units, and 1 additional dispatcher position. The costs for that position will be split amongst the shared services cities, as we discussed earlier, meaning that NRH will pay for less than half of those total costs. Next is an increase of $12,000 to convert a vacant accounting position into a senior accountant that will strengthen the accounting division and will focus on adjusting fees the city charges as necessary to maintain cost recovery for city services. This will help relieve pressure on property tax revenue. This proposed senior accountant position is split funded with the utility fund, so you will see an equivalent cost increase when that fund is presented as well. The fiscal year 26 proposed budget also formally eliminates the in-house city attorney and assistant city attorney positions and shifts some of that funding to pay for the outside legal services model the city currently utilizes, resulting in approximately $65,000 in savings. Finally, the proposed budget eliminates one-time expenses that were included in the previous budget for IT expenses as well as various capital projects. That brings us to our first item for council consideration today, While staff are looking for feedback on the entire proposed budget, the city manager will be reviewing certain key items at the end of today's agenda to confirm the direction City Council wishes to proceed in. These items will be formatted similar to this slide throughout today's remaining presentations. The first of these council consideration items is to gather feedback on changes to employee compensation that are currently included in the proposed budget. These compensation changes include implementation of a new performance pay plan requested last year by City Council, where employees would receive 0, 3, or 4% increases depending on whether they failed to meet, met, or exceeded expectations. That plan would apply to general government employees only. For sworn police and fire employees, the compensation changes include a 3% market adjustment and step increases for eligible employees in April. Total impact of these changes to the general fund is just over $1.5 million. All other funds in the city that contain personnel will also be impacted by these changes, with those dollar impacts shared when reviewing those funds. Finally, I do have one additional item for council consideration, which is whether to increase the budget for electricity in response to Encore's proposed rate increase that City Council took action on Monday of this week to suspend. This rate increase, were it to go into effect as proposed by Encore, would impact the funds listed on this slide for a total impact across the city of $371,945. Because staff believe that Encore's proposed rate increase will be reduced after negotiations, staff recommend addressing any budget impacts later during a budget revision next fiscal year. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
First of all, Matt, are you still awake over there?
I am entranced.
What is the general fund balance minimum?
The general fund balance minimum, I do not have that in front of me.
Mayor and Council, included in your book, we do have the full fund balance information, page 143.
Yeah.
I think has it. And for the general fund, the minimum is going to be a third of the current year's proposed budget.
Okay.
Correct?
So it's a percentage.
It is a percentage,
okay.
yes.
That was
so
my
it's going to
question.
change as expenditures change.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Anything else? Anybody else? No? Okay. Looks good. That was pretty painless for you.
No. I'm just excited I got to speak in front of Councilmember Blake.
Yeah. I was waiting for that.
Thank you.
Well,
so
we still have 30 minutes before noon. So, Caroline.
The city's fleet consists of over 440 assets, from dump trucks and fire engines to trailers and small UTVs. The fleet division is staffed by 13 full-time employees and as of October 2024 is part of the Public Works Department. The fund is supported by a service charge assessed to all city departments. The fund summary can be found on page 48 of your binder with detailed revenue and expense data beginning on page 138. And here's an overview of both the revenues and expenditures in the fleet fund. The proposed budget includes a 14.6% increase in both revenue and expenses, supported by fund balance. You'll notice a decrease in vehicle and equipment purchases for fiscal year 2026, as fleet staff are working with all internal customers or the departments to confirm needs and to approach fleet management holistically for the organization. Staff is looking forward to receiving and implementing recommendations from the ongoing efficiency study, which began in March of this year. The proposed fiscal year 2026 budget is presented with a balance of $0. And you can see on here, there's some highlights for the revenues and expenses. I apologize, for some reason, the text isn't showing up in those bars indicating what those numbers are. But as I indicated, it's a 14.6% increase in both revenue and expenses. I'd be happy to answer any fleet questions.
Anybody have any fleet questions? No. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you, Trudy. One comment about Chase's presentation. The one decision that we did go ahead and make last year that was in there, and I want to make sure I understood this, Chase, and what you presented, is going from a in-house attorney to using contracted outside. We did save money as far as on this budget, right? Well, now that we not finally, but now that we took it out altogether.
Yes, that is correct. And if you give me just a second, I can give you
$65,000. Yeah.
There you go. 65,000.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I forgot to mention that when you're up there before.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about three of our what we call internal service funds. And so internal service really just means that mostly these funds are receiving revenues from other funds. And we're going to start with the self-insurance fund. Patrick has already provided an overview of a lot of information regarding this. Our self-insurance fund, and just to make sure that everyone on council is aware, we're self-insured as an entity, which means in years where our claims have been less than our total revenues into the fund, we maintain that money. So if we were contracting with an insurance company, they would benefit from that. But in our situation, the reverse is the case. So we pay out claims that have been filed with us, and we utilize our own money in order to do that. Money is going to come from the fund where the employee works. So if I work in the parks department and I happen to work for the NRH water park, that water park is going to pay in a portion for the total cost of my health insurance, and I'm going to pay in a portion for my part as well as an employee. So this is going to include both premiums from employees and retirees, as well as transfers from other funds. So we are, for next fiscal year, as you guys saw in Patrick's presentation, we've had a few years of contributing to our overall fund balance. We've had great claims experience. And so we've benefited to some extent to the employees based on that by keeping premiums the same. We've actually lowered premiums a couple of years ago. But what's happened also is that we've been able to increase our fund balance over time. So again, in your packet on page 143, you can see what that fund balance is. For the self-insurance fund, it has certainly grown over the last few years. One of the things that we are recommending to do in next year's budget is to utilize about $1 million worth of fund balance in order to maintain our premiums to be the same. But if you look at our total fund balance, we're certainly in a position where we can do that. The self-insurance fund, by policy, you all did adopt a minimum fund balance. That's at 50% of total expenses. So utilizing $1 million out of fund balance certainly keeps us well within those ratios. But we think it's important for employees to be able to maintain where we are in terms of premiums and not have them experience an increase overall. Next year, we are also seeing an increase in what we think may happen in terms of revenues regarding stop-loss insurance, and that's really just looking at how we've been trending over the last few years. We also were anticipating an increase of other income based on higher pharmacy fees. So we've got a lot of activity going on in terms of our pharmacies, and we also expect to see a slight decrease in investment income. And that's really just not really based on cash flows, but we're just really based on what we're seeing in terms of overall returns, that there are some variations that are happening within that particular fund. We do anticipate an increase in our health and medical insurance expenses, even though we believe that the large claim we had this past year was pretty isolated. Even if we sort of control for that across all other claims, particularly in pharmacy expenses, we do anticipate to see some overall increases And then we do have the impact of compensation increases for the year of about $18,000. So in this instance, we're not looking to contribute money to fund balance next year. We're looking to utilize about $1 million in fund balance, but certainly sitting in a very, very healthy position last year compared to this year. And we look to hold that steady over time as well. For our Information Technology Fund, this is funded by transfers from other funds. This also does have small revenues that come in from tower lease agreements. So it's the kind of thing that most people really don't pay attention to. But if you ever look at a water tower long enough, you might see that there are little antennas and things on top of it. And so as we have different lease agreements with different cell phone companies, that is revenue that comes into our IT fund. So those are really the sources of revenues that it has. We are looking to next year to increase our appropriation of fund balance. In other words, we're going to use a little bit of the fund balance that's sitting in the IT fund that's built up over time. That's really there because we've had some cost savings in different areas that have accumulated. We also see a net increase in charges for service, but that just has to do with replacement of software and computer systems that other funds are having in the next year. We do have a decrease in the transfer from the general fund. So we're seeing more activity from other funds as opposed to the general fund in terms of overall revenues. Next year, we're looking to replace our phone system. We've had the same system in place for several years now. This isn't necessarily a change of the hardware, so it's not the phone itself. It's all of the configurations behind the scenes that make the calls happen. We're to the point now where the system we have in place will no longer receive patches and updates and those sort of things from the vendor. And so we need to look at moving to a new system. We're also going to do some increases in our anti-ransomware software. You guys can imagine, as a governmental entity, we always have to stay on top of that. And we also have to change up vendors and how we're going about securing our system so that we don't remain stagnant and therefore become vulnerable. We do have the impact of compensation increases that are expected to be around $53,000. We've got some compliance things we need to make sure that we're doing for our closed captioning equipment and also for ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act. And so we do have about $50,000 for that. There is a decrease in the non-departmental expense for the IT efficiency study. We're going to come back to you at the August 11th meeting and talk more in detail about the IT efficiency study. But essentially, we budgeted $100,000 this year. We're not looking to budget $100,000 for that same expense next year. So that's why we end up with a net decrease there. And we've also got fewer capital projects that are scheduled to happen out of the IT fund for next year versus the current year. So when we look at all requested expenses and we compare that to the proposed revenues, we do have a difference of about $250,000. But we like to allocate that money, and we want you all to consider allowing us to utilize those funds in order to implement results of the efficiency study. While we went into this expecting to have efficiencies that would really assess our overall system, the more time we've spent looking at our system, our people, our software, et cetera, the more we realize that this is one of the departments we've not done as many investments in as we have maybe some others. The more critical the infrastructure is regarding our technology, the more we know we're going to have to make concerted effort in order to maintain and enhance that over time. So we are asking to utilize within next year's budget an additional $250,000 in order to implement what we believe will be the findings of a complete study. This could be staffing. This could be new systems in place. This could be more monitoring and proactive activity. So we're taking away people having to care and feed everything to a system that can notify us about when we need to provide certain technology upgrades and maintenance and so on and so forth. And so while we don't have a specific recommendation detailed as to what that would be for, we're going to wait for the study to play out before we come back to council with that. We are asking for some funding to be in place so that we're not having to come back and amend the budget during the year. But certainly we'd come back with a full report to council to discuss any of those recommendations at that time.
Any thoughts, comments on that?
Yeah, quick question. I know earlier this year, I can't remember, we were having issues with internet around. Was this part of is that part of the phone system or looking to upgrade or what?
It is actually not. So our contract for internet, is related to the phone system because we use voice over IP for our phone system.
Okay.
But the phone system is not just how do we connect to actual people outside of the city in order to connect phone calls, which the internet is part of that. But it also has to do with when you call into City Hall, how are those phone numbers routed? If I don't answer my phone, who's the next person for the phone to roll over to? How many different phone numbers might ring at the same time? The phone system is managing things like that. So there's the internet, which sort of gives you access to connect externally, but then there's the system itself that's going to do your configuration. It's going to work on things like our when we have conference rooms and how we utilize the system to be able to do outbound calls and those sort of things internally. So good news that they're related, but they're not exactly the same
But
thing.
with this budget, are we looking to upgrade the internet?
Yes. So the internet contract that we discussed with AT&T a few months ago. So that amount has already been accounted for within the base budget for fiscal year 26. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
So one of my questions was voice over IP. The other, so you answered that your phone system is that. At least that's good. The other is, do we have currently what I would call an IT or technology roadmap that we define where we are in particular? That in the future we want to be here based on the knowledge of our current, what products are out there, and this is how we're going to get there. Do we have that now?
I would not call that to be something we have complete. That is something we have thought. That is something we have provided some exercise towards. I would say is not nearly as comprehensive as we want it to be. And so part of the study was to look at our future state, assess where we are now, and also help us to define and clearly understand what is the delta between where we are and where we know we need to be. We're making strides in that area. For example, on the internet contract, we talked a little bit about that at the time of awarding to AT&T. We know that we're going to move to more internet and stream services than we are now. So instead of maintaining as many systems on premise, that we would be doing those things in the cloud, which means that our interface with internet is going to need to be greater in the future than it is today. So it's more, we've taken a more tactical approach to each issue and not as comprehensive or as strategic as we'd like to as an organization. But that is part of the study that we would look to have complete as well.
And that includes redundancies. Because if you shift out there, then you need a little more redundancy just to make sure, because if one carrier holds more of your stuff, then all of a sudden you're a slave to them at that point. Are there in what roadmap or ideas or whatever it is that that you've done so far, are there upgrades within that? Because when you think about, and you were talking about some antivirus type software, because those attacks get worse and worse and worse and more complicated and just more sophisticated as you go along. A lot of those things, and in the roadmap, I would include. Let me rephrase what I was going to say now that you answered the other question. Knowing that what you need is both hardware appliances to catch those things and software to both catch any of that or try to stop it, whether you're opening a port, closing a port, only allowing certain things through certain ones. That's probably a lot of some of the spend would be out there if you don't have that in place now. Kind of sounds like we don't, but and we probably need to start thinking pretty hard and heavy about those kind of things, because those are the ones that really jump up and bite you.
With regard to cybersecurity, I think we're actually in good shape, probably as good a shape as you can be. And this budget proposal includes some upgrades to our cybersecurity and malware software that does some pretty unique things that are kind of innovative. So I would say that even though, yes, as a whole, I would say that we're pretty behind in technology and we're playing catch up. In the cybersecurity world, I think we're doing pretty good, as good as anybody can be in anticipating what's coming next and being prepared to capture that and stop it before it happens. Yeah.
And as far as the idea, I know we're on a platform that I can't remember the name of the software right this minute. It's a single word like Watkins or something. I don't know. But are we staying with that as far as the software, as far as their upgrades and what we're going to do, and staying with them in our future? Is that
Amy, I'm going to defer to you on that.
What is the name of the software system mostly we use?
The software system for security?
Yeah, no, for all your operational systems.
Cisco?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're on Cisco. We're a Cisco.
Are you talking about Tyler?
Tyler. That's
Tyler.
it.
Okay.
So I think
It's
the
Tyler.
reason there's
ERP.
confusion is
Yeah.
because there's actually different systems
Mhm.
for different areas.
Mhm.
So, for example, Intergov, it's not called that now, but Intergov is what I'll remember is our enterprise system that handles our permitting, our code compliance, all of those types of things. And then we have a Tyler system that I think though has recently somebody bought out somebody, but Tyler
They got
is
bought
what has been our court system for a long time. And so that's kind of, so Amy, if you can clarify, that's the thing. It's not one system for everything, but there's like a system for this section, a system for this section. Yeah.
So kind of and I don't know who's a player in the market, but when you're talking about city business or municipality, of who's servicing that market. My idea of a technology roadmap is you're simplifying things by pulling those in the future and saying, instead of having disparate systems, that you have one that connects and pulls things together to create efficiency, so you don't have as much middleware and you're not trying to talk and aggregate as much in the data. It's all there together versus in separate places. So I'm just suggesting that so my idea is yes, the $250,000 will be well spent, I'm sure, based on the information they have, whether it's people or software or hardware appliance or whatever. I'm sure that money's going to be well spent, which is now why I understand there's a $250,000 balance on that fund.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
So, Trudy, on the total cost of items for council consideration that are not in the budget, is that I see it on every section. Is that summarized somewhere, like what the total bill is in this packet?
So I think Paulette at the end of today's session is going to cover items for council consideration.
So yes, that's true. And also it is at the end of every fund summary. You'll see ones that we call them out if they're included in the budget, but then also if it's an additional consideration for council. And so at the end, I'll kind of go through all of them for all funds. Yeah.
I was asking if there was a place that was kind of summarize what the total hit is. Yeah, add it up.
Yeah, I think there is one in there. Okay, I think there is one.
But Chase can probably address the number.
Wow, my mic is very sensitive.
It just makes your voice louder for Councilman Blake to hear.
So just derailed my line of thinking completely. I may have missed this. I apologize. But just for context on those council considerations, with the exception of the electricity increases, the funds as presented have, call it, sufficient space to be able to position city council to say yes to these items without changing any of the appropriation or contribution to fund balance. So essentially, when you look at the balances of the funds, if any of these are turned down or scaled down, that would result in kind of net savings compared to the budget as presented. But there's kind of sufficient space. So we tried to make that math as straightforward as we could.
Okay. And going over to our facilities fund. So this is, again, an internal service fund. Other department, other funds are paying into this fund. This is how we are covering things like custodial services, how we maintain our HVAC systems, but also some larger projects as well. We'll get into some of those when we do the capital budget. But on the operating side of the house, we do have an increase in other income due to transfers for the infrastructure reserve fund. And that really just has to do with how we're going to fund, how we're requesting to fund one of our projects that we'll get into on the capital side of the house. We are seeing a slight decrease in our overall investment income. And really that has to do with the fact that we've spent through some fund balance rather than issuing debt to pay for some of these larger projects. And so because we're using reserves means we're spending down the cash that we might ordinarily have invested. And we also were seeing a reduction in our appropriation of fund balance, again, due to fewer projects, fewer larger capital projects happening this year. Next year, we do anticipate to have some electrical and natural gas increases. That's just what we're seeing in terms of our rates. This is not related to what we are bracing for regarding the Encore increases for streetlights. This is just everyday facilities, buildings, and those sort of things. Again, we do have the impact for compensation increases for next year. And then again, we're seeing that reduction in overall capital projects. And so we do have a net contribution right now of about $100,000 to go into fund balance. But that would be offset if council were to approve us moving forward with an additional efficiency study. So as we have taken on 3 departments this past year, we'd like to continue to do that into next year. And so we think that our facilities department would be another next step in that same regard. And so we would look to fund that same $100,000 that we've done in the past for other departments in order to look at efficiencies. We are a combination of insourced and outsourced for maintaining facilities. It really depends on the nature of the project itself, the extent to which our staff does it, versus we having that outsourced. And so we know that there's an opportunity for us to ask ourselves, how do we right size to provide for the future needs of our facilities? We built a lot of buildings around the same time. We were in a construction sort of heavy period for a while, and now we're in more of a maintenance mindset. And so given that we're having to have more and more maintenance needs, we really want to right size ourselves for the future in that. So we do have that as a council consideration as well for facilities.
Anybody have any questions about that? Just generally speaking, are we okay with both the 250 that was on the last one and the 100,000 here, just from y'all's input perspective? Kind of yes. Saying okay. There you go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions?
So just to clarify too, and we'll summarize the additional items across all funds, towards the end. But again, we're presenting them by fund because the only additional items that could impact tax rate would be in the general fund. So all the other funds have revenue sources from sources other than the property tax. So just to clarify. So,
Mayor, can I have a go back to the fleet fund?
You certainly can.
Great. Caroline, I saw a rehab fire truck. Is that, can you explain exactly what that rehab expense is going to be?
I'd be happy to. We're actually going to have information on that during the capital
there you go.
presentation this afternoon.
Perfect. Thank you.
That it? Anybody else? Okay, so we can do one of two things. We are gonna recess here just a second. Kind of generally speaking, since this is a good break point, how is everybody's feeling about everything so far as on the budget stuff? Because I want to make sure, because we're going to get close to Matt's time, and I want to make sure he has some input. Are we feeling pretty good about everything that's presented and where we are? Yes, yeah, yep. Yes. And Matt has a red button.
And also, Paulette, all the presentations today, can they be sent to us? Since I'm going to miss everything now.
Yes, we will provide that to you all after today's session. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now it's going to be a large file, so we'll have to figure out how we're going to send it to you, but we will get it to you.
Update the IT infrastructure real quick.
Yeah, real fast, and then that's right. Yeah.
Just put it on Google Docs. Isn't that secure enough?
Yeah,
flash vote it.
We'll figure out a way.
So then my second item, so it sounds like we're in good shape so far. So I appreciate everybody's hard work on this. Then do y'all want to just go get lunch and bring it back so we can have a working lunch at the same time? Or do you want to stop for 30 minutes and eat and then come back? Working lunch. Yeah, no. It's upstairs. Where is it?
Lunch is upstairs. So I think are we having fajita? We're having Christina's fajitas. So you can go upstairs to the terrace and make your plate and come back down.
And then come back.
Yeah.
We'll probably give about 15 minutes to get everybody settled back in. So we'll come back at 12:15. So we are taking a recess from the budget work session at 11:58. It is 12:16 p.m. And I will call the Crime Control and Prevention District Board to order A quorum of the board is present and a meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act of the Texas Government Code. I guess our first item is to approve the minutes of the June 9th, 2025 regular crime control prevention district meeting. They'll be considered in the next one. Did I miss it? Now that I got to that part. Okay, we're not doing that. Okay, then Chase, CCD fund, you're on.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the Crime Control and Prevention District Board. I always enjoy calling you guys that instead of City Council. Going to start the presentation on this fund with just a very brief overview. The CCD fund accounts for a half-cent sales tax that was adopted by voters in 1996. Has been reauthorized twice since then, once in 2001 and most recently in 2010. That authorization does expire in 2030. The funds generated from that half-cent sales tax are exclusively used for crime prevention and control. There's some additional revenue coming into the CCD fund as a result of cost sharing with Birdville Independent School District and a small amount of franchise tax revenue. On the expenditure side, over half of the expenses are for uniform patrol, with some of the other divisions within the police department represented within that pie chart. When we take a look at the fiscal year 26 proposed budget, from a revenue perspective, sales tax is expected to be $296,000 higher than the current year's adopted budget, with a projected increase in interest income. So our projections for interest income are a factor of what we expect from an interest rate perspective, and then also what we expect the fund balance to be. While interest income is expected to be lower in most funds because we're anticipating slightly lower interest rates, from a fund balance perspective, the CCD fund balance is slightly higher, thus resulting in more interest income. On the expenditure side, spoke briefly earlier about the transfer going from the CCD fund to the general fund to pay for radios that are used by CCD personnel. That represents an expenditure change here on the CCD side. And then spoke probably a couple months ago now about some of our special revenue funds. One of those being the Traffic Safety Fund and how we are proposing closing that fund out in next fiscal year, and it's going out of business. There are some recurring expenses that have been budgeted historically within the Traffic Safety Fund. Those need to find a new place to live, and we have moved those over to the CCD Fund. CCD Fund also includes proposed budget $229,000 in total compensation increases, $10,000 recurring expense for ticket writer replacement, just the data cell phone service side of that, as well as $6,000 for security camera maintenance. That is a result of installing new security cameras at multiple parks locations. The CCD fund is presented with a positive balance of $82,000 without the item for council consideration. That item for council consideration would add 3 campus officers to the existing 3 campus officer positions that were created in the current fiscal year. When we talk about campus officers, this is in response to House Bill 3 passed by the previous state legislature that requires a licensed peace officer or SRO at every school. Campus officers satisfy this requirement. So the primary difference between a school resource officer, which is the traditional model, and what what we call a campus officer, is that the campus officers only work during the school year. They have the summer off, so they follow kind of a school schedule. From a financial perspective, that's a win-win for both Birdville and the city because We're not having to pay these officers over the summer and essentially just constrain that workload just to the school year. From a cost sharing perspective, Birdville has agreed to pick up 80% of the total costs, with the city responsible for 20%. The 3 new campus officers are part of a plan that has been agreed upon with BISD to create a total of 9 positions by not next fiscal year, but the fiscal year after. And again, this item would be an $82,000 addition to the CCD budget, again, representing 20% of the total costs of these officers. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Anybody have any questions?
I got, recently, in the last few months, we got a grant or something from the state for $50-something thousand or something like that. Does it go into this fund, or is it a separate fund? And we had specifically talked about using some of it to patrol under the bridge there at Bedford Euless Road and Davis and all that.
Yeah, I apologize. I can't think of what grant you're talking about. Would it have been maybe the?
I don't know if it was a grant. I'm just, for some reason, I think the state gave us that.
We do. It might have been. You may be thinking of our state grant that provides overtime funds for extra speed and DWI enforcement. That's the one that I might. Yeah, and so no, that would not go towards campus security. It provides reimbursement for overtime costs associated with additional traffic enforcement.
Anybody else? Weren't we ahead in hiring for the SROs? I waited till Paulette took a bite to hit that, so you want to do it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of your question.
Weren't we ahead of hiring of what our commitment was to Birdville for SROs?
So yes, they did authorize us to go ahead and start hiring for the additional 3 positions that will actually come online in October.
Mm-hmm.
But we have not been able to make good on that yet. So.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you, Chase.
Thanks.
So this is a public hearing, right, Alicia? But it says we have the opportunity for citizens to address the crime control district with public comments. Okay, for comments. Oh, sorry. The district board on matters of which are scheduled on this agenda for consideration by the board, but not scheduled as a public hearing. In order to address the board during the public comments, a public meeting appearance card must be completed and presented to the city secretary prior to the start of the work session meeting. Anybody signed up?
No, Mayor. Nobody
signed up. There being no further business, I will adjourn the Crime Control Prevention District Board meeting at 12:24. And I will reconvene the City Council budget work session at, it turned over. That was pretty quick, 12:25 p.m. Caroline Wagner, the Parks and Rec, Aquatic, Golf.
Okay, so we're going to start with the funds. This is the park fund. This fund accounts for the resources used to build and improve city parks and recreation facilities. Revenue is derived primarily from a 50-cent sales tax and NRH Centre revenues. The fund summary can be found on page 21 of your binder with detailed revenue and expense data beginning on page 116. So this slide depicts the park fund revenue composition. You'll notice sales tax as the primary component, with revenue from the center playing a key role. These 2 sources are funding 87% of this fiscal year's budget. So for the revenue highlights, you'll see that there's an increase in over $280,000, or a 3.9% increase in sales tax. The difference between the proposed fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 25 revenues is an 8% reduction, or just over 1.1 million. As I mentioned, revenue is up from sales tax and athletic programs, and we're proposing to use less in reserves to fund expenses. The reduction in Grand Hall rental income is a result of losing a weekly church booking. Onto the expense side. You can see the array of park and rec service areas in this slide, with just over 50% of expenses attributable to caring for parks and public grounds and running the NRH Centre. A large component is capital transfers. You'll learn more about these proposed expenses during the capital project presentation shortly. So for the fiscal year 2026 expenditures, once again, as you would expect with a revenue decrease, we're looking at expenditures down. If you recall, revenues were down by 8%. Expenditures are down by 12.6%. There's an increase in parks and public grounds, which includes the purchase of a paint robot and replacement mowers, as well as a shift in budgeting capital projects. Several annual maintenance and equipment replacement efforts that were traditionally handled as capital projects are now included in the operating budget. The proposed budget is presented with a positive balance of over $561,000 prior to including Encore's proposed rate increase of a little over $25,000. This concludes my presentation on the park fund. Any questions?
Anybody have any questions? Ricky?
I'm not too sure to answer this question. I know we're battling with Encore right now. I don't know what other word to say. If we can't get the rate down, and we obviously have to pay for electricity, would this account for that, the budget?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, and in this case in particular, there's a positive fund balance prior to.
So if we're able to kind of get that
expense
cost down, is just a net positive for us. Okay.
So what Chase was recommending is what we would propose to do related to those, is that when we do the revised budget at mid-year, we'll know by then what the rate increase will be, and then we'll address that in the revised budget, probably through fund balance at that point in the year. But that's how we would address it across all funds. Yeah, and then I got a question about the paint robot. And just so y'all know, the paint robot is for striping fields, and it actually saves us man hours. And I think the robot is more accurate in terms of its striping, or what. I'm not using the right term again, but at least I didn't use a bad word. Adrian, you want to explain?
So yes, obviously with most technology, many improvements have been made on the maintenance and operations side of things. This is a item that we have kind of followed the last few years and have seen it continue to get better. Based on our estimations currently, we have the process requires about a 3-employee method for striping, and that and obviously the hours and the costs of the materials as well. So we're looking at, with this particular product, about a $10,000 annual savings, where it's only one staff member that would have to be with the machine. It's all pre-programmed, field templates. The paint rate that comes out of the machines is much more accurate, and less waste is occurring, because in a manual machine, it's all based on, the hold you have on the machine and how much paint's coming out just manually. So again, for us, it was definitely something that not only did we get better on the cost, we also get better on utilizing our team members in other areas without increasing any FTEs to do so.
That get your question? Or do you want to help paint? Is that okay? The next. Yeah. Aquatic.
Okay. The Aquatic Park Fund accounts for the revenue and operational maintenance and improvement expenses for the NRH 2 Water Park. The fund summary can be found on page 43 with detailed revenue and expense data beginning on page 132. This slide provides a side-by-side look at both revenues and expenses for the water park. Park admissions are the lion's share of revenue, as you would expect. One thing I did want to point out, you'll see that almost 6% of the anticipated revenue is due to rentals. I don't know how many of you have been to NRH 2O this year or last year, but the cabanas that they installed last year have been a huge success, resulting in about a 65% increase in revenue income from the prior year to last year.
Do we have room for more of them?
Yes, part of our continuing assessment and concept plan for the kiddie areas does show us opportunities to increase those cabanas.
Okay.
In that section of the park.
Good.
So you'll see on this side, as we're showing the highlights for fiscal year 2026, you'll note that expenses are cut by about $370,000 or 5.7%, while revenues are down by just under $300,000 or 4.4%. This enterprise fund functions like a business and has to adapt to market changes and competition. I've certainly learned over the years that Adrienne and her team and management at the water park are tremendous data gatherers, really on a daily basis, and they use that data to prognosticate on next year's performance. So that's what we're looking at here. The proposed budget has a balance of over $53,000 prior to inclusion of Encore's proposed rate increase of $30,000.
So, a couple questions. I know we talked about last year, also in Peppa Pig conversations, about another entrance on that side, a park hopper. I'm going to just use that term, a park hopper type pass. Obviously, during the months we're open versus the other ones. Have we got anything in this for those discussions?
We actually just had a Teams call with their marketing coordinator, both for the park here and also with the Grapevine location for Sea Life. And we have some preliminary thoughts and ideas in terms of some more low-hanging fruit promotional opportunities that are shared.
Mm-hmm.
The capital change for another entrance is a little bit different and a little heavier lift, including also looking at the staffing costs that come with that. Right. Because when we're operating and adding another entrance, then you're going to have to add people to that space. So that may be something down the road as we really start to establish that relationship with the neighbors and see how certain promotional opportunities present themselves. But we are actually in this off season looking at what are some of those, I would call them vouchers or ticket share type situations where if you're spending some time at one location, then you have the opportunity to go to the other location. So starting out easy with trying to figure out making sure it works well, just with both staffing and fiscal. And then we'll potentially look at gates and entrances as we get further down the line.
Good.
But nothing in this budget for that.
Okay. So, and then the last thing is that it seems like everything's gone pretty well at NRH 2O this year with the kind of quick change right before the opening day of the leadership. Is that your perception as well?
Yes, we had, you may have seen in the HR presentation earlier, the two promotions within the existing team members that were there. Stephanie Johnston is the general manager. Brian Bustamante is our assistant general manager. Stephanie had over 20 plus years of experience at NRH 2O, very well versed in the operations. Brian had close to 20 years on the F&B side. And so that has been relatively seamless in terms of their knowledge and keeping operations moving forward. I will say in the past few years, some questions have been more so in regards to staffing on the seasonal side, where we had seen, because of early closure in 2020, we had seen a drop in, seasonal lifeguards and other positions that were much harder to fill. We have really seen over the last 3 years a rebound from that loss. And this is really one of the strongest teams I've seen out there in probably 10 to 12 years.
Excellent. Thank you. Kelly.
So is Nitroblast, do you think there's going to be much, tangible increase in admissions or season pass sales based off the new ride?
Nitroblast is definitely one of those things right now that is a little bit of a sticking point for us. We anticipated it being fully open at the beginning of this season. And so we made some slight revisions to the budget based on the current budget, not seeing that full year's operations with that particular attraction. Typically, you can see an 8 to 10% increase when you add that level of an attraction into your inventory of rides. And so we would anticipate continuing to see estimated, I think it was 200,000 in attendance for next year, as well as just an increase in revenue of 8 to 10% when you introduce that level.
Thank you.
Okay. The golf fund accounts for the revenue, operational, and maintenance improvement expenses for Iron Horse Golf Course. Fund summary can be found on page 45 with detailed revenue and expense data on page 134. I would point out that Iron Horse Golf Course has also been working on a built to last philosophy, kind of keying into the talking point today, focusing on the foundational health of the course, treating the soil itself to facilitate healthy turf. And these efforts are paying off. You'll see on the slide the revenues with a proposed $180,000 increase in green fees. We're up in cart fees, up in food and beverage as well. Revenues are up by over $300,000 or 8.6%, and expenses are only up by $138,000, with a net positive balance of $166,000 anticipated. This would be reduced by just over $7,200 to accommodate Encore's proposed rate increase. That concludes my presentation on the golf fund. Any questions?
Any questions?
So just to clarify for people watching, so the NRH2 and golf and Iron Horse is paying for itself, obviously with the positive net revenue. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
Just depends on who you talk to. They always like to pinpoint those two, so just make that clear.
Question. Do we give direction to who is it? Which runs it? Kemper. Do we give direction to them on what they do, or do they simply have total responsibility for managing it?
I would say a little bit of both. Obviously, the day-to-day operational management is within the Kemper team and their Kemper employees. Myself, Antonio Evangelista, and Tanner Arwine are all really, managers of the contract, and we have regular meetings and discussions with them about not only their daily operations, but their long-term capital, their long-term maintenance, and their approach to our management of the money that is the city's money in investing in that property. And so it's been a great working relationship with Kemper.
Was there a specific issue though that you're wanting to ask about?
What's the par 5 hole that you see from the highway? It was looking pretty rough the other day. I think it's
11.
That's not the hole that's being treated right now.
There's multiple ones. Really, the back 9 are really the most challenging in terms of the turf and the conditions of the ground. 11, hole 11 is that one. Yeah. It's hard because I've seen it worse. And so when we see the small wins and the small progresses, they aren't as visible when you're driving it or when you're playing it maybe different times of the year. But we are seeing results that we hadn't seen prior with how they have treated the soil, how they have aerated the turf and the soil itself. It is definitely not a quick process. Historically, the process was drop $20,000 to $30,000 every year just to put green sod down, and then it would just die. And we just were in this constant cycle of not really addressing the core issues. So it's been slow. I know it's been frustrating at times. People have a hard time maybe seeing what the results are and the progression that's being made, but it is actually progression that we feel is the right way to spend the dollars.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I just hit it in the fairway and then right on the green. So it's
That's what everyone does.
Yeah, at 1611.
not even there, probably.
Out of all the ones, I will say this: increasing the rounds at on the golf is I'm extremely pessimistic too, just because the length of play of how long it takes to get around there. So I'm just saying that just for posterity's sake, I guess. So why don't we go ahead and do the utility funds, and then we'll take a break right after that, since Caroline is the next one on that one as well.
Okay. This major fund accounts for the distribution of water and collection of wastewater within the city. All activities necessary to provide these services are accounted for in the fund, including the purchase of water. We do want to make sure to clarify that we do not purchase sewer. We collect sewer and send it downstream to be treated.
Okay. We don't.
Operations, maintenance, administration, debt service, billing, and collections are all covered. The utility fund summary can be found on page 25 with detailed revenue and expense data beginning on page 129. So this is a look at the proposed revenues. As you would expect, fund revenues are comprised largely of fees for the sale of water and collection of wastewater. You'll notice also that sewer revenue is roughly half of the water revenue. So for the revenue highlights, the proposed fiscal year 26 budget includes a 6% increase in revenue, primarily from water and sewer charges. As a reminder, we both purchase our water and discharge our sewer to the City of Fort Worth and to the Trinity River Authority. As such, the fees they charge us govern what we in turn charge our residents for these services. Ultimately, the amount of water we sell is a function of customer demand and is heavily dependent on weather. So you'll see here we're projecting an increase in interest income of $118,000, with water and sewer revenues going up as well. Oh, pardon me. For the proposed expenditures, the revenue pie chart we just showed is relatively simple compared to the utility fund expenses, and this slide provides a look at what it takes to support these critical services beyond simply purchasing water and sewer. Maintenance of physical infrastructure and the billing and financial management of our water and sewer networks is approaching $50 million annually. So for the expenditure highlights, tracking with revenue, next year's expenses show a 6% increase. The bulk of these is due to the increased utility costs from our wholesale providers, Fort Worth and TRA. And it's a little hit and miss. They're not consistent. We can't say it's X percentage across the board. For example, for the city of Fort Worth, we've got a 6% increase in water rates, actually a 3% decrease in sewer rates. For TRA, we've got just over a 3% increase in water, but a 13% increase in sewer. So one of the items for council's consideration, we've got two items on this fund. One of them is a utility service representative. So this is a proposed additional position in the utility billing division of finance. The position is needed to assist with the increased workload with customer outreach and including leak management, billing, data entry, reconciliations, and special projects. The anticipated outcome of this additional position is better customer service and improved efficiency. You'll see on the screen, we've got a total projected cost for this addition of just over $62,000. The second item for council consideration is an efficiency audit of utility billing. With the new billing system now in place and the cellular meter project nearing completion, the timing is right for an efficiency audit similar to those currently underway for fleet, building inspections, and IT. The proposed fiscal year 2026 budget is presented with a balance of $0 without including these two items for consideration. That concludes my presentation on the utility.
Any
fund.
comments, questions? Danny?
Yes, question. The cost of the new meters that are going in right now, is that a capital cost somewhere, or is that included in what we get charged? In other words, who's paying for that?
That was a capital project going back, I think, 2 fiscal years is when those purchases were funded.
Okay. Right.
Meaning that money was all put aside then?
Yes.
Yes. And being spent out of that fund?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Russ?
The change in the meters and some other things that have happened, sewage issues south of town, has that created the need for this extra person in the water department? Because I know you guys have been getting bombarded with calls on meters for sure.
I wouldn't say it's the meters. I'm not quite sure what the sewer issue is. I think it's primarily going to be focusing on the new billing software and just the increased workload. We've got over 23,000 customers. And I don't know, Trudy, if you want to weigh in on that.
So the change out of the meters buys us efficiencies on the meter reading side of the house. So the time our staff may have spent in the field having to physically visit and reread meters, we're now able to gain some efficiencies because we can hit a button and get all the reads at a given time for cycles. What we do need extra support on, though, is not so much on the field side, but it has to do with internally processing payments, credits, new accounts, settling out old bills, reconciliations, that kind of activity. We've been pretty thin in utility billing. Our folks are processing about $45 million worth of revenue, and I have 2 cashiers. So we're at the point now where we realize we need an additional person to help support, not the outside reading meters part, but the inside of the house processing payments and reconciliations, working with the bank. When people do auto pay and lockbox and those sort of things, that's where we need some additional support.
And my apologies, that's actually what I was meaning to say. I threw in the meters for some reason, but I know they created one issue that we're about past, because I think the majority of the meters are in now.
Yes.
But then we went to a new billing system,
yes,
which I know, have had issues.
Yes.
I've been one of them calling, so I know that billing. So I'm assuming that's part of the reason for this extra person needed. Correct.
It is. And so it is both the processing of the bills, but also being able to answer customer questions more efficiently, and also reconciliations and those kinds of things. We know that in the short run, the new software is a challenge. In the long run, we believe we'll be net better than we were. We were on the same system for over 20 years. So we know that once it settles out with the new system, we know things will be better.
So I don't want there to be a misinterpretation that the new system increased workload. It did temporarily during the and as we're still going through the transition. But our water, the number of water billing customers has grown tremendously over the last 10 years, and we have not increased staff in our utility billing area. I can't even remember the last time we increased staff. It's probably been 15 to 20 years since we added staff. So we haven't grown the staffing needs with the demand, so to speak.
And that's sort of the second part of my question is once that balances itself, I'm assuming we're taking that extra person to spread out that workload across we're able to utilize them somewhere else because we've basically been understaffed in the past, correct?
Well, they'll be utilized in the utility billing office in order to process more efficiently the additional billing and billing customers that we've gained in the last 10 or so years. So they won't be sent somewhere else. Now, on the water meter reading side, once all the meters are in, we will be doing an assessment about what our staffing needs on that side are, and we may be able to reduce staff in that area, which could mean sending the person in water meter reading over to another area to assist.
And that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying the person we're hiring now is sort of looks like a temporary fix for a billing issue, but we're going to be able to use that person somewhere else later because basically the water department my understanding is they've been sort of understaffed in the past anyway. So this person's basically filling a gap we should have already filled.
Yes.
Yes.
This happens to come in at a billing issue time, so it all balances itself out. Am I that pretty accurate there?
So this is more of a question, not necessarily strictly on the utility billing, but, and this is probably Paulette, maybe Jennifer. So the efficiency audits, those are great. And I know we're just now getting into kind of the back end of like maybe permits and some different things like that. Hopefully we're going to be able to see kind of the benefits of these. So we'll be able to see improved processes, maybe in staffing, technology, any type of tangible or intangible, and be able to see build into, hey, it cost us $100,000, but we had X amount of savings, whether it's staffing or tech or whatever. Is that going to be an output of some of these as we continue to add more and more on?
It may be really, and again, the purpose of the efficiency audits is process improvement, and sometimes it saves you money, and sometimes it costs you a little bit of money. So, saying that, I was hoping to have, for example, the preliminary reports for the current studies going on before today, but I don't have those. So, but as you can see on IT, we're anticipating that may cost us a little bit of money and some one-time expenses. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I can't quantify an amount of savings, but through process improvement and efficiency, we may not need as much staff. We may be able to offset that with technology. Yes.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily a savings per se. It's more just either a process could save time or save time, like in permitting, it saves time for the residents or the people, contractors that are coming in.
Yes.
It's saving them, 10 hours or 4 days or whatever.
Right.
So we can see a benefit on there. So,
right. There'll be process improvement in terms of a customer experience or, streamlining the processes.
Yeah, not necessarily a dollar.
Which may save us money, but it may just save time. Yes, you're right.
Okay.
I would say we've had some discussions on the fleet side with that efficiency study, and already they have indicated there's some best practices that we could be implementing that are going to be real risk mitigators as well, and that is potentially offsetting future expenses due to risk. So if we kind of get on track with those best management practices, that would ultimately be a savings.
Yeah, it's intangible, but you can't measure it, but it's there. Okay.
Quick question: will we be doing the efficiency audit before we hire this new person? Seems like we're auditing to see if it's efficient, and if it finds out like, oh yeah, we actually do need like 5 more people, kind of makes sense of hiring someone and then not saying this was going to happen, not to say, well, we have one too many people. Yeah. That's what I'm just wondering. It sounds kind of counterproductive.
Well, we know we have an additional staffing need, at least one now. Yeah. So before we do an efficiency study, the efficiency study and utility billing would be to, we've learned in our transition to a new billing system that there are some more efficient ways that we could do this moving forward. But it is such a comprehensive system from the meter reading to the actual billing to all of that, that we feel like this isn't one we could do in-house. We are, the NRH Links unit is tackling a process improvement project now, which is our procurement process from beginning to end. But this is one that we feel like, one, is very comprehensive and complicated, and two, it is going to require an outside perspective.
Yeah.
In order to help us streamline it. So the short answer is we would propose to hire the person before we initiate the study, because we'll have to go through an RFP process similar to what we did with the current studies going on. So does that make sense?
It's long ramp up to get
yeah,
results,
right? Correct. Yeah, and then it'll take 6 months to a year, depending for them to complete the study.
Yeah,
right.
I'd say the additional piece of that is I've rarely walked by the water department and not see people waiting. So from an efficiency outward perspective to people that come in from a customer service, sometimes you have to spend a little more money in order to service them better versus the other way around.
Yeah, you have to walk by. I'm out of curiosity, really quick. How many people can be serviced at one time at that front desk? 2. It's only 2 at a time?
We have a total of 2 people who are at the window. However, we have also started staffing people when there is a line for an additional person, at least one other additional person, to come out into that sort of inside lobby waiting area to bring a laptop out, sit down with people, and try to address the questions that they have right then as well. Certainly, people have a myriad of ways that they could pay online or by phone, and so those who choose to visit us in person, we can easily service 3 people at the same time.
Yeah, because I've noticed only really because of this billing issue we're having. So, and I'm seeing online they can't get anybody to answer the phone. And so, of course, that's why they're more or less showing up.
Sure. We certainly are seeing a lot of phone calls coming into our system. And so if it's something that we can easily address, we do. A lot of times the questions people are calling in to ask about take a little bit longer. And so it is taking us longer per person to answer some of those questions. We've certainly seen it ebb and flow. So as bills come out and people sort of immediately call back, we've got folks who aren't necessarily, we try to make sure we include information on the bill itself. Some folks don't always read all that information. And so we can easily address things that are easy. But if it's something that's a little more complicated, it's definitely going to take time. We've staffed up with some temporary staffing. We've reassigned people from other departments. We've done a lot of things to provide more resources to that division. Certainly, we push more out on social media. We put more on our website. You know, we have attempted the things that we know that we can already, but providing an additional full-time person to work with customers and with billing and those sort of things is going to be important as well. And when we say billing, most people think of it as simply the water bill. It also includes drainage and garbage. So we are also fielding questions that have to do with trash pickups and, you know, they missed my recycling today. You know, so what drives the call volume is not just water. It could be a myriad of things.
Okay, we're going to move on to the much smaller cousin of the utility fund, which is the drainage utility fund, where the utility fund has a revenue of approaching $50 million. The drainage utility fund has a revenue under $2 million. So the drainage utility fund accounts for the monthly fee assessed to residents and businesses based on their drainage impact to pay for the maintenance, upkeep, and necessary improvements to the city's storm drainage system. The fund summary can be found on page 39 with detailed revenue and expense data beginning on page 125. So at a glance here, you'll see the proposed highlights. We've got for the revenues, next year's proposed revenues and expenses are considerably higher than the current year, as we propose to utilize over $2.5 million in reserves to fund over $3.7 million in drainage capital projects that we'll be discussing in one of the next presentations. Just as Trudy just mentioned, the billing piece of it and that they're handling the drainage billing as well. I just wanted to throw in there that the typical drainage utility fund fee per residential customer is about $4.88 per month. So you'll see here on the highlights that the revenue highlight, there's that $2.6 million in appropriation of fund balance, and that's going to help fund those capital projects. A slight increase in interest income, and the expenditures, once again, that goes back to the capital fund transfers. The proposed fiscal year 2026 budget is presented with a balance of $0. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you. I'll recess the city council budget workshop at 1:00. Let's reconvene at 1:15. Budget work session at 1:16. Yes, I am driving. And what do we have next? Capital budget. Trudy.
For next fiscal year, we do have several projects that are proposed for facilities. This provides you with a list, an overall list, and then we'll go through each one individually. So the first one is for lighting at the NRH Centre. This is a project that was authorized in 2023. However, we have received the total cost information from the engineer, and we actually are going to need some more funds in order to complete this particular project. We do have funds available within the NRH Center reserve funds, and this would ensure that we were able to have the system that's in place right now that is aging and no longer subject to the same level of maintenance that we've had over the years to be replaced. We are requesting for next fiscal year to replace the generator at Fire Station 1. We have had an ongoing generator project where we have completed an assessment of our city facility generators and recognized that the one at Fire Station 1 was not sized in order to accommodate full operations at the fire station, and we find that to be of importance. The existing equipment is also sort of past its useful life, and so at this point we are asking to be able to replace that. We have already done some design for replacement of this because we anticipated as part of that study that we would need to have probable cost in order to facilitate replacements. And so the funding that we're seeking at this time would be for the equipment and also for installation at $566,000. Funding would come from the Infrastructure Reserve Fund. Speaking of generators, one of our pump stations, the College Hills pump station, also is in need to have a generator there. Currently, we're utilizing a portable generator, but given the nature of this facility, we need to have in place a permanent generator that is sized in a way that will allow for continuous coverage should we have any sort of electricity interruption at that site. The total cost is about $1.2 million. Funding would come from the utility fund reserves. In City Hall, in the ceiling, there are several light fixtures that at this point are no longer operable. And so even though the building is not exactly old and the system itself works, there are issues with the fixtures themselves. And so we're asking to replace 29 of those fixtures to ensure that the lighting is consistent across the City Hall lobby area. This is a photo looking up. You can see sort of the little X's are marked where those lighting structures are. The total cost for this project is $53,000 with funding coming from our Facility Capital Reserve Fund. We are in a continuous effort to make sure that we have all of our uninterrupted power sources maintained and operable. The next set of replacements for next year have to do with areas within City Hall. We need to look at some of our switches and also power modules within the existing hardware. So this isn't a full-blown replacement of the entire system. It's really looking at some of the inside components of this. They're due to be replaced about every 10 years. And so City Hall is actually at that point now where we're going to run into year 10. So we don't want to get to the point where it's no longer working and we happen to have an outage. We want to make sure that we're on top of that ahead of time. The total cost for this would be $120,000 and funding would come from the Facility Capital Fund reserves. And finally, for facilities, our public works staff is on site doing a number of different activities across the city. One area that has come up for us as a need is our ability to store debris and other things from sites and to allow that to dry out over time so that it could be reused, reallocated in other ways, but also just so that it is not kept on site and continue to be an issue when it still may have, we're going to say water or other elements that cause it to be wet. So we're looking to construct a receiving and drying pit that we would have located on city property. It would be behind an enclosed area. Citizens wouldn't see it, but this just allows us to be able to manage that debris in a way that is pleasing to the eye and really out of the way so that it has an opportunity to dry and be reused. The total cost for this would be $55,000 and funding would come from the Utility Capital Reserve Fund. Are there any questions about facilities before I move on to IT?
Just quick, the system you're wanting to replace at the fire station, for example, the
generator?
Generator. What happens to the old one? Do we sell that on the market or do they try to give us credit for it when you're trading it in? I mean, it's still got to be worth quite a chunk of change.
Chris, is that something we would sell at auction or how would we dispose of the equipment? So Chris's, our facilities director's response was, it is something we can include in the scope of work for the contractor who takes on providing the equipment and installing the new generator, but that is not a huge revenue for the city. If we were to have that company to dispose of it, we also have the option of doing an auction for that. Again, it's not a huge overall moneymaker for the city, whether we auction it or we ask the vendor who's going to do the install for the new system to dispose of it.
Well, I guess my question is, do we not have another building smaller use that we could possibly use it for?
I think this is an older unit. Chris, do you know how old this unit is?
You buried the lead on that one, by the way.
So his answer was, it is too small for any of our existing facilities. It is also past the point of being able to get new parts to be able to maintain the system. And it is something that, is sort of beyond its useful life at this point.
Just a quick question, because now that Russ brought that up, I did this for 7 years in the private sector, buying and selling old equipment. Do we not go and scrap it for scrap cash? I know you're not going to get $10,000 or anything, but $1,000 is money we can use for somewhere else in the city. I hate to we'll just take it away because we're not going to get whatever X back. It just seems kind of silly not to. A dollar is a dollar compared to nothing at all.
We do auctions every year, about 4 times a year, and we list all the items available for auction sort of at one price, and we go through a bidding, if you will. So what is it that people are willing to pay for these items? We don't sort of competitively, if you will, per item. And it's competitive because it's public and it's open to whoever wants to participate. But we're not necessarily in the specialized business of seeking out, hey, who might be an ideal purchaser for this kind of thing, given the variety of items that we tend to auction.
Just something to explore, like the scrap metal and that alone is actually a lot of money.
Sure. We'll look into it.
Hey, contractors take it away because we just don't want to deal with it. Just something to think about.
Sure, absolutely. We'll definitely look into it.
But also we're required by law we can't just sell off to whoever, any public property. It has to be auctioned like this. That's why we go through the public auction page. So we can look at what that might look like to do that. But we do also have to meet the state law requirements.
Let's attempt. That's all I'm saying.
Next, we have a few IT projects. We'll start with replacement of our fire station #1 alerting system. So this system has been in place for several years. It's aging, it's having some issues, and so we really need to look at replacement for it. Newer technology does allow for enhanced features in fire station alerting, which can include things like automated messaging, which definitely helps when it comes to relaying information directly from dispatch calls. So not just a tone saying that there's a call, but also relaying direct information. This will help to improve efficiency and also communications. The total cost of this is expected to be $125,000, with funding coming from the Infrastructure Reserve Fund. Every year, we have to do maintenance of our overall site network, and we recognize that for next year, we need to focus on locations outside of City Hall, including this building, also the NRH 2O facilities, the Richland Tennis Center, our fire stations 1, 4, and 5, and also off-site record storage. What this does is ensure that connection in all of our network systems is up to speed, that it's reliable, that it is secure, and also we can scale that as we need to when additional software systems and information needs to be added to that transfer of information. We do network switches as an annual project, and so this is how much we have on deck for next year at a total cost of $150,000 from the IT Capital Reserve Fund. And finally, we have access control at City Hall. And this is a picture inside of the panel. So most people think of access control when they swipe their badge, the part that they see. We are talking about replacement on the back end, the part that you don't see. So when City Hall was constructed, of course, we had an overall system that was installed. We have had a few failures over time with that system. There are just so many doors, so many people, and we, in many of our facilities in City Hall, are 24 hours a day. So there's a constant use for this access control. We've already started an access control project for sites outside of City Hall. And so what this would do is extend that project into the City Hall building itself, and would make sure that people would be able to utilize the same system both at City Hall and other facilities, while also providing for the reliability that we need here in City Hall for all of our doors. Our total cost for this is $402,500, and funding would come from our General Capital Reserve Fund. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? That looked like state-of-the-art wiring.
Don't let Chief Tenney see that picture that you just showed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So here we go with all other capital projects. I'll be presenting just over 15 million in capital projects for the following categories: streets and traffic, drainage, utility, major equipment, parks and recreation, and aquatic park. All projects are proposed to be funded with fund balance. So we're going to start with streets and traffic. We've got 7 projects for just over $5.1 million. The first is our crosswalk paver replacement. You may recall that we did work, the same type of work at North Tarrant Parkway and Davis last year. We had some major roadways, North Tarrant Parkway, Bruce Snow, Glenview Drive, and even some on City Point Drive, where with the original installation of the roadway, they installed the paved stone pavers, typically at crosswalks. And unfortunately, what happens over time, especially in high traffic areas, is those pavers will start to vibrate and migrate out. And so we have decided it's in our best interest, in the public's best interest, if we replace those pavers with a stamped concrete option instead, that will be a solid surface pavement. So the proposed cost there is just over $615,000 from the Infrastructure Reserve Fund. The Grand Avenue project, if you remember, we probably 2-3 months ago, we had Bill Giedema came into council with proposed residential development just east of the library that will be on the north side of this roadway. And there has been a hotel that was approved, I believe, last year on the south side of this roadway. So this project consists of improving the Grand Avenue pavement. There's about 200 feet that remains asphalt. The scope will include replacing the asphalt with 2 concrete travel lanes, while the adjacent developments, the hotel on the south side and the residential development on the north side, will be constructing the on-street parking, sidewalks, and things of that nature. The cost is $200,000, and that's split between infrastructure reserves and donations fund. And I do want to point out that Bill Giedema has agreed to pay for the design, and even as part of the construction, we hope to enter into an agreement with him where the construction of that roadway could be incorporated with his larger infrastructure construction, so we would have some economies of scale, as opposed to bidding a relatively small standalone project for that pavement. The next project is David Court, and I know we've got some people on social media, whenever we post something about the streets, there are some key streets that people have questions about. David Court seems to come up quite a bit. This is a proposed CDBG, or Community Development Block Grant project for 2026. This project will reconstruct the existing asphalt roadway with concrete. You'll see on the slide that the cost to the city is a little over $55,000. Total project cost is almost $350,000. So the city share is just to augment the CDBG funding that we receive. So this is really a great value for the city. Next is our proposed preventive street maintenance 2026 project. As Paulette mentioned, we're using recommendations from our recent pavement assessment project to identify which streets will be included. We're anticipating approximately 50 streets will be overlaid, which has been the focus of this year's program as well. If you go back, two or 3 years, our annual preventive street maintenance included some overlays, also slurry seals, concrete panel replacement, and so forth. The most recent pavement assessment recommendations were heavy on the overlays, and so that's what we're anticipating with this year. Next, our sidewalk rehabilitation and replacement. This is an annual project where we set aside money and we work with residents on a 50-50 basis to replace, rehabilitate sections of heaved or cracked, unsafe sidewalk. You can see a before and after picture there. So this is $100,000 from Sidewalk Capital Fund reserves. And as indicated on the slide this year, I think that the hope is to focus on Mid-Cities and Holiday Lane. So this is kind of a where the sidewalk ends picture. This project it's a new project, and we're setting aside hopefully $65,000 from Sidewalk Capital Fund reserves to fund the acquisition of right-of-way or easement to facilitate future construction of sidewalk in an area that we think needs it. This particular area could be we could receive grant funding, but without having a clear path to do that construction in the form of right-of-way or an easement, we're really not in good standing to receive a grant. And I believe this is our final street and traffic project. This is a transportation management project. I believe this is, I think, the 5th, maybe 6th annual version of this project. This upgrades software and hardware in traffic signal cabinets at a cost of just over $275,000. The screenshot that you see there is that's looking kind of at the control. If you were to log in today to the system and you could see the intersections we have online, this will allow Public Works personnel to remotely take a look, be alerted to any malfunctions. We get tremendous data from this as well. We can capture traffic counts and so forth. So for this year, the intersections that they're looking to equip with this equipment on North Tarrant Parkway at both Smithfield and Keller Smithfield, on Holiday Lane at the Chapman Meadow intersection, at Liberty, at Trinidad, and at Lola, and at Iron Horse and Browning. Okay, moving on to drainage. We've got 4 drainage projects. You'll recall that this is a significant increase over last year, as we propose to utilize over $2.5 million in fund balance to support these capital projects, as we discussed during the Drainage Utility Fund. So we've got $3.8 million in proposed projects. So the first one is street drainage improvements. This is also an annual project. Typically, this is only funded to, I believe, $100,000. This year, we have asked for a 5-fold increase of that so we can really make an impact. We have a running list. People will let us know if they have heaving or settling in their curb and gutter line in front of their homes. You'll see bird baths, areas of standing water, things like that. These generally kind of fall into more of a nuisance complaint, but it does go to protecting the integrity of the roadway as well. The CB1 concrete channel repair project, we spent just under $200,000 this last year on an emergency repair. This channel is downstream of Mid-Cities. It parallels the railroad tracks, kind of in the Fort Worth Christian area. You can see in this picture, it doesn't take a structural engineer to see that something's not quite right. So this project is going to fully reconstruct that concrete channel. And then we have our miscellaneous drainage improvements. I believe the first time that we included a project like this was last year, if not the year before. This picture actually shows the outcome of one of those miscellaneous projects. This is some surface work that was done along Amundsen Road, not too far from Ferrum Park. So what will happen, especially when we have seasons of really heavy rain, even in a city as old as we are, we will somehow find new pockets where we're having some minor drainage issues. So what we're asking for is some money to be set aside so that as these come up, we will have the funds available to address those. So typically we'd be looking at smaller projects, maybe a small extension of a pipe, maybe installation of a flume in existing right-of-way or drainage easements. Next, we have the Briarwood Addition drainage improvement. In 2010, the city did, at the time it seemed like a lot of money. It still is. It was $1.6 million. It was a major project where we installed a massive box culvert up the channel, working our way north under Hewitt, all the way up Briarwood. This particular area on the east side of Hewitt and west side of Smithfield, we've got, if you kind of picture that area, those properties on Smithfield just drain towards the west. When we did that original project, there were some alternates that were included for bidding, but we didn't have the funding at the time to take those on. We've since heard from some of these residents, they're still dealing with some issues stemming from receiving all that flow from the east. And so what we're proposing this year is $200,000 to put towards design and easement acquisition to fund what those improvements will be. Now, we don't know exactly where. That's why we want to get the design first before we assign a construction cost, because we are going to have to work with private properties to acquire an easement to put the infrastructure in.
On that particular one, is that from the picture? You got a rail fence on one side, the other one you just got posts. So are we talking about like a little creek bed is what you're talking about through there? According to this picture, that's just vacant. I'm assuming it's just vacant land there.
Vacant. So the arrows are kind of pointing to the two residential properties.
Well, I'm talking about on page 124. It shows the Briarwood Addition drainage, and it looked like a post on one side, which I would say would be the property line for somebody, and then a fence on the other side. So, but you can see where the drainage gives this. So is that what we're talking about?
I'm not. Is it the same picture that's up here? It is not. Oh, I see. And I probably apologize. I don't have the book with me. What we're not sure exactly where the infrastructure is going to be. So I've got just the general overview here, and then this is a look that the resident in particular who's been complaining. This is what it looks like when all that water that's coming from the east is flowing around his house. So probably what we're looking at doing is extending a pipe. I don't know if you can see the mouse here. We've got a major drainage box culvert in Hewitt. We would very likely be extending a pipe up to the east. We're just not sure exactly where that pipe would go. It would depend on where we can get the easements to put an intake in to capture that flow in this area before the homes on Hewitt are having to contend with it, which is this is what we're trying to avoid. Does that help answer the question? And that is the end of the drainage projects. So moving on to utility, we've only got two projects, one of which is an older project and we're adding additional money to it. And then one of them is new. The Big Fossil Creek wastewater outfall, you'll see here, it's got a UT02 designation. That means it was originally identified in 2002. This is the City of Fort Worth project to reconstruct and upsize a large downstream wastewater or sewer main, which picks up flow from the far south part of town near Broadway and 26, conveys it along Big Fossil and then down along the Trinity to the treatment plant in Fort Worth, the Village Creek treatment plant. So the project it took Fort Worth quite a while to get to the point where they were under construction. I believe that they started construction in 2022. Costs obviously went up in the last 20 years or so. So the funding that we need here is to meet our obligation to pay for our share of that line. And the next utility project is the Watauga ground storage tank rehabilitation. This is, I believe, one of 4 ground storage tanks in our distribution system. I think it showed on a slide Trudy just showed about the generator. We redid our College Hills tank. That's the big tank that's north of the post office. We redid that in 2023. That is the same type of thing we need to do here. We need to both inside and out recoat, basically strip it, recoat it so that it's structurally safe and it's safe for housing the drinking water. And this is a $1.2 million project. Moving on to major equipment, we've got 6 projects at just over $1.5 million. First, it's actually three separate projects, but I've combined them because they're remarkably similar. We need 3 dump trucks. So we are proposing to fund 2 of those from Fleet Fund reserves and 1 from Utility Capital Projects Fund. The dump trucks, I'm sure you've seen them as you drive around town during the day. They are in daily use by all divisions of Public Works, Utility, Streets, and the Construction Division. And we need a new ambulance. I would absolutely defer to Chief Tenney if you have specific questions on the ambulance. But this is proposed to replace Unit 9009, a 2018 Fraser ambulance, with a new vehicle. The cost is $556,584 from Fleet Fund reserves. As it indicates on here, the existing unit will be placed into reserve status. Next, we've got fire maintenance column lifts. In addition to ensuring we have safe equipment, the new lifts can provide weight distribution measurements as well. Interesting to note that these 6 lifts have a total lifting capacity of 74 tons. Our equipment is not that heavy, so always glad to hear we've got a factor of safety. And this is $90,000 from Fleet Fund reserves. So Councilman Dupree, I believe this may have been the project you were asking about earlier. This is a request for the purchase of a victim assistance and rehab unit. This is to fund a new piece of equipment, a dedicated victim assistance and rehab unit. It looks remarkably similar to an ambulance, costs a lot less. This vehicle will support emergency operations, basically providing a place for, let's say a fire happens and you've got a displaced family and they're trying to get things together, talk to insurance. You've got first responders assisting them. It could be mobilized in all types of emergencies to provide that support for first responders. The cost is $330,000 from Fleet Fund reserves.
Quick question about that. Could you explain again the Victim Assistance Rehab Center? Is it just supplies will be in there and it goes to someone's house that just got burned down, or?
It actually has, if you think about what the back of an ambulance looks like, where of course there's lots of medical supplies and equipment, this is set up more so that it has a workstation. Chief Tenney, if you want to.
Sure, yeah. The back of it will have an area that we can sit at. So if like have a table that they can talk to an investigator so they do their investigation on the fire. They could talk to the Red Cross about getting assistance and housing and clothing. PD could use it if they have a situation where they're needing to interview people on scene for whatever reason, those type of things. So it's got a work area. It'll have an area that will have the ability to, in the wintertime, have hot coffee, or in the summertime, have cold water. Keep those things available so that we can get them in out of the elements. And
what do we do currently?
I'm sorry?
What do we do currently in these situations? We don't have this currently right now. What do we do currently right now?
Currently for us, what we're trying to fix here is like the example we gave on a structure fire. Your house catches on fire. Traditionally for us, when we start to look for the occupants of the house, they're in a neighbor's house, they're in a car down the street, they've wandered off to some other place with family. It's kind of hard to do the investigation because we don't have a good place to put them. If we do get the request to house them, usually it ends up in the back of the ambulance. And quite honestly, that's really not the best place, especially for kids, to put them in. It's what we found. This will be much more suitable environment to put them in and comfort them. We'll have some stuffed animals, that kind of thing for the kids to comfort them. But that will be one of the things. The other need that we identified when we started talking about this vehicle is we have crews working, and the one that always comes to mind is Bowen Public Works crews working water main breaks when it's 10 degrees outside and they're having to pump out hose, that kind of thing. It'll give us the ability to take that unit out there for them to have a place to get in out of the cold, warm up, drink a cup of coffee, those kind of things. So we think there's multiple uses for it other than just the fire department. Okay. So,
thank you.
I have a question. Where will you store it?
We'll store it. More than likely, we'll store this at Station 5, and it'll be responded. Right now, currently, our rehab unit we have is staffed by the Citizen Fire Academy alumni. They're the ones that bring it out for us for like structure fires, that kind of thing. And this one will certainly be available for them there. But the ideal being, because we want to make it more versatile and use it in different ways, that when we need to get it out, if the CFA is not available, we'll respond it with one of the drivers out of the fire station.
Last question, sorry. What's the turnaround time if you order this and the ambulance?
Ambulances are taking us about 2 years. They're telling us on the rehab 12 to 16, a little bit less, but not a whole lot.
Okay. So. And something like this it's on the lot somewhere?
No, this will be 12 to 16 months to deliver. Ambulances take us about 24 months. Okay.
Is the price locked in? Is the price locked in?
Price is locked in when we issue the PO. So, yeah. But yes, we do have a valid quote right now. That's all.
Okay, moving on to parks and recreation capital projects. We have 7 projects here at $1.4 million. First is the NRH Centre Aquatics Outdoor Rentable Space. The project proposes to install, you can see here is where that is, on the center, on the east side. So the proposes to install additional paving, fencing, seating, and a shade structure to provide a usable area for youth programming or outdoor rentable space. This would be particularly helpful during their annual summer camp. They do anticipate a 3 to 4 year payback on this investment based on the rentals. The cost is $60,000 from Parks Capital Fund reserves. The John Barfield Trail Spring Oak Extension. So that is in this location towards the far east end of the Barfield Trail. This project proposes an off-road trail connection where the Encore Power Line property, eliminating a 900-foot gap currently where pedestrians and cyclists utilize Spring Oak Drive. The project scope includes installation of a bridge or box culvert to cross the Little Bear 3 tributary and also the associated FEMA coordination to do so. The proposed cost is $550,000 from the Parks Operations Fund reserves. Next, we have new playground equipment at J.B. Sandlin Park. J.B. Sandlin Park is located in Thornbridge. This project provides for the replacement of that equipment originally installed in 2001 and will include a shade structure, which wasn't kind of part of the package 20 plus years ago. The cost is $280,000, once again, from Parks Operations Fund reserves. I don't know how many of you have visited the dock in Hometown, but it's, I think, a well-used and much-loved amenity. The existing dock was originally built by the Hometown developer in 2005 and dedicated to the city. It juts out into that southernmost lake. That is the Walker Branch tributary. It does get inundated during heavy rain events, and it is not in good shape. The project scope includes replacing all structural elements as well as the decking above the concrete piers at a proposed cost of $150,000. Next, we have replacing fitness flooring and carpet throughout the NRH Centre fitness area and first floor youth rooms. That flooring is original to the facility, which opened in 2012. The cost is $174,000. Then we have city entry sign replacement. I'm sure that as you've come to and from NRH, you've seen these in different locations. This particular picture is the one on North Tarrant Parkway. This project will establish an updated design for replacement of these signs, which were originally installed in 2001. As the slide indicates, the cost of reconditioning all the signs along with their outdated appearance suggests that sign replacement would be a better option. The current project scope is to establish that design and the engineering specifications to accommodate demo and reconstruction of all of those signs in future years. Then we have the Richland Tennis Center LED lighting conversion. This is a grant project. I do want to point that out. You can see that the cost share is $85,000 from a grant, $53,000 from city funds. The project leverages grant funds to replace the court lighting with LED, which will be more efficient and provide better light coverage. And lastly, we have one aquatic park project at a cost of $1.15 million. And that is to replace the tower, the NRH Double Dipper Tower. The existing wooden tower was original to the park in 1996. And this project proposes a replacement of that wooden tower with a steel structure. As I said, the cost is $1.15 million. That concludes my all other capital projects presentation. Any questions?
I do have a question. Going back to the Grand Avenue, you had down on there a donation. Is that the one that you're talking about? Is that, I think that said donation. Is that from Bill or Arcadia, I guess? Is that right? Or
I believe that's from the donations fund. That is not, that doesn't include a specific donation from Mr. Giedema.
okay. And that's donations, when you said donation fund, what donations fund is that specifically?
I'm going to ask for help from budget on that.
Can you go back to the slide for that project?
There we go. You know, while you're thinking, this was a Tarrant County Commissioner Fickus, but before he had passed months ago, indicated just over $50,000 available for the city. It wasn't. I don't believe he specifically designated it for this, but in light of the source, we felt it was appropriate that it went to street.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. And I guess we'll work with the developer before we start building anything, make sure we're not building something and then tearing it up for utilities later on when he's constructing.
Correct. So the intent would be actually he would be performing the design. So we would absolutely be in keeping with what works for him and what works for the hotel as well. And the intent would be that we would potentially enter into a city developer agreement where his contractor would perform the work as well, and we would reimburse them for the cost there. And that would once again go back to realizing some economies of scale.
Okay, cool. Okay, I was a little disappointed too on the signs. I was hoping we were gonna have something like to our city to the east that has like the towers of Sauron and those big gaudy type of signs.
This is the design.
Like
this is the design. So this is your time to make a suggestion.
I'm counting on Kelvin to update the donation fund reserve to take care of that because I think they spent like $8 million on those or something.
Yeah.
Ricky.
All right. Just for clarification for the traffic lights, like traffic improvements, there's a few streets we don't have control of when it comes to the lights. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What would be those?
So think about the 820 corridor. Yeah. So Holiday and 820, Iron Horse and 820, and the Vortex, which is 820, 26, Bedford, Euless, Davis.
Those are the streets I get asked for all the time, and I'm like, well, I wish, So just to clarify that. So that's TxDOT, right?
Yes.
Would be those people.
Well, TxDOT and NTEMP actually, NTEMP takes care of Holiday and Iron Horse. TxDOT takes care of the Vortex.
Okay. Those people got to yell at. All right. Thank you.
So, yeah, NTEMP is the entity that built and now maintains the toll roads. What are they called? Again, words are hard.
North Tarrant Express. Yeah.
The North Tarrant Express, but it's the managed lanes. That's what I was looking for.
So it was like 26 and Rear Snow, right?
26, 26 and Davis and Bedford Euless, just north of 820.
Okay.
That is what we refer to as the vortex,
Yeah.
and that is TxDOT.
Okay, good. All right, yeah, that's where I get stuck all the time.
We can give you a phone number.
Yes.
And see how that works out. Anybody else? Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Chase?
All right. So this should be our last scheduled presentation today with new information. So I think there are Kleenexes available if you get emotional. This has been a ride.
Matt's
today.
gone.
So I'll be covering special revenue funds. As I mentioned earlier, it's been a couple months, but the proposed budget for special revenue funds was presented to City Council in work session earlier this year. So this presentation is going to be a little different in that I'm going to kind of gloss over the information that is the same as what we showed you before and really zero in on any items that may have changed since that time. So starting with the Municipal Court Special Revenue Fund, there is a new item here, $18,000 for voice AI and chatbots. This is an item that is spread across multiple funds, essentially funds that provide a customer service function that could benefit from this technology. In the municipal court, their share of this technology cost is represented here. For the PEG fund, there are no changes compared to what was presented earlier. However, within the PEG fund, we do have an item for council consideration, which would be expanded streaming capabilities. We were able to obtain a quote from a couple of different vendors for adding streaming and recording capabilities, specifically within the City Hall community room for any type of public-facing meeting that may occur there. And certainly looking for council feedback as to whether this would be something to include in the proposed budget. Within the promotional fund, previously the item for renewing the restaurant rewards program was included in the proposed budget. We have since moved that to a council consideration. While we are very excited, Craig's excitement around this program is contagious. We didn't want to get ahead of ourselves and wanted to check in with City Council to make sure that there was an interest in renewing this program for fiscal year 26. The proposed program would be at the $112,000 mark, reserving $100,000 for potential rewards payments, and then $12,000 for marketing and third-party administration costs. Within the donations fund, there are no changes compared to what was presented to City Council earlier. Major changes here that we've already gone over on the expenditure side include some additional funding for community events, as well as additional library e-content. Similar story here within the Special Investigations Fund. Not only are there no changes from what was presented to City Council a few months ago, there are no planned expenditure changes from the current fiscal year as well. Within the Economic Development Fund, one key change to highlight here is a proposal to move 25% of the compensation for our economic development analyst from the general fund. We're always looking for opportunities to use restricted funds where we can, where we're allowed to reduce pressure on the general fund, and this represents one of those efforts. Within the Gas Development Fund, there are no changes from a few months ago. Expenditures here include a traffic signal battery backup, so ensuring that our traffic signals stay on. I've heard that's a good thing. And then finally, the Traffic Safety Fund. Traffic Safety Fund we've talked about a few times during today's presentations. Expenditures within the Traffic Safety Fund are mainly going towards, exclusively going towards a capital project that Caroline highlighted earlier, with a plan to bring the fund balance within this fund to $0 by the end of the fiscal year. The Traffic Safety Fund was first established to house revenue from our red light camera program, seeing as how that has been that the program has not existed for some time, and this fund has been subsisting on interest earnings that are running out. Our proposal for this fund is to go out of business. That concludes my presentation.
Any questions, Ricky?
Really quick, for the library e-content, that's e-books, right?
That is correct.
Purchase more e-books.
Yep.
Okay. And out of curiosity, so with those e-books, we purchase a license to only let so many books out at a time. Is that how it works?
So it depends on the vendor that we purchase from. So some of them we get it for, say we purchase it and the purchase is for a year. We don't actually purchase, I guess we sort of lease audiobooks. And so some of them are for a year, some of them for a limited number of circulations, like 26 or 52 circulations, and then we have to repurchase. Some of them we can buy on a simultaneous multiple user program where so many people can all use it at the same time for a certain amount of time. There is no fiscally more efficient way. There's kind of a monopoly on the e-content industry, and so we don't have options, and so we buy them where we can find them, or we lease them. They call it buying, but we don't own them. So we lease them on the way that we find is the most cost effective at the time that we purchase.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
You know what I found interesting on the school side is that I thought after you didn't have the really big printed bound books that they would be cheaper, but they went the other way. It's like, but wait a minute, this seems a little odd.
For a print New York Times bestseller, for a print book with our discounts through our vendor, we might pay $19 to $21 for it, and we would pay about $75 for the ebook content and $150 for the e-audio. And that's to lease. They call it buying, but we're leasing.
Yeah.
It's a little known secret of
I can't even make notes in it and yellow highlighter and keep it. So the other questions, open rewards. Are we planning on going in the idea of the 10% this time where we ended last time?
So that would be our proposal, but that's why we wanted to put it for you all to decide, so that you'll have some room in there to decide. Do you want to start it where we left off last year, which was the 10% level? Do you want to run it for the same time period, which we ended up running at January through April, I think. And so that would be the proposal. But again, the reason we wanted to let you all kind of decide and talk about it is to determine how you wanted to manage that.
I think it certainly got an uptick again after we went to 10%. And everybody got really excited then. Okay.
Can I just quick comment about the library? Showed up yesterday at home, and my wife Holly sitting there with this big blanket. Y'all had some kind of fundraiser going on or something, and you want to share that with us? I thought it was a great project. It's a quilt.
And about 11 years ago, the library won a grant to create our makerspace, and that equipment has been, thanks to the diligent effort of one of our staff members, maintained really well. But the long arm quilting machine, which is the most popular piece of equipment in our makerspace, her name was Lucy. She finally died. And so, yes, the machine, not the person. And so we asked our quilters who had been using her all these years to donate quilts for a quilt raffle. And through their donations and the generous purchasing of raffle tickets of our community, we raised over $6,500 for the replacement. And our friends of the library are putting forward the rest. So the new long arm quilting machine is set to be delivered next week, and her name will be Ethel.
Hey, Russ, my wife came home with a new quilt too, so it's contagious.
I hope she didn't pay.
I feel left out. You know,
she must have paid.
How much is that piece of equipment? $500. How much is that equipment?
We received a discount because the Friends of the Library are purchasing it, and they're not a separate nonprofit. So we received a discount. They're typically about $16,000, and Richland Sewing Center sold it to the Friends for $10,500.
Oh, wow. I think it's a good deal. Good deal. Okay. Any other questions?
I just want to add, we haven't really focused on what the additional community events are. So I wanted to make sure and spotlight that. But these additional community events are being funded in part from donations and also the promotional fund. And one is it's really kind of a series of events, but we're calling it Fall at the Hall, which will be at City Hall along City Point Drive and in the plaza and that kind of thing. And then the other one is a spring arts festival that would take place in this area. So Adrian, if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, so the Fall at the Hall will be this October. It's all 4 Saturdays in October. We're piggybacking off our 2 existing Autumn Sounds concerts. So the first 2 Saturdays, we'll have the Autumn Sounds concert. The second Saturday includes the light projection that many of you have seen as a part of that concert. The third Saturday is our fall family movie. And so we'll host a movie night like we've done in parks, but shifted over to City Point Plaza. And then the fourth Saturday is really a reimagined Halloween event. And so it'll be NRH Pumpkin Point. And so there'll be, opportunities for games, trick-or-treating, things that many residents have commented over the years that they've missed at Green Valley Park. We've just learned that the park site settings for some of those larger scale events is not as conducive for that growth. And so this really highlights City Point and also helps to, really encourage that development component by showing what we can bring to that particular area. So we're really excited to have that. There'll be some fall photo scenes up throughout the month of October as well.
And then you want to talk about the spring?
Yes, the spring is still in development, but will be featured out along Hawk Avenue, the plaza here, Stormy Plaza, our outdoor plaza when you walk out back of the Grand Hall. It's a really great space, and we have a lot of ability to manage traffic and control of Hawk Avenue, which is a lot more walkable. And we're excited to introduce that more Spring Arts Fest into that area in spring of 26. And again, as Paulette referenced, we've had a great increase in our donations for cash partners over the last year or so, with over $25,000 in donations projected for 26. And that's really for local businesses to be involved and come alongside us to help promote their business, but also be a part of the community, and it enhances the events that we're able to offer.
That's awesome. We talked about that in the strategic planning last year. Wanted to do something very similar.
Some more, yeah.
So that's great.
Community events. So.
Anybody else? Paulette, decision points.
All right. If you'll click through these, Chase, since I don't know, Chase put these together for me. So again, we just want to first take the time to go through these decision points. The first one being the employee compensation that we outlined. And this really impacts all funds. And you can see there on the slide the impact to the general fund. Again, this is funded within the proposed, or what we're calling the preliminary tax rate, which is the no new revenue rate. And so if you have any questions or discussion on that, or want to comment on your thoughts about it.
It's good.
I mean, I know we always kind of went to make sure that y'all are okay with the rate and everything, but we're good with it, right? I want to make sure from a consensus perspective, we all have a good feeling about it. Yeah, Ricky.
This is obviously the rate for other cities are doing. I'm used in the private sector, like you're lucky to get 1 or 2%, so seeing 3 or 4 is kind of shocking. But if all other cities are doing the same thing, obviously we don't want to lose talent and everything. So that's kind of where I'm falling on.
Okay. Looks all good. Okay.
Okay. And then, of course, the Encore proposed rate increase. Again, we've factored in what we thought was going to be our standard electricity rate increase this year, but should and again, we know that Encore's rate case will get approved at some level. We are hopeful that it won't be at the level that they have proposed. What we would recommend here is to address this in the revised budget, meaning at that point we'll know where their rate increase landed, and we'll be able to come back and most likely be able to address those through some infusion of some more reserves from our various funds. But if you have any question or concern about handling it that way, we want to hear that. And if you have any questions or comments about it.
Comments, questions? So what we have in the budget right now doesn't address the 371,
No.
but we'll be able to do that through reserves or some of the overbalances that we had in some of the individual ones. I know that we discussed those as well. So, I mean, I'm okay doing that. I don't see anything outside of that. Is there opportunity that we think that 371 goes down any?
Oh, yeah, I do think it'll go down. I don't think that their rate case will get approved at that full amount.
Okay.
But I know that there will be some level of rate increase that'll get approved. And so we just, that's the number that it would be should it get approved at that full amount. So we wouldn't be looking to come back at the 371. But that also reminded me, several of you wanted to see the minimum fund balance. And so you all did pass a policy on that earlier this year. And so Trudy's got those to hand out so you can see. Again, it was pointed out in your books, there is a sheet that lists the fund balance starting and where it will start this upcoming fiscal year. So you can see where we are. And then that policy gives you the minimum fund balance requirements that have been set for each reserve fund. So,
yeah, Trudy is handing out 3 pieces of information.
Okay.
The first, the cover sheet, is a summary of all of these items for council consideration. The second, which starts with a blue cover, is the fund balance policy that was passed by City Council this fiscal year. And then the very final page in the stack is an expansion of the information that was included in your proposed budget packets. This actually walks forward to show the impact of the, I'm calling it the preliminary budget, the budget that you reviewed today. So what impact would that have on each fund balance, and how does that compare to the fund balance policy that was passed by City Council? What you'll notice is that in those final 2 columns, where we believe we will land, and those fund balance requirements, that we are in compliance across the board. So the budget that we have put forward complies with that fund balance policy on 100% of the applicable funds.
thank you, Chase. And so, yes, that cover sheet, again, that answers your earlier question, Billy, about this kind of the grand total of all of the decision points, items that I'm calling. And again, that compensation, those compensation measures are already funded under the no new revenue rate that is included in your proposed budget. And then you can see the other funds, what the amounts are in each fund, with a grand total of $3.4 million. And then let's see, continuing on, the IT fund recommendations was the efficiency study. Let's see.
Yeah, this is to fund recommendations.
Yes, and that was the 250,000.
Anticipated recommendations from
right.
the IT.
Oh, yeah, that's one item. We've just got 3 bullet points. I'm sorry. Let me follow along here. So 250,000 in anticipated costs for recommendations from our IT study. I also want to mention that because I don't want you all to be surprised or caught off guard by this, but you will see an item on your next council agenda where we are canceling the contract with the original vendor that was awarded the IT efficiency study. They were not delivering on their promised deliverables per the contract. So we are asking to terminate their contract and hire, it's actually Matrix, which is the firm that is doing the other 2 studies, because they have done a very good job on those other 2 studies. And we are comfortable with their process, and they had actually submitted a proposal on the IT study, but the selection committee, that Cogent, which is who we're terminating the contract with, ended up with more points in the evaluation process. So that didn't work out with them, unfortunately, but Matrix is ready and available to, I say start again. I don't know that it's going to be completely starting from scratch, but it will be somewhat. So I just don't want you to be surprised by those items. But enough happened to know that we are going to be looking at some additional costs and recommendations for our IT study. Any questions on that, or thoughts, comments?
I think this is something we have to do. I mean, investment in IT is long-term savings overall, in my opinion. So, looks good.
All right.
I'm getting heads nodding yes. So,
all right, moving on. And then we have the efficiency audit for our facilities area. Again, this would just be to fund an efficiency audit, estimating $100,000. Of course, the audits that we have awarded now each came in under that somewhat. Some of them significantly under, some right under, but $100,000 we think would be sufficient to budget for that, and it would just again just do an efficiency audit and study for our facilities department.
everybody good with that? Keeping those going, that idea of those. I even think we should pick something next year as well. So, I think that's good. Everybody's good? Yes. Okay. Okay. Got thumbs up and yeses. Okay.
And then from the CCD fund, the additional 3 campus officers, what we had talked about with the school district was funding 3 each year until we get up to 9. And you heard the chief say we haven't been able to fill those original 3 as of yet. We're still working on that. But if you fund these, then we would have those positions available to fill as we begin to get applicants. We're changing a little bit of our approach on our recruitment strategy here, and we think that will help us recruit officers to this position. So.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, we absolutely want to do this. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. Okay.
And then the additional utility service representative, again, this is from the utility fund. It adds an additional utility service rep to the 5 that we currently have. Again, there's a higher demand and increased workload that really has been generated from the additional water accounts as our city has developed over the last, our city has developed over the last 20, 30, 40 years. But in the last 10 years, we've had significant development and additions to our water accounts, and we have not increased staff to the level to keep up with that workload. We have painfully learned that through this process of transitioning to a new system, and also taken on the water meter change outs. So
I think we confirmed that one when we were at that one before. So
okay.
I think we're good.
All right.
Yep.
And then the efficiency audit of utility billing, again, estimating or plugging in $100,000 in the utility fund budget for next fiscal year to conduct an efficiency study and audit of our billing system. Or billing process. I shouldn't say system. Process.
Yes,
Okay.
System is meaningful.
Yeah, it's a whole different thing. Yeah.
I think we're all good.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Russ,
All right.
Russ, you good? Okay. There you go. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
And then expanded streaming capabilities. And again, this is PEG fund, right? Or
Yes, correct.
In order to live stream from the community room, we don't currently have that capability now. What we've been doing for example, for the strategic planning session is we recorded and played back as we're doing here today. We could still do that, or if the council's interested in installing equipment that would allow us to live stream from that room, we can do that using these PEG funds.
Y'all good? All good? Yep.
One question, Paulette. We talked about the closed captioning thing. Just that was something that somebody brought up. Is there any progress on whether or not, like city council meetings can have closed captioning? I know y'all were looking
I'm
into
going to
it.
ask Mary to address that.
There is funding in the budget to add that
There is.
this coming fiscal year.
Okay,
yes.
great. Thank
Yes, that's one of our unfunded mandates. Yeah, that we have in there.
It's going to be required
Mhm.
starting in 26 for any video that is streamed online through the new web content accessibility
Accessibility
guidelines.
laws. Yeah.
Yeah, those have been federal laws that have applied to the federal government for a long time. There's a new rule out of Washington that says cities will now have to comply. So we'll have to, since we have to do it for the online streaming, we'll do it as well for the viewers who still watch the traditional way on cable TV also.
Good.
Okay.
And really quick, do we have all of our committees streaming online?
Mary.
Currently, city council and planning and zoning meetings are streamed.
I thought all the committees would have to be streamed, or is that no?
No.
No,
Yes.
just those ones, or
The only requirement by law is for us to post council meetings. They don't even have to be live streamed.
okay.
The video could be posted after the fact. So we're exceeding the state requirement in that regard. It's just a matter of if that's something we would like to do moving forward, additional man hours to do it.
Yeah, I'm not, I don't have a burning desire to do that, but I don't.
I was just wondering because we were
Okay.
putting everything else on streaming.
Do you have something?
I'm just wondering, what would we use this for, the streaming? So, for example, when we had the strategic planning meetings, we meet in there, and the reason is so that we can have more space to spread out, talk, have our flip charts where y'all do the prioritization of different projects and different things like that. It just is a bigger space, but it would allow meetings like that to be live streamed from that room instead of recording and playing back. And if there was interest in, for example, the bond committee that starts to meet, okay, we are not going to have this equipment by August 14th, but if we could get it in the future for bond committees, that would be something that if there was interest in live streaming so that people could listen in and participate if they wanted to. Again, I think the intent is to record those meetings and play them back at this point, but those are the types of meetings we would live stream from that. We just have had some requests since council does have a few meetings in there that at least the capability exists.
Okay, so I know that like the Keep NRH Beautiful meets in there. That wouldn't be streamed though, right?
No, yeah, we're not proposing to live stream every meeting that takes place in there. Just if there was a council meeting or something that would be of broader public interest. Not that Keep NRH Beautiful is not. I'm interested in keeping NRH beautiful, but yeah. Yeah.
So we're good with this, though. Yes. What everybody? Okay. All right. Yep. Okay.
And then the restaurant rewards program. And so what we're proposing is to fund it with starting out at the 10% cashback rewards and running it from January through April. So if y'all would like to suggest any changes.
Is that till we run out of money? Okay.
Well, except that we didn't run it till we ran out of money this year. We really chose to end it in April because I think it was losing its impact at that point. And so it kind of lost its novelty if you just run it, if you just keep on running it all the time was the proposal. But yeah.
But if we would have ran it to 10% the whole time, we probably would have run out of money because we got to 54,000.
Yeah, that's true. You're right, because it
July,
started at 5.
we would have run out of money.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
April, May,
On
June.
what we were doing.
Late
But we
July.
started at 5. So yeah.
Because we started at 5.
Yeah.
So
Good point.
yeah.
And just a friendly reminder for the audience, that the source of funding for this is promotional fund and not general fund.
Right.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I love the idea of 10%. Did you? Okay.
Out of curiosity, how much did like our local restaurants spike? Is there any way to during this time last year?
I'm sorry, Ricky.
Can you track that? Like how when we ran this last time, I guess this year, is there a way to track like how much did our restaurants like spike in attendance, or how much they gain more?
Yeah,
this?
and in fact, we provided a breakdown of the actual program applied to each restaurant, but we provided a traffic count, like bodies in and out. At a macro level, we can do that on an individual property level too, if that's something you guys desire for the next readout.
But this is cool. I like this. A lot of people do.
Yeah, I think everybody's down with this. Yep. Okay. Sounds like a winner. January through April, 10%.
That's it.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is consensus on these decision points or additions to the budget. And then also is that consensus on the no new revenue rate?
Yes. Yep. Yes. That's what we've committed to from the beginning. So.
Okay.
It's all mine.
Council discussion.
Okay. I tell you what, because we've had a nice day and we've stayed ahead of schedule for the most part, but except Patrick. Not that I was keeping score. But what I'd like to do is, since I'll get everybody's feedback of what you thought the day was, how you thought things were, if you think some learnings and stuff, and Danny wants to kick us off. So.
Well, I'm very supportive of the budget. I have three things I'd like to ask about. Number one, I think I've commented to the mayor, the $1.9 million we use from reserve to make this balance. I'm a little concerned, not this year, but next year. So my question is, should we have the exact same fund balances next year at this time? Would we have $1.9 million to do it again?
Well, okay, the 1.9 was, so what you're seeing on your fund balance sheets that you have there is the unrestricted general fund balance amount. So this was actually a restricted reserve that had been set up inside the general fund reserves, because we have unrestricted and restricted.
Right.
And this was a restricted reserve that had been set up in order to, if we needed to level out the debt payment, the cost of that for City Hall. That hasn't been necessary because, like we presented earlier, we've actually decreased the tax rate in that time. So so that 1.9 was sitting out there. So that's why you won't see a difference when in the unrestricted fund balance amount in the general fund when we utilize this 1.9 million towards the preventive street maintenance program.
Okay. Well, I understand that, but if we're in the same situation next year and have the same thing
got you.
on
Okay.
sheets, would we be able to do it again? In other words, how many times can we keep doing this?
And that's a good question. That's hard to answer until we get
and I'm
to
just
that
kind of
point
making
in
a
time.
point. I'm
Yeah.
great with this
Yeah.
budget. I'm concerned about next year. So I'll go
the
right with
general
that.
answer is we won't always have the reserve levels to be able to do what we've done. Because it's not just about that 1.9 in the general fund. And all of the other funds, we're using reserves to a certain extent to purchase one-time items. And our capital improvement project fund is primarily, all those projects are, the majority of them are funded with reserves. So that's been saving. So eventually those are going to get depleted, to your point.
Okay.
We will not be able to do this forever. Yeah.
All right. Number 2 of 3. Would it be correct to assume that as the staff gave you the budget, that from what you received, things were cut in order to get to where we are? Is that correct? Would that be
Well,
correct?
I would even start before that. So the directors are charged with scrubbing their line items before they propose their budget. So how we go into it now is if they're wanting to ask for something additional, which we call additions to base, they have to try to figure out first a way to fund it within their existing line item budget, which means they have to scrub their line items and find if there's places where it doesn't need to be that high. They can move it. They can, those kinds of things. And so that starts there. And then it's reviewed by the assistant city managers first, and then they make their cuts and recommendations. And then it's reviewed by me. And at that point, a lot of the cuts have been made. But what I'm deciding is what additions to base that are still in there that they're requesting, am I going to propose for funding? So I told you the example of the dispatchers. They asked for 4. I think we can fund 1 and then fill up our staff and see. So, and that's just to say that our line item budget is already very lean. And I think it has been significantly reduced really just over the last several years because of that, because the pressures on the tax rate and the instructions to the directors are, if you want something additional, you're going to have to find a way to fund it. They've been phenomenal at doing that. I think that speaks volumes to the fact that our expenditures are only up 5% compared to the adopted budget. And when you factor in all the cost increases that we had to put in there that are out of our control, that should tell you, just from a big picture standpoint, that we are operating lean from the beginning.
Okay.
So
that sounds good. It sounds as if a citizen is wondering how this budget's put together, it seems as if there were a great amount of work to slice it down as thin as you could.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be an answer I could give.
That definitely. And then it's also a continuous process. Okay. So as we go through the year, especially in our revenue generating operations, even in the general fund operations, they're going to be looking at that's being monitored constantly to make sure that we're not spending more than we said we would, to make sure that that's on track, and to make sure our revenues are coming in where they need to be. Because if something happens to the economy, let's say, and our sales tax starts to tank, we have to be able to adjust those expenses right away.
Okay. And delivering the services with this budget. Anybody? Fantastic. I'm good.
Well, I'm just going to acknowledge that I know that is not a question that they might want to answer in front of their boss who cut their budget, but especially those 2 men over there.
We'll turn the mics off.
But I would say that now I've lost my train of thought. I would say that they are beginning to feel pinched.
Yeah.
And as we see the things come from the state legislature that we're seeing now, that they are worried about how are we going to continue to provide this level of service if we aren't able to generate sufficient revenues, and that is a worry that they have.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think everybody's done a fantastic job, so thank you.
Billy.
Yeah, I would first just applaud the city staff on a great job, great presentation. I knew before I got on council that we lived in a great city. I have been so impressed just with the interactions that I've had with the city staff and being on council. So thank y'all for all y'all do. It is truly impressive. The general fund, which was something I was interested, thank y'all for pushing this out so quick and getting this. I seem to recall that when we had the audit presentation from the auditor, that they said that our reserve was in the 40% range. Standard is 15 maybe per city. Mm-hmm. And then we've adopted a minimum of 33%, right? So there's cushion there, I think, at least to bide some time. Obviously, there's efficiency audits going on. There will be positive and negatives come out of that. I think we're going to see that. For a lot of us ran on that, I think. And then just looking forward, as council, when we get to this strategic planning, a lot of trying to look into the future as to how are we going to hold the standard up here and support our staff and city. That'll be incumbent upon us to try to figure that out as best we can. So anyway, thank y'all, applauding y'all, and thank y'all for all y'all do.
Who'd like to go next? Kelvin. I thought that was you.
So I've had the opportunity to go through a few of these, and I'm always impressed, not to beat a dead horse what Billy and Danny have already talked about, but so impressed with the staff. Y'all came back, we had that no new revenue mandate. Y'all, came back and there was no battling back and forth on, hey, we just don't have the room and, nothing like that. So really appreciate that. I know y'all work very hard, very lean, very mean, as Paulette said. So thank you for that. I think we're in a really good spot. I mean, I am concerned a little bit about the future, just the mandates we continue to get, and just how that's going to impact us, as well as just some of the potential future expenses and cost of inflation and tariffs and everything else. But I think that for today, did a fantastic job.
Thank you. Ricky?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first, like we all were saying, the staff's been fantastic on this. I think you guys know I'm a fiscal hawk when it comes to this stuff. But to get at the no new revenue rate, still get raises, still go after, get more police and firefighters, on top of the unfunded mandates that the state puts on us. I mean, that's an incredible achievement, especially for the size of our city. 70,000 plus. That's the third largest city in Tarrant County. That's a big feat, guys. So I want to applaud everybody for this. I wouldn't approve anything above the no new revenue rate. So the fact that we did all this, including all the extras, is just fantastic. So thank you guys very much. Good job.
Cecile? Sing
I've learned
if you don't
a
have
lot
anything else.
today.
What?
I said I've learned a lot today, and I appreciate it. Yeah, this is a lot. So good job, and I've enjoyed it actually, Trudy. So thank you. Y'all made it enjoyable. So, and it's amazing. I mean, I'm not a numbers person, and so just to see it all like this and what it all goes to, it's just a greater appreciation, like what Billy was saying, to how well our city is run and the great job that y'all are doing. So thank you.
I'm going to tell on Cecile real quick. She was so excited about this. She's been up since 2:30 this morning. So
yeah. Something wake you up, Russ? Do you like to say a few words?
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations on the budget accomplishments. You guys did a great job. You put everything together and even explained it where I understood most of it. And that was an accomplishment in itself. And especially if I got to ask a question, which I confused. But I'm also excited that our city is seeing some great growth. And I'm gonna mess up and not give credit to everyone, but especially Craig, because he's brought some great businesses in. I know there's other people involved, but he's just the person I connect to with bringing businesses in, which bring revenue in, which bring our tax dollars in, which helps us keep on these budgets. And it also says that No Friction Hills is that place. Companies are coming from out of the state, out of miles away, that want to do business in North Richland Hills now, which speaks highly of the staff, which speaks highly of this everyone you got here. And a good example was I sort of chopped it up earlier when I was trying to talk about the water department. But if you go up the water department just about any day, anytime, there's someone standing in that lobby area, which tells you we still do customer service in North Richland Hills. That is extremely high compliment that you see people coming into the city hall, being taken care of. And it's important to the staff that our customers who pay us money still have confidence in this city. And it's because you guys doing what you do. I keep saying guys, y'all know what I mean. But it's just a great compliment to the city that we have people who promote our city constantly. And the budget is one thing, but you guys are the difference between the budget and reality. And y'all make everything work. And that's what brings businesses in that we can bring in the city, bring in the tax dollars, we bring in the extra things that we need to be as good as we are right now. So I'm privileged to be part of it. And thank you so much for letting me be part of it. But you guys do a great job. And I just say, thank you.
Thank y'all. Appreciate all y'all's comments on that. So just a couple things. The seating location, usually I'm sitting next to Kelvin instead of Billy, and I think you've stuck the two CPAs next to each other for a reason. Especially from a private industry perspective. So we could sit here and try to make logic out of the illogic of fund accounting. We kept going back and forth going, isn't that what they, yeah, that's what they do, you know. It probably saved a lot of questions, us sitting right there. If I go down and I look at the services and things that Paulette started with, and she wrote in her letter to us, and we started with at the beginning, water service, fire service, garbage collection, police services, street maintenance, parks, trails, open spaces, animal control, code enforcement, library services, recreation program services. Those are the top things that are respondents from those. You know, there's not a lot of glamour in any of that in doing in the budget. Now, if you notice, while we're talking budget and doing everything, I'm sitting forward kind of excited the whole time because I love looking at numbers. They make me feel good. And so I think all of those, and just thinking that we're just trying to make sure the services to the cities are met. And we did make the position about the standard and the appreciation that some of the things that you can afford, you can't always afford, that were discussions that we had from the strategic plan last year that we executed. You know, you know, Rome wasn't built overnight, but we had plugging a few things in, and we're doing open rewards again, which is good and extremely well received. And I thought it was a real boost overall. Trudy was the only one that stuck a wet blanket on that to remind me that most of the money goes to the state. Thank you for that, Trudy, because that hadn't stuck in my brain before. And I was like, dang, man, really? That's right. So, but still focusing on, and even what we opened up as far as, you know, Catapult Adventure Park. And then, you know, I was talking to somebody the other day about Malibu Jacks, and I won't finish with my joke anymore. And they took their some people were in out of town, and they went from 11:30 to 7:30 to Malibu Jacks the other day. And I said, wow, you took a lot of money with you. And then Peppa Pig and the one of the best adult entertainment places is 1611. Because, you know, I get to go there regularly and go hit golf balls without sweating to death outside. I know. No, I wasn't going where Paulette went earlier. I think that was trying to build the whole idea of a sense of community. And I mean, NRH2 will be in the middle of that. And all the folks we've been, but kind of the one, to me, a cherry on top that's kind of pulled in one of the really cool things that I really can't believe. You got flowers for it. For Jake's and tacos and avocado. Let's see. And where's your cohort? She was also got flowers. I saw them holding it.
Yeah, the two ladies in the office were very touched. I was like, flowers, okay.
Yeah.
But that was very
for
nice.
bringing six. Okay, I really need y'all to read both the managers, the city manager's report, and the feed, the public feed, so that when I say things, you'll actually know what I'm talking about. I'm just saying that because of the blank look of Ricky's face. For getting Jake's and tacos and avocado with the park restaurant theme, he was sent flowers by a resident that's so happy about what occurred there. He's from California. He's kind of a flower guy.
It's which is still pending zoning approval, but yeah.
I understand it's still pending, but you still got flowers just for the idea coming through. That's kind of one of those, and the reception that's been from the people, especially, you know, my kids' age, that have children at home and stuff, that the thought of that, of being able to eat and just let them locked into a place so they can run around and you can sit there. That just kind of brings the whole theme of community and what we're trying to do in this new, arts festival that's going to be out there. I think everybody will love that and be extremely excited about it. But those are the kind of things I think this budget is still incorporating. And it's the part that saddens me to believe that, with the, cap debt and cap spending and you call it silver wave, I call it senior freeze, and the appraisals being reduced and the exemptions going up and squeezing, the idea of the only way to survive this, if they're going to cap what we're going to spend, is contraction of service in the future is my only thought. And that's sad because everybody likes what we're doing and how they're doing it, and nobody's really overly losing their mind over our tax rate right now. There'll be some people complain, because there's some people complain about literally everything, which is mind-boggling to me out there. But I just wanted to say thank y'all for pulling all that in, both kind of philosophically what we're trying to achieve, but also financially what we're trying to achieve. That is very hard to do, and I know that. I will say this, as far as on the HR side, since I gave you a hard time a second ago, I'll say something positive. And that is the thing to tout is there's not a lot of people, a lot of businesses or anything that are not getting a rate up in the industry. And listening to what's going on in the industry for health insurance. And some people listen to those calls, those investor calls, and what they're talking about trend and how trend costs are going up at 20% and aggregating 11 and 12% on their blocks to try to cover, and being behind from the prior year means you're making up not only the current year, but the prior year's whatever you're short on. You get all that. And so the fact that ours is going to be zero, and I think most everyone that has insurance are going to be looking at 20-25% rate increases this coming year, and that businesses are going to have to swallow a lot of that, but they're going to have to push down to employees too. That is a huge win. That'll be it. And when you're looking at the peer increases, that might be something that they're going to go up and you're not, and that could be huge. It really could. So having said all that, I just want to say I think this has been a great day, and and I think everybody's comments are greatly appreciated. But what we've put together here is pretty stellar. So thank y'all, really.
Well, thank you. And thank you all to the City Council for giving us clear direction, and for just looking at the information, having questions, but also mostly just for your long-term thinking and understanding of what we do. And I just can't thank y'all enough. I know last year at this time, anyway, it's just interesting to have a whole new, except Kelvin, City Council to do this. It gives us opportunities to do some things differently, but also while keeping some things the same. And so I appreciate that very much, and look forward to, again, this is really the kickoff of the budget consideration and tax rate consideration as we take it now to the public and get their thoughts and opinions. And so as we go through that process, and Chase is going to go through what the next steps and dates are, but as we go through that process, feel free to continue to reach out to me with your questions and comments, or if you're hearing some things that make you sort of question what we have proposed here. We're always willing to have that conversation and answer. But at the end of the day, it's your budget. And so I've proposed it the way that I see it as the city manager. I do think that things are tight, and they're going to continue to get tighter. And that does worry me. As I said, it worries our directors about how are we going to be able to keep it up at this level with all these pressures. So that is what is the forefront on my mind. One of the questions I asked my directors when I went through their budget reviews is, what is the thing that keeps you up at night? And that right now is probably the thing that keeps me up at night, is how are we going to make this all work? It kept me up a lot of nights worrying about how am I going to fund all this with all these constraints in the no new revenue rate. We figured it out. but it wasn't easy. And sometimes I think we make it look easy. It's not easy. And so anyway, as you have those questions, as we take it out to the public, please let's have that conversation. And Chase, if you want to go through what the next steps are.
I was going to say one more thing. I have to apologize for missing the pinning the other night. I actually got so involved with this and engrossed in it that when my alarm went off, it was only 10 minutes till, and I went, I can't make it. And so I just dug right back into this again because this was so exciting. I didn't fall asleep. I was actually excited about going page to page. So apologize for missing the pinning. I would have been there. Chase.
All right, so what I'm going to cover here are the statutory deadlines and our proposal to meet those statutory deadlines moving forward. So a couple of elements here. The very next action the City Council will be asked to take on the proposed budget is on Monday, August 11th. A few actions will be set up for that City Council meeting. First, Council will be asked to set public hearing dates for the budget. You will formally propose the tax rate, record a vote on that proposed tax rate, and then set public hearing dates for the tax rate. Public hearings, staff's recommendations would be to hold 2 public hearings. The first on the City Council, regularly scheduled City Council meeting on Monday, August 25th. Recommend holding a budget and tax rate public hearing, and then a second public hearing on Monday, September 8th, again, a regular City Council meeting. At that point, we recommend that you be joined by the Park and Rec Facility Development Corporation, as well as the CCD board for public hearings on the budget side before City Council holds their own public hearings on the budget and tax rate. And then the final course of action here is the vote on Monday, September 8th, to vote on to adopt the budget, vote to accept the certified roll, and vote to adopt the tax rate. Any questions?
Nope. Looks good. Thank you. Is that it? As far as you've got?
That's it.
Okay. So moving on to the last part is public comments. This is an opportunity for citizens to address City Council on matters which are scheduled on the agenda for consideration by the City Council, but not scheduled as a public hearing. To address the City Council during public comments, a public meeting appearance card must be completed to present to the City Secretary prior to the start of the work session meeting. Do we have anyone signed up?
No, Mayor.
Seeing no one signed up, the City Council budget work session is adjourned at 2:55. Thank y'all.